Chapter 1590. A feeling of dizziness assaulted Yang Kai from all directions, as if space itself had collapsed. This was the sign of a space transmission. For Yang Kai, short-distance teleportation didn't affect him in the slightest, but this kind of ultra-long-distance teleportation from one star to another was still somewhat taxing on him. Fortunately, Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, so he only needed to circulate his Saint Chi slightly to dispel these negative effects. In a flash, Yang Kai found himself in a strange land. Before he had time to look around though, he noticed the aura of a life not far away. Turning his head vigilantly, Yang Kai found that this person was actually Lai Feng from Wild Lion territory, only 1,000 meters or so away from him. The other party had arrived one step ahead of him, but from the look on his face, it was clear he had not yet recovered from the transmission. Lai Feng did not have the Tao of space like Yang Kai did, so he naturally could not recover from the negative effects of this transmission as quickly as Yang Kai did, but he was still a rising star of the monster race and his strength had already reached the third-order origin returning realm. After about 3 breaths, he suddenly opened his eyes, and just like Yang Kai, he vigilantly scanned the surroundings while secretly circulating his Saint Chi, preparing to deal with any possible crisis. In the next moment, he saw Yang Kai who was 1,000 meters away. Oh! Lai Feng showed a look of surprise as he stood in place and thought for a moment before his figure flickered and he arrived in front of Yang Kai, asking with a smile, "I heard your name is Yang Kai?" Yang Kai nodded lightly, his attitude neither warm nor cold. "I also heard that you taught Shuel Yen a lesson." Lai Feng seemed to be very interested in him. Yang Kai did not answer. Lai Feng shrugged his shoulders, "I heard about it from Yu Xiong. It's a pity I couldn't get to Red Moon territory earlier, otherwise I would have been able to watch the fun." Heh, I won't lie to you, I don't like that Shuel Yen guy, but it's quite surprising you were able to teach him a lesson. The human race really can't be underestimated. I think I can invite you." "Why did you invite me?" Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. The other party acted like they were close friends, and his attitude was also quite amiable, so Yang Kai didn't feel any ill will towards him. "I'm inviting you to join me." Lai Feng smiled, "Brother Yang, you also know that this is Green Mountain's star. My monster race cultivator has come here, so he definitely won't be treated well. Looking around, it seems that there are only me and Brother Yang here, so if we can join forces, our safety will be greatly improved." "Sorry, I'm not interested." Yang Kai shook his head and refused. "Why?" Lai Feng frowned. "Because I'm a human. I won't be treated differently here." Yang Kai pointed at himself and then at Lai Feng. "You're from the Yao clan. Do you think someone who hates the Yao clan would attack me as well if they saw me with you? I don't want to look for trouble." Lai Feng scratched his head in surprise and said, "What you said is reasonable. Since Brother Yang says so, then forget it." This Lai Feng didn't consider it thoroughly. Yang Kai gently nodded. "Then I wish Brother Yang good luck, this one will take his leave first." Lai Feng didn't seem to be annoyed by Yang Kai's rejection of his invitation and simply chuckled before picking a random direction and hurrying off. He was very straightforward. After he left, Yang Kai released his divine sense and carefully probed his surroundings. After a while, his expression changed and he quickly took back his divine sense. The information provided by Shanqing Luo was not wrong. In the blood prison, it was not suitable to release one's divine sense casually to investigate anything. Although there were no restrictions on divine sense here, in this special ancient battlefield, there were countless territory vortexes. These territory vortexes were left behind by the battles between Origin King realm masters tens of thousands of years ago. Some had already dissipated, while others had transformed over the course of time, becoming even more terrifying. These territory vortexes were strong enough to swallow anything, including divine sense. Yang Kai had suffered a small loss just now, and if he had not taken back his divine sense in time, he would have been seriously injured in an instant. Even so, at this moment, he felt a tingling pain in his head, as if it was being pricked by a needle. This was a sign that his soul had been damaged, but with the seven-colored soul-warming lotus nourishing his soul, Yang Kai didn't care too much about this damage. It seems that we've really arrived at the blood prison. Yang Kai looked around and muttered to himself. Only in the blood prison could such strange territory vortexes exist. The previous generation's tribal lord Qi Yu was truly a genius, being able to create a cross-cultivation star space array that connected the blood prison and monster star. Unfortunately, because the distance was too great, it was impossible to accurately pinpoint his location, so Yang Kai only found Lai Feng nearby. The other monster race rookies had all been teleported somewhere else. Yang Kai was quite confident in Shan Qing Luo's strength. In any case, she had inherited the source of the heavenly moon demon spider, so an ordinary cultivator in the same realm was not her opponent. In addition, he had given her the Thunder Fire Seven Birds Whip, which could greatly improve her combat power. The only troublesome thing was her bewitching appearance, which may be the main reason for her troubles. Few men could resist her bewitching appearance. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai slowly shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Qing Luo had her own path to walk, and Yang Kai felt that he could not always take care of her. After not seeing her for so many years, she was still alive and well, so he believed that she would be able to move forward smoothly in the future. Choosing a direction at random, Yang Kai slowly flew forward. He did not dare to move too quickly. He had only heard about the strangeness of the blood prison and had never personally experienced it, but this place was the burial ground of a third-order origin returning realm master, there was no doubt about it. Yang Kai was invincible against anyone below the Origin King realm, but when facing an Origin King's territory, he had to be careful. He did not want to die before he had even begun his journey. Along the way, Yang Kai did not encounter too many setbacks. Instead, there were a few remaining territory vortexes in the blood prison that Yang Kai studied with great interest. Unfortunately, these territory vortexes were not too strong, and the mysteries they contained were vague. Yang Kai tried to probe them with his divine sense, but after studying them for a long time, he did not gain much and could only give up. However, Yang Kai did not lower his guard because of this. He knew that there were countless murderous intents hidden here, so he could not underestimate the blood prison just because of a few weak territory vortexes. Along the way, Yang Kai also felt several life auras and even saw a third-order origin returning realm cultivator pass by a few thousand meters away. Fortunately, the blood prison had just opened, so no one was willing to take the initiative to provoke him. Everyone still maintained a rational state of mind and avoided conflict as much as possible, so when Yang Kai felt a few auras, he took the initiative to avoid them. A day later, Yang Kai stood in an open space with a dignified expression, staring straight ahead at a certain spot 1,000 meters away. There, a middle-aged man in a blue robe was bathed in blood, the Saint Chi pulsing from his body flickering as if he was in a very difficult situation. Around his body was a defensive artifact that looked like a water curtain. He was constantly releasing his shi and performing various secret techniques in an attempt to escape from this place. However, none of his attempts had much effect. The space around him seemed to be calm, but it was as if it had frozen solid, imprisoning the middle-aged man. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to move. In the void, streams of light constantly shuttled back and forth, like sharp swords, cut through the defensive artifact around the middle-aged man's body, wearing down its power. This man had accidentally rushed into a territory vortex. What's more, this was a very powerful territory vortex that could easily imprison a third-order origin returning realm master. The middle-aged man's expression was extremely panicked as he felt the call of death, pushing his Saint Chi harder and harder. Suddenly, he saw Yang Kai staring at him from not far away and couldn't help his eyes lighting up, as if he had grasped a life-saving straw, shouting loudly, "Friend, please help me." This one was accidentally caught in this territory vortex and can't escape. Please help me, friend. Yang Kai frowned but didn't respond. Although Yang Kai wasn't afraid of this middle-aged man, the vortex in his territory made him unable to extricate himself. For a stranger, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't put himself in danger. Yang Kai had only stayed here to comprehend the mysteries of the vortex in his territory. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't respond, the middle-aged man couldn't help becoming anxious, thinking that the other party was cold-blooded and ruthless and wouldn't help him, so he quickly shouted, "Friend, this one is Scarlet Wave Star's Blue Feather Sect Master, Su Dingyang. Please help me. If you can escape, this Su will give you a generous gift and Blue Feather Sect will be grateful." Scarlet Wave Star? Yang Kai's expression changed. He had vaguely heard of this star before, but he couldn't remember where he had heard of it for a while. Slowly shaking his head, he said, "Friend, it's not that I don't want to save you, it's just that the power of this vortex in my territory is somewhat frightening." Su Dingyang's face darkened. Although he showed a look of unwillingness, he knew that Yang Kai was telling the truth. For a moment, he was left speechless. "Hold on, I'll see if I can find a way," Yang Kai said lightly. He wasn't really trying to save this man out of kindness. Without even mentioning Su Dingyang's personality, Yang Kai knew nothing about him. Even if he was a kind person, since he had entered the blood prison, he should have been prepared to die. If he died here, he couldn't blame anyone. Yang Kai said this because he wanted to explore the vortex in his territory. He wanted to gain a deeper understanding of the power of an origin king's territory. Su Dingyang obviously misunderstood Yang Kai's meaning and was overjoyed. Good, this Su thanks you in advance. Friend, you must be careful, this vortex seems to contain the power of many different territory and is extremely difficult to deal with. Yang Kai nodded gently and took a step forward. In an instant, Yang Kai paled in horror. At this moment, he felt as if the space around him had solidified, and there were many different kinds of Saint Chi being applied to him, causing the Saint Chi in his body to involuntarily resist. With a loud sizzling sound, Yang Kai's clothes were instantly cut into several pieces. This invisible territory power seemed to want to kill any creature that dared to intrude. The difference of just one step was like the difference between heaven and earth. Not daring to neglect, Yang Kai quickly circulated his secret art to resist while summoning his purple shield, which transformed into a purple fluorescent light to protect his body. Chapter 1591. In an instant, the sound of metal colliding rang out from the purple shield as a terrifying force invisible to the naked eye constantly bombarded Yang Kai's defensive artifact. The purple fluorescence covering his body faded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yang Kai's face sank as he hurriedly took back his purple shield. Although his defensive artifact was origin-grade high rank and extremely sturdy, it didn't seem to be enough to compete with the territory vortex here. If he allowed it to be destroyed by the territory vortex here, the shield's spirituality would be greatly reduced. Yang Kai had to circulate his Saint Chi with all his strength to resist the invisible and terrifying pressure around him, so for a time, he was unable to move. How could he only be a second-order origin returning realm cultivator? Su Dingyang stared at Yang Kai dumbfounded, a look of astonishment appearing on his face. As soon as Yang Kai circulated his Saint Chi, Su Dingyang naturally perceived Yang Kai's true cultivation and inevitably felt a little disappointed. Although the difference between the second order and third order was only a minor realm, the gap in strength was quite large. Moreover, this was the blood prison, so all the cultivator who entered here was at the third order. After perceiving Yang Kai's cultivation, Su Dingyang felt a little disheartened. He felt that with Yang Kai's ability, he wouldn't be able to save him. Friend, I'm sorry. Su Dingyang struggled to resist while kindly reminding Yang Kai, I didn't know you were only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, otherwise, I wouldn't have asked you for help. You should withdraw quickly before you enter too deep, otherwise, you won't be able to escape even if you want to. Yang Kai ignored him and simply continued to increase the intensity of his Saint Qi as he probed the mysteries of this territory vortex. However, to his horror, the vortex in this territory seemed to grow stronger the stronger it was, and no matter how hard he tried, he was always suppressed by it, making it difficult for him to even move his feet. Several mysterious forces wrapped around his body, making it impossible for Yang Kai to understand their mysteries. This was the power of this territory. This was a power unique to Origin Kings. Friend, use your own force to fight. You can't rely on brute force in your territory. Otherwise, you will sink deeper and deeper. Su Dingyang saw that Yang Kai was in a difficult situation and quickly reminded him. Yang Kai's expression changed as he quickly released his shi according to Yang Kai's words. In an instant, he noticed that the frozen space around him seemed to show signs of loosening, and his own momentum was like an invisible sharp blade, cutting into the vortex in his territory, becoming the capital to resist it. Many thanks for the advice. Yang Kai raised his head, glanced at Su Dingyang, and thanked him. You're welcome. Su Dingyang squeezed out an ugly smile, his forehead full of sweat as the Saint Qi radiating from his body fluctuated more and more rapidly. After talking to Yang Kai for a while, his situation became even more unbearable. He immediately restrained his thoughts and didn't dare to speak again. He wholeheartedly searched for a glimmer of hope in this terrifying vortex of territory. Yang Kai's demeanor also became focused as he released his shi with all his strength. With him as the center, the space within a 10-meter radius began to distort as faint, almost invisible void cracks suddenly formed and then disappeared. The pressure on Yang Kai suddenly became much lighter. The territory of an Origin King Realm Master was an evolved form of shi, a mysterious power that was one level above it. Using shi to resist a territory really had some effect. If this territory was formed by a living Origin King Realm Master, even if Yang Kai's shi reached the grand accomplishment stage, he would not be able to resist it. However, the vortexes in his territory here were remnants from tens of thousands of years ago, so even if they had been accumulated and transformed over time, without human intervention, they were still dead. Yang Kai was barely able to resist them. No wonder the Blood Prison was a place that third-order Origin returning realm masters flocked to. No wonder this place was so dangerous that it attracted so many third-order masters to come here for life experience. The vortexes in his territory here were simply the best helpers to help a third-order cultivator condense their shi. A cultivator could condense their shi here, enhance their control over it, and comprehend the mysteries of their territory. Once they condensed their shi to the grand accomplishment stage, they would have the capital to charge towards the Origin King realm. This was a height that most third-order Origin returning realm masters could not reach. Yang Kai wholeheartedly used his shi to resist the invisible territory vortexes around him, an inexplicable feeling pouring into his heart, causing him to frown from time to time and reveal a joyful expression. Unconsciously, Yang Kai also began to move forward, and although his speed was very slow, his body was unconsciously approaching the center of the vortexes in his territory, seeking more powerful and profound mysteries within his territory. Yang Kai's control over his shi seemed to have become more flexible. The shi that originally only covered a radius of 10 meters around Yang Kai's body began to expand at a subtle speed, and although it was not obvious, it had indeed increased. Yang Kai was completely immersed in this special feeling, unable to extricate himself. Although the cultivator named Su Dingyang was in a worrying situation, he was also observing Yang Kai's movements. When he saw this young man walking towards him step by step, resisting the terrifying territory vortexes with just his second-order Origin returning realm cultivation, Su Dingyang was completely shocked. He knew better than anyone else just how deadly the vortexes in his territory were, so he thought that with Yang Kai's ability, he would withdraw immediately, otherwise he would die. However, this young man he had never met before and not only did not withdraw, he even launched an attack towards the center of the vortexes in his territory. This world was simply too crazy, and Su Dingyang could hardly believe his eyes. Which cultivator who could reach the third-order origin returning realm was not a proud and arrogant person? Su Dingyang was even the sect master of a medium-sized sect and had received extremely good cultivation since childhood, so he had no need to worry about resources. But now, compared with this young man, Su Dingyang felt inferior. He felt like his self-confidence had been dealt a heavy blow. Just as he was feeling uneasy though, a slight sound suddenly reached his ears. Su Dingyang's expression changed as he quickly turned to the source of the sound, his face turning pale in the next moment. The defensive artifact he had been protecting his body had finally reached its limit, and a small crack had appeared on its surface while more cracks were rapidly forming. Friend. This Su is likely unable to escape this calamity. If it is convenient for this friend, please take some time to visit Scarlet Wave Star's Blue Feather Sect and inform the Blue Feather Sect's Elder Council that this Su has fallen here. Everything in this Su's space ring can be used as a thank you gift. Many thanks, friend, Su Dingyang shouted anxiously. Hearing his shouts, Yang Kai broke free from his deep contemplation and opened his eyes to look at him. Just in time to see the water curtain around Su Dingyang's body turn to dust, Su Dingyang's little remaining Saint Chi erupted at this moment and he rushed out with all his strength. Although he had already warned Yang Kai, Su Dingyang obviously did not want to sit still and wait for death. He wanted to fight one last time. The light on his body alternated between bright and dark as his expression became ferocious and a roar like that of an angry beast emerged from his throat. With a sizzling sound, the invisible force of his territory attacked him from all directions. After taking less than 3 steps, Su Dingyang's body suddenly shook and he came to a halt, his face turning red as drops of blood seeped out of his pores. Bang, with a loud bang, Su Dingyang's entire body burst apart, his flesh and blood splashing out, leaving behind nothing but bones. Yang Kai's eyes shrank as a look of horror filled his face. A third-order origin returning realm master dying so tragically in front of him made Yang Kai deeply realize the terror of his territory and at the same time, he couldn't help feeling an inexplicable sense of sadness. But soon, Yang Kai dispelled these distracting thoughts and continued to close his eyes, walking towards the center step by step. He and Su Dingyang were complete strangers, so naturally, he wouldn't feel any emotional fluctuations over his death. Even if he killed Su Dingyang's territory vortex, he wouldn't necessarily repeat the same mistake. Yang Kai was confident. His Shi was still shuttling back and forth in the surrounding space as Yang Kai comprehended this mysterious force and absorbed it, turning it into his own nutrients for his own growth. The murderous aura coming from the void did not stop Yang Kai's pace of exploration, so he continued to move forward step by step. Without using any defensive artifacts and only circulating the minimum amount of Saint Chi to protect his body, Yang Kai approached the vortex in his territory and used his Shi to resist it, allowing him to experience the wonders of his territory. Yang Kai gained something and gradually immersed himself in it. The benefits of having a powerful physique were once again demonstrated. Perhaps no origin returning realm master would dare to do this, they could only use their Shi to resist the territory vortex in order to gain benefits and continue to grow. This indirect method was far inferior to Yang Kai's overbearing method. Yang Kai not only used his Shi, but also his physical body. The benefits he obtained were far greater than any origin returning realm master. Time passed by, and at a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, his body shook, and his Shi suddenly expanded outwards. The vortex in his territory, which made it difficult for him to even move forward, was no longer obstructed and Yang Kai strode forward directly to the center of the vortex. This was the most terrifying vortex in his territory, where Su Dingyang had died. There were still remnants of Su Dingyang's body on the ground, and the smell of blood filled the air, making anyone who smelled it want to vomit. Yang Kai stood there silently, gradually restraining his shi and allowing the surrounding territory vortex to press down on him. The terrifying power caused Yang Kai's bones to creak, as if they were about to be dislocated. The power of the vortex in his territory seemed to want to crush him into dust. A five-colored light appeared as the five elements' indestructible sword chi filled every inch of Yang Kai's muscles, causing his physical strength to soar, allowing him to compete with the vortex in his territory. Yang Kai's face flushed red as his blood boiled, as if he would explode and die at any moment. However, his gains began to increase, and he began to gain more. He began to comprehend the mysteries of his territory, and his understanding of shi also began to deepen. However, Yang Kai was not satisfied with this though, and after confirming that his life was not in danger, he fell into a deeper state of enlightenment and enjoyed it. Yang Kai vaguely felt that this blood prison trial would allow him to gain unimaginable growth. Chapter 1592. Originally, Yang Kai was not very interested in this blood prison trial. After all, this place was specially prepared for a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. Yang Kai was only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, and although he could fight those above his realm and was not afraid of any cultivator below the origin king realm, his cultivation was not high enough, so he thought he would not gain much from the blood prison. So he left Qian Tong and the others behind and went to Tong Xian realm to find his family and friends. But since Shan Qing Luo told him that there was a territory stone in the blood prison, Yang Kai's interest was piqued. Now that he was here in person, Yang Kai fully understood that even without a territory stone, he could obtain unimaginable benefits from this territory vortex that filled the blood prison. As long as one had enough strength, any origin returning realm cultivator could use this territory vortex to condense their shi and advance to the grand accomplishment stage. This had nothing to do with one's cultivation. That being said, there were only a few who could truly achieve this. Yang Kai was one of them. At the same time, 100 kilometers outside the blood prison, there was a tall mountain with a stone pavilion at its summit. At this moment, there were 7 or 8 cultivators sitting inside this stone pavilion. There were old and young cultivators, men and women, but all of them, without exception, were origin kings. Anyone who saw such a terrifying lineup would be horrified to the core. This was definitely a terrifying force. These masters sat in various positions in the stone pavilion, either resting with their eyes closed, chatting in pairs, discussing the heavenly way in martial Tao, or simply watching with cold eyes. This was a gathering of the top masters from all the cultivation stars in Tong Xian realm territory. They had rushed here on the day the blood prison trial opened, not to watch the show, but to scout for talents. They were waiting for the day when the cultivator who entered the blood prison would emerge. Being able to walk out of the blood prison safely meant that this cultivator had great potential. Even if they could not break through to the origin king realm in the future, they would still be a top master in the origin returning realm. Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce had sent masters here, Purple Star had sent masters here, and Sword Union had also sent people here. It could be said that the 7 or 8 origin kings here represented the peak great forces of the entire star territory. Every time the blood prison trial opened, they would come to Green Mountain Star in order to find talents they favored and bring back to their forces to cultivate. Of course, there were also people who came for the territory stones produced by the blood prison. They already had origin king realm cultivations, so they did not need territory stones. However, they also had nephews and juniors who needed them. Every piece of territory stone brought out of the blood prison could be bought at a high price. Among these 7 or 8 origin kings, a man wearing golden robes and a purple gold crown was the most conspicuous. When the other experts looked at him, there was a hint of solemnity in their eyes. This man didn't look very old. He seemed to be in his 30s. His sword-like eyebrows were slanted to his temples, and his expression was dignified without being angry. It was as if he was born to be in a high position, making people revere him. At this moment, The man was resting with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and let out a soft sound of surprise, as if he was very surprised. All the surrounding Origin King realm masters turned their gazes towards him. An old woman frowned thoughtfully before looking at him with a chuckle and asking, "Master Luo Hai, did you find something interesting? If it's convenient, can you tell us more about it? You should know that on Green Mountain Star, only you, as the Star Master, can sense some of the movements inside the blood prison." Someone nodded and echoed, "Yes, Brother Luo Hai, although we are very close to the blood prison, you know what kind of place it is. Our divine senses can't penetrate it at all, so what's the situation inside?" The man named Luo Hai smiled, stood up, and said unhurriedly, "This king did find something interesting. However, it's not a big deal, so there's no need to make such a fuss." And, during this blood prison trial, a little second-order origin returning realm cultivator entered. "Oh? A second-order origin returning realm cultivator?" The old woman looked surprised. Everyone else also showed surprise. It's not that a second-order origin returning realm cultivator has never entered the blood prison before, but it's quite rare, and most of those people's fates don't end well. Generally speaking, after 1 or 2 days in there, they're all little brats who think too highly of themselves and fail to see. I'm afraid this person is no exception. The old woman slowly shook her head, a look of disdain appearing on her face. "And, such a little brat won't settle down unless he suffers a loss. The blood prison has always only been accessible to third-order origin returning realm cultivator. Although there are no clear rules or restrictions, this is the result of tens of thousands of years of experience. Brother Luo Hai, what is the situation of that little brat now? For you to be so interested in him, did he show some kind of extraordinary performance?" A beautiful woman looked at Luo Hai with a smile. This beautiful woman had picturesque features and a powerful first-order origin king cultivation, but when facing Luo Hai, she had to be cautious. This was not just because Luo Hai's cultivation was higher than hers, but also because this was Green Mountain Star, Luo Hai's territory. No one would be stupid enough to oppose the Star Master of a cultivation star. To put it bluntly, even if a top third-order origin king cultivator came here, they would not necessarily be able to kill Luo Hai on Green Mountain Star. Here, Luo Hai was the master. When Luo Hai broke through to the third-order origin king realm, any master who came to Green Mountain Star would have to act according to his mood, and Luo Hai, who had refined the star's source, definitely had the potential to do so. Therefore, the origin king realm masters who came here, while being wary of Luo Hai, all spoke with a flattering tone. "There's nothing extraordinary about his performance," Luo Hai smiled faintly. "It's just that this king hasn't seen such an interesting little brat for a long time and was a little curious. And, he seems to have rushed into a whirlpool within the territory of Green Mountain Star, but this king is unable to investigate the specific situation. After all, that is the blood prison. Even if this king is the Star Master of Green Mountain Star, his divine sense is greatly restricted there. He rushed into a whirlpool within the territory of Green Mountain Star." The old woman sighed slightly. "It looks like he's dead. There are always some people in this world who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. This kind of person should be taught a lesson. Forget it, there's no need to pay attention to him. He won't be able to live much longer. Let's wait a few days and see if there are any good seedlings who come out alive. And, it happens once every 1,000 years. Didn't we all come to Green Mountain Star for that day?" Hearing this, Luo Hai smiled and said, "Everyone, this king knows your purpose for coming here, but please allow this king to remind you that if you see any good seedlings, do not force them. Everything is up to their own free will. As the Star Master of Green Mountain Star, this king has an obligation and responsibility to protect these little ones and ensure they receive fair treatment. Brother Luo Hai is too polite. After so many years, when have we ever forced anyone? Of course, it's all up to them, the beautiful woman pursed her lips and smiled tenderly. I don't want them, this old master came here just to buy territory stones. Heh, those little guys can go grab them themselves. A white-haired old man chuckled meaningfully before saying with some unwillingness, if it weren't for Brother Luo Hai forbidding me, this old master would have personally gone to the blood prison to look for territory stones. Brother Zhou is mistaken. Luo Hai shook his head, it's not that this king forbids you, it's just that this blood prison has a barrier placed down by the previous Star Master of Green Mountain Star before his death, preventing any origin king from entering. Even though this king has become the new Star Master of Green Mountain Star, he cannot remove this barrier. Perhaps in a few thousand years, when this king's strength breaks through to the Third Order Origin King realm, he will be able to ignore this barrier. The previous Star Master placed a barrier? Everyone was shocked, as if they had never heard of such a thing before. And this king has never publicized this matter, but it is a fact. Otherwise, why do you think no one left the blood prison after the Great War 10,000 years ago? Is it the restriction of that layer of restriction? Someone revealed a thoughtful expression. That barrier was placed using the source strength of Green Mountain Star, and not only did it prevent origin kings from entering, it also prevented them from leaving, Luo Hai gently nodded. No wonder more than 20 masters with similar cultivation to us didn't come out alive. So it was for this reason, the man who asked suddenly realized. There were many doubts about the Great War 10,000 years ago, but the biggest one was that no one survived. Even if that battle was unprecedented and there were a huge number of origin kings involved, it was reasonable to say that it was impossible for all of them to be wiped out. At the very least, there should have been a few survivors. But in fact, the history books recorded that no one had survived. Now, after listening to Luo Hai's explanation, everyone understood. Green Mountain Star's source strength had been used to place this barrier, and without the Star Master lifting it, the other origin kings were indeed unable to leave. The final result may have been that the previous Star Master was heavily outnumbered and dragged his enemies down with him. After learning the truth about the birth of the blood prison, everyone fell silent for a while. The sun set and the moon rose, and 3 days passed in a flash. Luo Hai suddenly let out a soft cry as his face filled with surprise. Master Luo Hai, what interesting thing did you find? The old woman frowned and asked. Interesting, very interesting indeed. Luo Hai raised his brow, his face filled with surprise as he quickly said, that little guy actually walked out of the vortex in his territory. What? The old woman was shocked. Brother Luo Hai, are you talking about that little second-order origin returning realm brat? The beautiful woman was also shocked. This is really interesting. How did he survive? Luo Hai asked suspiciously. Even though he was the Star Master of Green Mountain Star, he could not explore the situation inside the blood prison clearly, so he was very surprised that Yang Kai was able to survive. Could it be that the vortex in his territory was very weak? Someone speculated, there are countless vortexes in the blood prison, some of them not even worth mentioning. What he encountered should have been one of those vortexes, right? Impossible. Before him, a third-order origin returning realm master died in that vortex in his territory, so this vortex was definitely not weak. Luo Hai slowly shook his head, denying the man's guess. Chapter 1593. When they learned that a second-order origin returning realm cultivator was actually able to walk out of the vortex in their territory safely, the origin king realm masters in the stone pavilion suddenly burst into an uproar. They instantly saw the unimaginable potential of this origin returning realm cultivator. Heh, this old woman has reserved this little guy for Sword Union, the old woman chuckled. If he can walk out of the blood prison alive, this old woman will immediately take him back to Sword Union's home star and vigorously cultivate him. Senior Sister Lei, have you not woken up yet? A middle-aged man dressed like a scholar sneered, you've reserved him with just a few words, shouldn't you ask your friends here first? My Hengluo Chamber of Commerce doesn't want to give up such a good seedling. My purple star also wants him, the beautiful woman interjected. This old woman doesn't care. If he can really come out alive, this old woman only wants him, the rest is up to you, the old woman said firmly, taking advantage of her seniority. Senior Sister Lei, you can't decide on this matter. Not to mention where he came from or whether he has a great backer behind him, even if he doesn't, Senior Sister Lei, are you sure he will follow you? Perhaps he is more optimistic about our Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. After all, in Star Territory, Hengluo Chamber of Commerce is more famous than Sword Union. The middle-aged man was not to be outdone and sneered. In terms of fame, our three forces aren't much different, right? The beautiful woman pursed her lips and smiled tenderly, a look of disagreement on her face. Maybe he will like Purple Star more. Old O coldly snorted and said with an unkind expression, you too, do you really want to compete with this old woman for this little guy? It's not that we want to compete with you, Senior Sister Lei, you're being too presumptuous. The middle-aged man slowly shook his head. Enough. Stop arguing. Luo Hai frowned and interrupted the quarrel between the three. Whether that little guy can come out alive or not is still unknown, so what are you three arguing about? Maybe he was just lucky this time, and that's why he was able to escape the domain whirlpool. Maybe he won't be able to hold on until the end. If he really dies in there, and you guys are making a ruckus here, won't others see you as a joke? Hearing Luo Hai's words, the three of them were still a little hesitant. Hearing this, they all nodded. The old woman said, Master Luo Hai. Then I'll have to trouble you to pay more attention to this little fellow's movements. If he really dies in there, please inform us so that we don't have any expectations. This king will do his best, Luo Hai gently nodded. Many thanks, Master Luo Hai, the old woman quickly thanked him. The stone pavilion regained its tranquility. Within the blood prison, Yang Kai picked up the space ring on the ground. His own power shrouded his body. He quickly walked forward. The terrifying whirlpool in the territory couldn't stop him at all. He swept through everything like a hot knife through butter. Yang Kai easily left the area enveloped by the whirlpool within the territory. After a few days of confrontation and comprehension, Yang Kai felt that his Shi had clearly grown. His understanding and control of Shi had also deepened. This was a reward that could not be obtained through meditation. The blood prison is really a good place. Standing in place, Yang Kai swept Su Ding Yang's space ring with his divine sense before silently putting it away. There was nothing good in Su Ding Yang's space ring that made Yang Kai's eyes light up. Although Su Ding Yang's wealth was astonishing compared to that of an origin-returning realm master, Yang Kai's vision was very high and naturally wouldn't be moved by his wealth. As for Su Ding Yang's request before his death, Yang Kai didn't care. He and Yang Kai had met by chance and had no friendship, nor had he ever agreed to his request. Of course, Yang Kai wouldn't go to Scarlet Wave Star to inform Blue Feather Sect for a stranger. If fate wills it, we'll talk about it later. Looking up and identifying the direction, Yang Kai walked forward. The blood prison was different from the places Yang Kai had gone to in the past. Whether it was the Lu Yen Desert on Shadowed Star or the Emperor Garden in the Great Emperor's courtyards, the space inside was extremely wide and there were many restrictions, so even if many people entered, they rarely had the opportunity to meet. But the blood prison was different. Although the blood prison covered a very large area, because it had existed for tens of thousands of years and was famous enough to attract countless third-order origin returning realm masters from all over the Star Territory, Yang Kai often encountered strangers along the way. Most people didn't like looking for trouble, so when they noticed the aura of strangers, they would take the initiative to avoid conflict. However, when they noticed that Yang Kai was only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, they all showed looks of shock before quickly turning to despise him, casting sympathetic looks towards Yang Kai's position, as if he would immediately die. Yang Kai naturally didn't pay attention to them. He had encountered several life-or-death battles between cultivators. The great forces in the Star Territory weren't harmonious either. Many of them had their own conflicts and grievances, so now that they met in the Blood Prison, it was natural for them to start fighting. Yang Kai didn't get involved in any of this and instead just searched for the vortexes in his territory, hoping to obtain greater benefits from them and improve his comprehension of Shi. His cautiousness brought him peace. Since entering the Blood Prison half a month ago, Yang Kai hadn't had any conflicts with anyone. He had encountered 3 powerful vortexes in his territory, risking his life to enter them, and in the end, emerged safely from each of them with great gains. Yang Kai's Shi was growing at a terrifying speed, having already surpassed the minor accomplishment realm and was moving towards the grand accomplishment realm. However, to his disappointment, he couldn't find the specialty of the Blood Prison, the Territory Stone. The birth of the Territory Stone was inseparable from the existence of a territory. The remnant power of a territory that had existed in the Blood Prison for countless years had been absorbed by some peculiar jade in the Blood Prison, and after countless years of evolution, it had formed the special Territory Stone. Therefore, the Territory Stone generally existed in the vortexes in a territory, and if one wanted to obtain a Territory Stone, they had to break into a territory vortex. Therefore, where there was a Territory Stone, there must be a territory vortex. Yang Kai felt that his luck wasn't very good. On this day, while he was searching for a territory vortex, he suddenly heard a piercing sound coming from afar. Yang Kai frowned and immediately knew that he had encountered a fight again. Yang Kai instinctively wanted to avoid it, but when he swept his divine sense in that direction, he suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise and paused in place, staring in that direction suspiciously. He noticed that the life aura over there was somewhat familiar. The cultivator who was rushing over obviously noticed the existence of Yang Kai and immediately increased its speed a lot, rushing straight towards him. After a short while, a rainbow light appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes, and in less than 10 breaths of time, the rainbow light flew in front of Yang Kai, revealing a graceful but embarrassed figure. "It's you?" Yang Kai frowned and showed a look of surprise. She was actually Xiaofan from Furious Crab Territory, who had set off from Monster Star with him. At this moment, her aura was chaotic and there seemed to be some injuries on her body. Her green dress was dyed red, and it was unknown whether it was her own blood or the enemy's. After landing in front of Yang Kai, she gasped for breath, her full breasts heaving up and down exaggeratedly as she looked at Yang Kai with a complicated gaze. She didn't seem to expect that the one standing here was actually a human she had only met once. She just felt that the aura here was a little familiar and wanted to ask for help. "You look embarrassed, are you injured?" Yang Kai looked her up and down. "Don't make sarcastic remarks, I'm being chased," Xiaofan replied coldly, her attitude not very enthusiastic. "Help me." Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked behind her, where 2 figures were rushing over with murderous intent. "Why, it's none of my business." Yang Kai frowned. If he had known it was Xiaofan who was coming, he would have fled long ago. A trace of helplessness flashed across Xiaofan's beautiful eyes as she bit her red lips and said, "Whether you believe it or not, I have a good relationship with little sister Qing Luo." "That's none of my business," Yang Kai chuckled lightly. Did she think he would help her just because she mentioned Shan Qing Luo? Shaking his head, Yang Kai said, "You're mistaken, I'm just a second-order origin returning realm cultivator. You'd better run away quickly, those 2 will catch up soon. If you don't leave now, I'm afraid it'll be too late. A second-order cultivator like you can't be taken lightly. I know what you did in the palace. You defeated Shuel Yen, you're not weaker than us." Xiaofan was obviously unwilling to give up on the reinforcements in front of her. Yang Kai still shook his head. "Girl, your current situation isn't so serious. With your strength, even if you can't beat those 2, running away shouldn't be a problem. Why must you drag me down with you?" It was precisely because he saw this point that he didn't want to intervene. Xiaofan's insistence made him feel somewhat repulsed, as if he was being used. Of course, running away isn't a problem, Xiaofan replied proudly. The Snow Falcon proudly replied, but have you ever thought about this? I am a monster race. If I brazenly flee in the blood prison like this, once other human race experts notice me, won't they chase me down and intercept me? Running away will only make my situation worse. That's true, Yang Kai was stunned, not having considered this point. Help me kill one of them, I'll take care of the other myself. Xiaofan stared straight at Yang Kai and quickly said, I'll owe you a favor. A favor is fine, but what kind of tangible benefits do you have? Yang Kai asked casually, looking her up and down, his eyes pausing on her full breasts for a moment. A trace of disgust immediately flashed across Xiaofan's beautiful eyes as she leaned over and asked lightly, what benefits do you want? It's not what I want, it's what you have. Yang Kai raised his brow. Xiaofan's brow furrowed as a trace of hesitation flashed across her pretty face. Seeing the two pursuers getting closer and closer, she grit her teeth and said, I found a territory stone but didn't have time to take it. I can take you there. A territory stone? Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he immediately nodded, deal. Seeing this greedy look on his face, the disgust in Xiaofan's eyes became even stronger. She really couldn't understand why such a proud and arrogant girl like Shan Qingluo would have such a soft spot for such a man. After going back this time, it seemed she would have to persuade her sister Qingluo to interact less with such a man, lest he hinder her future. Chapter 1594. Just as Xiaofan's thoughts were running wild, the two people chasing her suddenly landed a few dozen meters in front of her. One was a man and one was a woman. The man had fair skin and oily hair, but the powerful aura radiating from him was not to be underestimated. The woman was dressed coquettishly, wearing heavy makeup and revealing clothes that exposed her snow-white thighs and arms, attracting the eyes of the man. Her pair of peach blossom eyes were filled with lust, giving her a seductive appearance. Landing on the ground, the woman glanced at Yang Kai and her beautiful eyes lit up, showing a look of interest as she giggled and said to the man next to her, Brother, this guy's figure is very good. Does junior sister like him? The man didn't seem to care at all and instead looked at Yang Kai with interest before nodding, his figure is really good, he's really your type. Saying so, in front of Yang Kai and Xiaofan, he pinched the seductive woman's buttocks and grinned wickedly, Junior sister, are you tempted? Brother. The woman hesitated for a moment before her pretty face became flushed, Junior sister and the other men are just playing around with you, Junior sister is truly in love. Brother knows, the man grinned meaningfully. Yang Kai and Xiaofan were dumbfounded as they watched this scene. Although Xiaofan was from the monster race and had inherited some of their bold and unrestrained nature, she really couldn't stand such a scene, and the lewd atmosphere exuding from the words of this man and woman made her want to vomit. He's not a good thing. Yang Kai glanced at Xiaofan and frowned, is this guy chasing after you because of your beauty? Xiaofan heard this. Glaring fiercely at Yang Kai, she ground her teeth and said, enough with your sarcasm. Yang Kai chuckled meaningfully. Seeing them acting so fearless and indifferent, the man and woman chasing them were a little surprised. The man took a serious look at Yang Kai and couldn't help sneering, a second-order origin returning realm boy actually dares to come to the blood prison? This is quite interesting, junior sister, this guy's courage is quite big. I like bold men. The seductive woman stuck out her tongue and licked her red lips, a look of interest on Yang Kai's face. The expression on her face became more and more amorous. As she swayed her waist, her curves were even more captivating. Good, then this man is yours, the man nodded, pointing to Xiaofan, this dragon lady is mine. Senior brother has lived for so many years. He had never played with such a high-level demon before. And I'm sure I'll enjoy myself. Demoness, did you come all the way here hoping that this guy would save your life? I advise you to surrender obediently without a fight. As long as you cooperate, I won't make things too difficult for you. Instead, I'll make you happy. What do you think? He asked casually, as if he was certain Xiaofan and Yang Kai would win. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory, Xiaofan coldly snorted and shouted, I'll leave this woman to you, this man is mine. Can we exchange? I don't like to kill women. Yang Kai looked at her, but before he could finish his words, Xiaofan had already rushed out, her monster qi surging fiercely and enveloping the man in a gust of wind. In an instant, Xiaofan and the man exchanged blows, leaving Yang Kai and the seductive woman staring at each other. Little brother, did you just say you wanted to kill me? The seductive woman didn't seem to be worried about her brother and instead looked at Yang Kai with interest. Yang Kai grinned, how could I be willing to kill a woman like you? The woman was startled for a moment before giggling, looking at Yang Kai charmingly and saying, since you're unwilling, how about we find a place to talk? Little brother looks so young, elder sister can't bear to embarrass you. Her breath smelled like orchids, and a sweet scent suddenly filled the air, lingering at the tip of Yang Kai's nose. This sweet scent was like an invisible hand, teasing the depths of Yang Kai's heart, causing his blood to boil and his heartbeat to accelerate. As she spoke, she stretched out a jade-white hand and stroked Yang Kai's cheek, her eyes soft and gentle, her movements gentle, as if she could make all men in the world let down their guard and let her do as she pleased. Okay. Yang Kai smiled brightly, not waiting for her jade-like hand to touch him, his eyes suddenly filled with a cold light as he reached out to grab her wrist. Caught off guard, the woman's wrist was caught by Yang Kai. The seductive woman's beautiful face changed slightly, and she couldn't help crying out, staring at Yang Kai with an aggrieved expression, little brother, you're hurting me. Saying so, her white arm shook slightly. Her white arm shook like a snake, as if it was boneless, trying to break free from Kai Yang's control. Yang Kai grinned fiercely as he grabbed her wrist and dragged her towards him. Realizing that she couldn't resist such a violent force, the woman's face finally changed, and her other hand, which was not under her control, suddenly took out a few thin needles and threw them into Yang Kai's arms, mercilessly stabbing towards Yang Kai's waist and abdomen. Yang Kai and the woman's skin were pressed together, and the woman's breathing suddenly became heavy as her beautiful eyes filled with tears. Gently blowing towards Yang Kai, she giggled and said, this 7 emotions and 6 desires needle is elder sister's exclusive artifact. Little brother, if you're obedient, elder sister will definitely satisfy you. This is called the 7 emotions and 6 desires needle? Yang Kai grinned, it's not very good, it can't arouse anyone's interest at all. The charming woman's smile immediately stiffened on her face as she looked down and was surprised to find that on Yang Kai's waist and abdomen, at some unknown point, a layer of purple fluorescent light had appeared. Her artifact was actually blocked by this layer of purple fluorescent light, unable to pierce through it all. Immediately shouting, the woman's figure flickered as she pushed her Saint Chi and sent a palm towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai coldly snorted, his fist burning with black demonic flames as he punched towards the woman's jade palm. Hong, with a loud bang, the 2 Saint Chis collided, and the woman's jade palm was unable to resist Yang Kai's violent power and was directly knocked back, her hand landing on her towering chest, the sound of bones breaking resounding from her chest. With a scream, the woman's tender body flew high into the air like a broken kite. The black demonic flames burned the clothes on her chest, revealing her seductive white skin, but this seductive beauty that men were infatuated with was quickly scorched black. Crimson blood dripped down her chest and flowed down her thighs, forming a stark contrast with her white skin, giving off a seductive sense of beauty. The woman staggered as she desperately pushed her Saint Chi, finally managing to stabilize her body. Standing mid-air, she looked down at her chest and her face immediately twisted as she glared at Yang Kai viciously and screamed, I'll kill you. Yang Kai's expression became cold as a golden light flashed in front of him and two golden blood threads appeared. With a single thought, the two golden blood threads immediately transformed into arrows and shot towards the woman without mercy. The woman was shocked. She had never expected that this second-order origin returning realm man would be so powerful. She had thought that she could easily deal with him, that he would definitely prostrate himself before her and allow her to do as she pleased. It wasn't until this moment that she realized how wrong she had been. This second-order man was no worse than any third-order master, in fact, he might even be stronger. As the two golden lights closed in on her, the woman didn't dare to neglect, and with a shake of her tender body, a light blue artifact armor immediately appeared and wrapped around her tender body. At the same time, she waved her hand and sent out a series of needle-shaped artifacts that were almost imperceptible to the naked eye. With a series of clanging sounds, the two golden blood threads were stopped mid-air. But before the woman could breathe a sigh of relief, the two golden blood threads twisted and transformed into two huge golden and red monster beasts with wings on their backs. Thunder flame flying lizards. The woman's expression was dull as she was completely unable to comprehend the mysteries of this secret technique. The two huge thunder flame flying lizards rushed towards her from both sides, opening their bloody mouths as if they were trying to swallow her whole. The woman's expression was one of panic as her beautiful eyes filled with panic and her tender body couldn't help trembling. Before she could use any kind of secret technique, the huge claws of the thunder flame flying lizards had already arrived in front of her. With a muffled bang, the woman was immediately sent flying as the other thunder flame flying lizard bit down on her. The light blue artifact armor flickered as it resisted the terrifying bite of the thunder flame flying lizards. Yang Kai flew up, and under the woman's desperate gaze, a short arrow-like artifact suddenly appeared in his hand. Feather Spirit Arrow. After being fully charged, this strange artifact could be used twice. Its lethality was so great that even a third-order origin returning realm cultivator could not ignore it. With a slight flick of his wrist, Yang Kai fired an energy arrow towards the woman. The aura of death rushed towards her as the woman cried out in alarm, "Brother, save me!" The cry for help came to an abrupt end. The Feather Spirit Arrow had directly destroyed the defensive armor on her body, shattering it into pieces. Without the protection of the armor, the Thunder Flame Flying Lizard had bitten the woman in two. Her physique was not fragile, but it was still unable to resist the Thunder Flame Flying Lizards. Her body fell from the sky as the smell of blood filled the air. The two thunder flame flying lizards twisted again and transformed back into golden blood threads before flying back into Yang Kai's body. Standing in place, Yang Kai pondered for a moment before showing a satisfied look. Last time in Shimmering Moon City, Yang Kai had killed Meteon's two chariot monster beast and used his golden blood threads to absorb the blood essence of the thunder flame flying lizards and refine them into blood beasts. This was the first time he had used them in battle. The power was truly extraordinary. What was most commendable was that once they were refined into blood beasts, there was no need for Yang Kai to control them as they had the ability to fight on their own. This made Yang Kai very satisfied. Turning his gaze to the other battlefield, Yang Kai watched for a while before relaxing. The arrogant man from before seemed to be no match for Xiaofan at all, as the demonic qi on the other side completely suppressed his aura, allowing Xiaofan to occupy the absolute upper hand. Chapter 1595. It wasn't that the man's strength was inferior to Xiaofan's, but in a one-on-one fight, the two were actually on par. Even if Xiaofan was stronger, she wouldn't be able to kill her opponent on her own. However, Yang Kai's lightning-fast battle had greatly shocked the man. The seductive woman's screams and cries for help before she died had disturbed his concentration, making it impossible for him to face the enemy with his full strength. What's more, Yang Kai was still standing not far away, glaring at him, causing the man to become more and more uneasy. He couldn't understand how his junior sister had died in just a few breaths of time. He was well aware of his junior sister's strength, which was similar to his own, so how could she have died at the hands of a second-order origin returning realm cultivator in such a short time? He was completely shocked and had no idea what had happened between his junior sister and this young man. The fear of the unknown made him lose his ability to fight, so how could he display his full strength? Xiaofan naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity and vented all her anger from being chased all the way here, using all kinds of artifacts and secret techniques unique to the monster race to the fullest. The man was completely suppressed, and the battle became one-sided. Obviously, he didn't want to sit still and wait for death. He hurriedly bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence to cast a powerful secret technique, blocking the snow falcon for a moment. Then, his figure turned into an afterimage and suddenly disappeared. He decided to retreat, not daring to continue entangling with Xiaofan. Before leaving though, he glanced over at Yang Kai and found that this unfathomable young man was just standing in place, seemingly having no intention of stopping him, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Just when he thought he had escaped death, the space around him suddenly became viscous. His figure came to a halt involuntarily as his eyes shrank and he shouted in horror, "Sure." He was also a third-order origin returning realm master, so he naturally knew the mysteries and effects of Sure, so he stepped into this viscous space. He knew he had fallen into a powerful Sure. The power of this Sure was much thicker than his own, so powerful that it made him tremble. Moreover, this Sure seemed to be mixed with some other strange force. Not daring to be careless, he hurriedly released his own force to resist it, but it was only able to recover a little of his freedom. It was impossible to escape from this situation in a short period of time. A silhouette entered his eyes. He raised his head and exclaimed, "How could you be here?" At this moment, he was shocked to find that Yang Kai, who was supposed to be watching the battle from afar, was actually standing not far from him. However, he didn't notice the other party's movements at all. "Why can't I be here?" Yang Kai grinned and gradually increased the power of his Sure. The man who fell into it was immediately drenched in sweat, and it was difficult for him to move. Chi-chi, soft sounds came from all directions. The man looked around and found that the space around him seemed to be collapsing. Strange, pitch-black cracks the size of a cow's hair appeared one after another. Disappear, his liver and gall were torn apart. He never knew that someone's potential could cause such an unimaginable effect on space. At this moment, he finally understood that it was not an accident that his junior sister died so quickly. This second-order origin returning realm young man was his most terrifying enemy. Without giving the man a chance to resist, Yang Kai flicked his fingers and sent out a dozen pitch-black space blades one after another. These space blades easily shattered the man's Saint Chi and defensive artifact before cutting his body into several pieces and banishing most of his flesh and blood into the void. The man fell to the ground with a loud bang, his body scattered across the ground. Xiaofan's beautiful eyes trembled as she watched all this, her tender body shivering slightly. Although she also knew that Yang Kai killing this man was a bit of a sneak attack, there was no doubt about his strength. No wonder Xiaofan was taught a lesson, and no wonder Mi Tian was so wary of him. There was a reason for all of this. Judging from his performance just now, when he dealt with Mi Tian and Xiaofan, he should not have used his full strength, otherwise, how could those two still be alive? Xiaofan had always thought so. In the origin returning realm, Xiaofan and Mi Tian were already strong enough, and both of them were existences she admired greatly, but today, she realized she had been a frog in a well. An origin returning realm master could be even stronger. The arrogance and disdain in her eyes quickly converged as she began to re-examine Yang Kai. Perhaps little sister Qing Luo's choice was not wrong. She thought so in her heart. Yang Kai looked towards her, but Xiaofan hurriedly looked away, not daring to meet his eyes. She did not know why she was doing this, but deep down, there was a trace of fear towards this young man. He could easily kill the two people who chased after him in a very short period of time, so he could also kill her without any effort. Xiaofan's figure flickered as she picked up the space rings of the two dead men, walked over to Yang Kai, and handed them to him. "Thank you." Yang Kai chuckled lightly and did not refuse, putting away the two space rings without even looking at them. After pondering for a moment, he asked, "Where is the domain stone you mentioned?" "I'll take you there." Xiaofan volunteered, using her movement skill to fly off in a certain direction. "How are your injuries?" Yang Kai followed behind her and asked casually. "Minor injuries, nothing serious," Xiaofan replied faintly. Yang Kai did not say anything else and simply followed her through the blood prison. The place where Xiaofan found the territory stone was not too far from the previous location and would only take about an hour to arrive. "There's one thing I have to tell you." Halfway there, Xiaofan's beautiful eyes flickered, as if she had a guilty conscience. "What is it?" Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. "In fact, the two people you killed had companions." Xiaofan turned to look at Yang Kai. "Where?" Yang Kai was stunned. "Near the territory stone." Xiaofan became even more uneasy as she gritted her teeth and told the truth. "I found a few territory stones earlier and wanted to go in and take them, but I ran into those guys. There were 5 of them in total and they seemed to be from the same cultivation star. 2 of them chased after me while the other 3 stayed behind. I don't know if they have succeeded or not, but if they have, that's good, we can just snatch them." Yang Kai grinned. Xiaofan frowned slightly as she looked at him seriously. "Aren't you angry? I didn't tell you the truth before, I lied to you." "A little," Yang Kai gently nodded. Xiaofan's expression changed slightly. "But it doesn't matter to me, so I won't bother arguing about it." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Continue leading the way." "Good," Xiaofan breathed a sigh of relief, finally feeling relieved. After a while, Yang Kai raised his brow and showed a look of joy as he asked, "It's up ahead, right? I can feel the fluctuations of the territory field." Xiaofan nodded and sped up a lot. Soon, Yang Kai and Xiaofan arrived in front of a territory whirlpool. This territory whirlpool covered an area of about 2,000 meters in radius and gave off terrifying energy fluctuations. At the center of the territory whirlpool were several fist-sized stones that gave off an inexplicable luster. Territory stones. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he stared at the territory stones with scorching eyes. This was the first time he had seen a territory stone, so he was naturally curious, but because of the territory whirlpool, he could not release his divine sense to investigate carefully, so he did not know how many territory stones there were. However, it was undeniable that any territory stone was extremely valuable. If taken out, one could exchange for many precious cultivation resources or absorb the power of a territory stone to comprehend the mysteries of the territory. Within this 2,000-meter radius, there were 3 people, each occupying a different position, sitting cross-legged. Judging from their postures, they seemed to be comprehending the mysteries of the territory whirlpool and preparing to rush in and take away the territory stones. The great value of a territory stone was not only due to the mysteries of the territory it contained, but also because of the risks involved in obtaining it. The rarer something was, the more valuable it was, and this was vividly reflected in the territory stones. Territory stones were only born in the territory whirlpool, and if one wanted to obtain a territory stone, they must first comprehend the mysteries of the territory whirlpool in order to reach its depths and safely take away a territory stone. Countless third-order origin returning realm masters had fallen in the territory whirlpool, and their lives and blood endowed the territory stones with supreme value. In order to obtain a territory stone, some people may have to give up their lives. However, the territory whirlpool in front of him actually produced several territory stones, which naturally attracted Yang Kai's interest. Yang Kai just casually glanced at the 3 strangers who had already entered the territory whirlpool and no longer paid them any attention. The territory whirlpool in front of him gave him a feeling that it was neither strong nor weak, only slightly weaker than the one that had strangled Su Dingyang. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for those three to remain inside safely. The arrival of Yang Kai and Xue Sun naturally alarmed the three people who were sitting cross-legged in meditation inside the territory whirlpool. These three opened their eyes and swept their gazes over Yang Kai and Xue Sun. One of the white-haired old men couldn't help calling out in surprise, "Dragon Lady, how are you still alive?" Xue Sun coldly snorted, "Old dog, did I disappoint you by being alive? Where are brotherly and senior sister?" Another one-eyed man with a ferocious expression frowned and asked coldly. Xue Sun sneered, "Since I came back alive, what do you think happened to them?" "Impossible." The one-eyed man's expression changed as he understood the meaning of Xue Sun's words, a look of disbelief appearing on his face. "That's right, Dragon Lady, you think you have the ability to kill brotherly and his brother and sister? You overestimate yourself," the third man sneered, obviously thinking Xue Sun was talking nonsense. "Believe it or not, it's up to you." Xue Sun didn't want to explain any further, simply grit her teeth and declared, "Those two are dead, it will be your turn next." The white-haired old man was startled, and then he burst into laughter. "Demon girl, you're so arrogant, and your tone is even bigger than the sky. Good, good, good. I'm currently in the domain vortex, and it's inconvenient for me to move. So, I'll let you make irresponsible remarks. If you really have the ability, then I'll have a good fight with you after I get out of here." Chapter 1596. Saying so, the white-haired old man turned to look at Yang Kai curiously and chuckled, "Little brother, are you a human? Why are you fighting the Dragon Lady in such a sorry state?" "Sorry state?" Yang Kai frowned, "Old sir, aren't you exaggerating a bit?" The old man shook his head. "Humans are humans, and demons are demons. Humans hunt demons, and demons hunt humans. The two races have always been at odds with each other. Now that you've attached yourself to a demoness, if this isn't a sorry state, what is?" He subconsciously thought that Xue Sun, who had a stronger cultivation, had taken the lead and that Yang Kai was following her orders. "This old master wants to ask you, this dragon lady said that brotherly and sister have fallen, is that true?" The old man's expression suddenly became serious as he asked Yang Kai in a low voice. "Yes, I saw them die with my own eyes," Yang Kai gently nodded. "You were involved?" The old man narrowed his eyes, a murderous intent filling them. "Yes." "Why?" "Seeing injustice on the road, I drew my sword to help." Yang Kai replied in a deep voice. Hearing this, Xue Sun curled her lips slightly. "Good, good, good." The old man nodded again and again, his tone extremely cold, "Daring to admit what you did, young man, your courage is not small. This old master will remember your face, remember this, the blood prison will be your burial place." Yang Kai smiled brightly, "Old sir, before you speak big words, you should consider whether you have enough weight, be careful not to cut your tongue." The old man sneered, "Whether I have enough weight or not, this old master is clear in his heart, this old master won't argue with you now, let this old master take this territory stone first." "Territory stone?" Yang Kai raised his brow and said in an arrogant tone, "The territory stone is mine. Don't even think about getting it." The old man was stunned, the other two were also stunned, but soon they all burst into laughter. The one-eyed man sneered, "A brat who hasn't even grown out his hair wants to obtain the territory stone? You should quickly go back and cultivate for a few more years to improve your cultivation. Young people these days really don't know what they're talking about, daring to come to the blood prison as a second-order origin returning realm cultivator. You idiots, I'm too lazy to argue with you. I'm going to get the territory stone for sure." Yang Kai curled his lips in disdain. He stepped into the whirlpool within his territory. "Be careful." Xiaofan's expression changed. He hurriedly reminded him. She had experienced the terrifying power of this vortex before and knew very well how powerful it was. The white-haired old man and the other two also looked over in shock. They didn't expect Yang Kai to rush into the whirlpool in their territory. Was he looking for death? The old man couldn't help but sneer. There was a playful smile on his face. They were waiting for the show to begin. He thought that Yang Kai would definitely be killed by the vortex in his territory. But in the next moment, the old man's smile stiffened on his face. The whirlpool in his territory that he and his companions were so afraid of failed to stop Yang Kai in the slightest as the arrogant young man strode forward. Step by step, Yang Kai walked inside, completely ignoring the whirlpool in his territory. The old man couldn't help sucking in a cold breath as his eyes glazed over, paying more and more attention to Yang Kai's movements. He could clearly see that Yang Kai's Shi was not inferior to his, in fact, it was much stronger. The invisible Shi was like a perfect armor, protecting Yang Kai from all sides, allowing him to walk inside unimpeded. Fortunately, this situation didn't last long. The young man only walked 200 meters before his speed slowed down, and after another 10 meters, his figure came to a halt. Yang Kai closed his eyes and began perceiving the mysterious fluctuations around him, comprehending the mysteries of his territory. Seeing this scene, the old man finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Yang Kai really walked to the center step by step without stopping to take the territory stone, he would probably vomit blood. Fortunately, although this kid was a little strange, he didn't really ignore the whirlpool in his territory. He also had to comprehend the mysteries in it before he could walk to the deepest part. He still had a chance. The old man's eyes burst with light as he suddenly got up, ignoring the huge burden on his body, and moved forward a distance. Seeing this, the other two also didn't want to be outdone and also moved forward a distance. The closer to the center of the whirlpool in the territory, the stronger the power, and the greater the pressure on the cultivator. If they couldn't resist, the final result would be to be killed by the territory. Therefore, when the cultivator was comprehending the mysteries in the whirlpool in the territory, they would generally act according to their ability and not be greedy. Otherwise, they would be courting death. Before Yang Kai's arrival, the old man and the other two were prepared to advance to the center step by step and slowly walk to the territory stone. They also had this confidence. However, Yang Kai's arrival and strange behavior made them feel the danger. They realized that if they didn't speed up, the territory stone would be handed over to someone else. The surrounding territory of the chaotic territory made it so that no one dared to make a move on others. Otherwise, it was very likely that it would cause a backlash and they would be asking for trouble. If not for this, the old man and the other two would have joined forces to kill Yang Kai first. The battle now was about who could walk to the center of the whirlpool and take the territory stone first. With the treasure in front of them, no one would show weakness. Outside the whirlpool, Xiaofan's beautiful eyes glowed as she stared at Yang Kai's back. She was greatly shocked. This guy didn't stop at all and directly walked to within 300 feet of the whirlpool in the territory. Every step Yang Kai took was like a 10,000-kilogram sledgehammer that smashed into Xiaofan's heart, making it difficult for her to breathe. She was sent by Fierce Crab Tribal Lord to participate in the Blood Prison trial, which meant that she was the strongest origin returning realm master in Fierce Crab territory. The importance of Fierce Crab Tribal Lord and the respect and admiration of those in the same realm gave her the capital to be proud of herself. She had never taken other origin returning realm masters seriously. But today, she finally put away her arrogant thoughts. Yang Kai's performance made her realize that she was still not good enough as an origin returning realm master. In this realm, there was still someone who looked down on her. Gritting her teeth, Xiaofan also pushed her Shi and stepped into the whirlpool in the territory. As soon as she entered, Xiaofan's tender body trembled slightly. All around her, an invisible and terrifying pressure forced her monster chi to circulate madly, forcing her to resist it. She struggled to take a step forward, following Yang Kai's footsteps step by step. After less than 5 meters into the whirlpool, Xiaofan was unable to move. Looking up at Yang Kai, Xiaofan suddenly discovered that in this extremely short period of time, this guy had actually moved forward again. How did he do it? Xiaofan couldn't understand. After spending less than half a day with Yang Kai, her pride and self-confidence had been completely shattered. She found that she couldn't compare with this human at all. Xiaofan and Mi Tian were also no match. On Monster Star. All the tribal lord level masters present. Their evaluation of Xiaofan and Mi Tian was extremely high, believing that these two rookies were likely to break through to the Origin King realm and become tribal lord level existences. If Xiaofan and Mi Tian had a great chance of breaking through to the Origin King realm, then Xiaofan was certain. Yang Kai could definitely break through to the Origin King realm. Just based on his current excellent performance. This showed that his control over Shi had reached a level that made all Origin returning realm masters feel inferior. He may have also comprehended the mysteries of the tribal territory. For the first time, Xiaofan felt awe towards another Origin returning realm master. The figure in front of her was like an unattainable mountain. She could only look up to him. Impossible, this is impossible. The one-eyed man's shout reached everyone's ears as he stared in the direction of Yang Kai with trembling eyes, watching him walk towards the center of the whirlpool step by step as if he was walking on flat ground. Even if he paused occasionally, it wouldn't take long for him to take another step. The powerful tribal territory vortex seemed unable to stop him at all. The one-eyed man's eyes were blank and his face was dull, shocked by Yang Kai's actions. Calm down. The white-haired old man suddenly shouted, "This little brat is indeed a bit strange, but we started earlier than him. He is still behind us in terms of distance, so we may have a chance. In any case, we can't let this little brat succeed." Hearing this, the one-eyed man seemed to recover, took a deep breath, and nodded heavily, "I understand." "Is that so?" Yang Kai suddenly grinned and glanced over at the white-haired old man. "Am I behind you in terms of distance? Take a look again and calculate it carefully." As soon as these words fell, Yang Kai, who had been standing in place for a long time, suddenly stepped forward lightly. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, without any intention of stopping, Yang Kai continued forward with unstoppable momentum, approaching the center of the territory stones at an extremely fast speed. The old man was stunned, the one-eyed man was stunned, and the third person was also stunned. Xiaofan cried out in alarm, covering her red lips with her small hand as she stared in the direction of Yang Kai in a daze. Yang Kai seemed to have suddenly understood something and wrapped himself in Shi, repelling all the territory stones, allowing him to pass through without any hindrance. He easily arrived at the center of the tribal territory. The 3 old men looked panicked and were at a loss. At this moment, they didn't know what to do. If it were any other place, they would definitely go all out and join forces to stop Yang Kai, but inside the tribal territory vortex, they could only watch helplessly, unable to do anything. Their faces became ashen and filled with resentment. Suddenly, the old man's eyes lit up, as if he had discovered something extraordinary. At the center of the tribal territory vortex, Yang Kai's footsteps paused in mid-air, seemingly unable to take this last step. His brows furrowed as a thoughtful look appeared on his face. This boy is in trouble. The old man was overjoyed and secretly prayed that this boy would stop there or be directly strangled by the tribal territory vortex. He clearly felt that there was some strange movement in the tribal territory vortex, as if most of its power was attracted to Yang Kai and was exerting pressure on him, wanting to crush him into pieces. Yang Kai's face gradually became dignified, sweat oozing from his forehead and dripping down. The invisible tribal territory vortex was constantly destroying his body. The pressure on the old man and the others suddenly lightened, and after looking at each other for a moment, they rushed forward with red eyes. Chapter 1597. No one had expected such a situation, and no one had encountered such a situation before. They had not even heard of it before. The 5 of them were in the middle of the vortex in the same territory, but most of the power of the vortex in the territory was being drawn towards one person. It seemed that even the vortex in the territory had begun to target this person, preventing him from reaching the center of the vortex. With the pressure on the old man and the other 2 greatly reduced, they naturally saw a glimmer of hope and were unwilling to hand over the territory stone. The 3 of them approached the center of the vortex at an extremely fast speed, their expressions fierce as they glared at Yang Kai, murderous intent radiating from their bodies, obviously harboring malicious intent. Xiaofan's beautiful face changed slightly as she shouted a warning to Yang Kai before also rushing forward. "If you don't want to die, wait there." Yang Kai's voice suddenly rang in her ear. Xiaofan's raised foot did not take a step forward in the end as she stared at Yang Kai's back with a complicated expression, her brow furrowed slightly, not understanding what Yang Kai was doing. However, she did not delve into it and instead chose to believe in Yang Kai. Yang Kai's situation seemed to be very dangerous. The power of the huge territory he was drawing towards him was not something an origin-returning realm master could withstand. It was already a miracle that he was still standing there. Xiaofan clearly felt that Yang Kai's Shi was being suppressed back into his body inch by inch, unable to compete with the strange power of the territory vortex. Xiaofan could not help feeling nervous as she did not know what would happen to Yang Kai once his Shi was completely suppressed. He would most likely die on the spot. If that really happened, Qing Luo would definitely be heartbroken. It was said that the 2 of them had a very good relationship. In front of her nervous gaze, Yang Kai's Shi collided with the power of the domain in the vortex, as if 2 armies were engaged in a fierce battle, but Yang Kai's Shi was constantly being defeated and suppressed. The Shi field shrank little by little, and finally only covered Yang Kai's body. The fluctuations in the whirlpool in the territory became even more bizarre and violent. It was as if all the power was attracted by Yang Kai, and it launched a ferocious and cruel final attack on him. In an instant, his Shi was destroyed and he was completely submerged. Xiaofan couldn't help screaming and turned her head away. She couldn't bear to see Yang Kai explode and die. The expected sound of flesh and blood flying did not come. Xiaofan was bewildered, but in the next moment, she heard Yang Kai's laughter. In this desperate situation, he seemed extremely carefree. She turned her head abruptly and looked at Yang Kai again. She was surprised to find that Yang Kai, who was submerged in the territory field, was unharmed. How could this be? Xiaofan was stunned. She clearly didn't feel Yang Kai releasing any Shi. He was in the center of the territory vortex without any precaution, but he was still safe and sound. There was a mysterious power lingering around Yang Kai, allowing him to merge with the territory vortex. If she didn't look with her eyes, Xiaofan felt that she definitely wouldn't be able to discover Yang Kai's existence. At this moment, he seemed to have merged with the territory vortex, becoming a part of it. His footsteps paused in mid-air, and he suddenly descended to the center of the vortex. As his foot landed, the chaotic domain vortex that was stirred up by him returned to normal. The terrifying pressure that should have been there came from all directions again. Xiaofan couldn't help but let out a muffled groan as she struggled to resist. The old man and the other 2 were so lucky. When the pressure was greatly reduced, they madly rushed in, and in an instant, rushed in dozens of feet, and were only about 10 feet away from Yang Kai's position. Now that the pressure from the territory vortex had returned, how could they withstand it? The sudden pressure from the territory vortex horrified the trio, causing them to cry out in panic as they desperately pushed their Saint Chi and summoned all kinds of artifacts to protect themselves while attempting to retreat. This was not a place they could enter at all. If Yang Kai hadn't attracted most of the pressure from the territory vortex before, they wouldn't have been able to reach this place. Now that they wanted to return, it was undoubtedly too late. The mysterious strangling force that erupted from the territory vortex was too much for them to contend with. Their defensive artifacts exploded one after another, and as they screamed, the trio exploded one after another, blood and internal organs spilling all over the ground. Xiaofan stared at all this in a daze. Watching 3 third-order origin returning realm masters die in just 3 breaths of time, a chill ran down her spine. She suddenly remembered Yang Kai's warning before. If you don't want to die, just wait there. She was certain that if she hadn't listened to Yang Kai's advice at that time, the old man and the other 2 would have ended up the same way, and she would have died on the spot. A feeling of escaping from death inexplicably welled up in her heart, causing Xiaofan's face to turn slightly pale. This guy. Has he been planning this all along? Has he always wanted to integrate himself into the vortex in the territory of the territory in order to get rid of the vortex targeting him? Where did he get the confidence to do this? How deep is his understanding of Shi? Has he already comprehended the mysteries of the territory vortex? Xiaofan had countless questions lingering in her heart, but she couldn't ask them. She only knew that this human's attainments in the martial Dao were something she could only look up to. In fact, although the vortex in the territory in front of them was powerful enough, if the old man and the other 2 had advanced step by step and comprehended its mysteries bit by bit, they might have had a chance to reach its center and wouldn't have died tragically. The bad thing was that they didn't have this opportunity. Yang Kai gave them hope, but when they saw the light, he brought despair to them. He had effortlessly used the power of the vortex in the territory to kill all 3 of them. If this was all part of his plan from the beginning, then it was simply too despicable. It should just be a coincidence, right? Xiaofan's expression was extremely complicated. What are you waiting for? Let's go out. Yang Kai's voice suddenly sounded, startling Xiaofan slightly. When she came back to her senses, she found that Yang Kai had already arrived in front of her and was playing with 2 domain stones that gave off an inexplicable luster. Saying so, he casually tossed one of the territory stones over. Xiaofan caught it and glanced at him suspiciously, frowning as she asked, "Why did you give me a piece?" "I didn't do anything." Yang Kai smiled lightly, "You brought me here and you were the one who discovered the territory stone first, so I gave you a piece. Don't you want it? If you don't want it, then give it back." Xiaofan quickly put the territory stone into her space ring. This was a free advantage, so why not? Yang Kai grinned, "I'll give you a piece of the territory stone. I'll take the space rings of those 3, there doesn't seem to be anything good inside." "I don't want to share their space rings," Xiaofan replied lightly. After pondering for a moment, she said, "Then we'll part ways here, I wish you good luck." "You're not going out?" Yang Kai was stunned. "I want to stay here and continue to meditate." Yang Kai nodded and didn't force her, instead saying seriously, "Then I wish you good luck as well, I'll be going first." As he spoke, he brushed past her and strode out. "Yang Kai!" Xiaofan suddenly shouted from behind. "What?" Yang Kai turned to look at her. "Can I ask, how did you integrate yourself into the vortex in the territory?" Xiaofan looked at him curiously. Yang Kai rubbed his chin, pondered for a moment, then smiled lightly and said, "I took advantage of the situation." "Took advantage of the situation?" Xiaofan's brow furrowed as she carefully pondered over the meaning of this sentence. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes lit up and a look of gratitude appeared on her face as she sincerely said, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Yang Kai waved his hand gently before walking away without looking back. Over the next few days, Yang Kai continued to move around the blood prison. Once he found a vortex in the territory that met his requirements, he would go and study it to understand its mysteries. Absorbing the mysteries of the vortexes in the territory, Yang Kai's Shi grew at a terrifying speed. There was no vortex in the territory that could trap him and make him unable to extricate himself. Most of the vortexes in the territory could enter and exit at will, and even if he occasionally encountered some powerful vortexes, it would take him some time to integrate himself into them, allowing him to travel unimpeded through the vortexes. Yang Kai found that the method Su Ding Yang had taught him was somewhat wrong. Comprehending the mysteries of the territory vortexes and using one's own shi to resist them may be a good method, but integrating one's own shi into them would allow one to explore their mysteries at a deeper level. This was why Yang Kai had told Xiaofan to take advantage of the situation. However, if one wanted to do this, they needed to have extremely strong control over their own shi, otherwise, it would be tantamount to asking for humiliation. Yang Kai did not obtain many territory stones. Even in the blood prison, territory stones were extremely rare. Half a month after separating from Xiaofan, Yang Kai had encountered several dozen large and small territory vortexes but had only managed to find 2 territory stones. While he was on his way, Yang Kai had studied the strange territory stones. These stones did contain the power of a territory, similar to the territory vortexes in the blood prison. However, the territory power contained in these territory stones was very gentle, not as violent and difficult to deal with as the vortexes in the territory. This gentleness was enough for any origin returning realm master to safely absorb these stones, improve their understanding of shi, and comprehend the mysteries of their territory. This was also one of the reasons why territory stones were so valuable. Besides Xiaofan, Yang Kai did not meet anyone else he knew. Whether it was the monster race masters who had come here from Monster Star or Qian Tong and the others who had stayed on Green Mountain Star, Yang Kai did not meet any of them. Yang Kai did not know whether Qian Tong and the others had entered the blood prison or not, but the main reason they had stayed on Green Mountain Star at that time was because of this, so it was unlikely they would miss such a grand event. They should have come in, but Yang Kai did not know where they were. Occasionally, when he had some free time, Yang Kai would take out his communication artifact and pour his divine sense into it, hoping to contact Qian Tong and the others. Unfortunately, after so many days, there was no response from his communication artifact. On this day, Yang Kai was sitting cross-legged in a secluded place, recovering his energy and taking out his communication artifact to investigate. He did not have much hope, but when he poured his divine sense into it, he could not help smiling and quickly began to investigate. Qian Tong had actually responded. What's more, he was actually summoning his companions to his location. Yang Kai seemed to have discovered something incredible. Chapter 1598. 100 kilometers away from the blood prison, in a stone pavilion atop a high peak, Luo Hai's eyes were closed, as if he was silently perceiving something. The other Origin King Realm Masters were all paying attention to his movements. They could not know anything about the situation inside the blood prison, and only Luo Hai, as the Star Master, could spy on it. Naturally, Luo Hai became the focus of everyone's attention. After a long time, Luo Hai opened his eyes and a smile appeared on his face. Master Luo Hai, did you discover something? Why are you so happy? The old woman from Sword Union asked quickly. Good news, good news. Luo Hai gently nodded. Good news? The beautiful woman from Purple Star raised her brow as she glanced over at Luo Hai thoughtfully, revealing a look of understanding as she asked, Brother Luo Hai means, yes, there is only one good news in the blood prison, and it's exactly as you think. Luo Hai gently nodded and quickly said, a stone mountain has appeared in my territory. A stone mountain has appeared in my territory? Everyone was shocked. This really is a joyous event. The old woman smiled so widely that her face wrinkled. The little ones who entered the blood prison this time are really blessed to have encountered such a joyous event. It seems they are luckier than most. Senior Sister Lei need not envy others. When you entered the blood prison 2,000 years ago, didn't you also encounter such a joyous event? The beautiful woman pursed her lips and smiled. Yes, 2,000 years have passed in a flash. The old woman's face showed a trace of nostalgia. If I had not encountered a stone mountain in my territory, this old woman would not have been able to spy on the mysteries of my territory and break through to the Origin King realm. It can be said that the stone mountain in my territory is the foundation of this old woman's current realm. Senior Sister Lei encountered a stone mountain in your territory? Many people showed surprised expressions and someone shouted, "Why didn't I have such good luck?" When I entered the blood prison, the stone mountain in my territory was surrounded by a powerful territory field, making it impossible to see what it was. This is luck. Luo Hai chuckled. The stone mountain in our territory is a treasure of the blood prison. It is extremely sturdy, and even an Origin King may not necessarily be able to damage it. It is so huge that no one can take it away. It was the best place for Origin returning realm masters to comprehend the mysteries of their own territory, but unfortunately, it was shrouded in various fierce territory fields all year round. Only occasionally would these territory fields weaken and reveal the true appearance of the stone mountains within their territory. On the other hand, the blood prison only opens once every 1,000 years, and when it does, the stone mountain in our territory may not appear, so it's normal that you haven't encountered it yet. There's no need to envy Senior Sister Lei's luck. Aren't all of you Origin Kings now? Even so, if I had encountered a stone mountain in the territory back then, I wouldn't have needed to cultivate bitterly for 300 years to break through to this realm. After speaking, a look of resentment appeared on his face as he lamented that he was not as lucky as the old woman surnamed Lei. The old woman smiled and said, "Why are you sighing here? This old woman was lucky enough to encounter a stone mountain in our territory, but after breaking through to the Origin King realm, this old woman has not been able to make any further progress. I'm afraid this old woman will be stuck here for the rest of her life." Senior Sister Lei doesn't need to belittle yourself, who can say for sure? Perhaps one day, Senior Sister Lei will be blessed with good fortune and break through to the second-order Origin King realm, the beautiful woman comforted. Although there were many frictions between the great forces in the Star Territory, as Origin Kings, there was more or less some friendship between them, so it wasn't a big deal for the old woman to offer some casual words of comfort. "I hope so," the old woman forced a smile. The old woman smiled reluctantly, but suddenly frowned and said with a worried look, "However, although the appearance of a stone mountain in our territory is a happy event, I'm afraid it will be a much more difficult test for those little brats." This old woman fought a life and death battle in order to compete for a good position back then and almost died. This time, I'm afraid many of them will die. Whether it's a blessing or a curse will depend on their own good fortune. It's useless for us to worry here. The old man from Hangluo Chamber of Commerce slowly shook his head. "That's true. By the way, Master Luo Hai, that second-order Origin returning realm brat, how is he doing right now? Is he dead or alive?" The old woman suddenly remembered Yang Kai and asked. Everyone turned their attention to Luo Hai, seemingly very interested in Yang Kai. Luo Hai smiled lightly and said, "He's still alive. This king can feel his vitality. He's still alive." The old woman was overjoyed. Great, this old woman was really afraid his luck would be bad and he would be killed by that powerful guy. It seems his luck is much better than this old woman's. I'm really looking forward to the day he walks out of the blood prison. This old woman wants to see if this little brat really has 3 heads and 6 arms. He definitely doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms, he's just courageous, he. Luo Hai suddenly fell silent, his brow furrowing as he tried to sense his surroundings. Soon, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Master Luo Hai, could he have encountered some kind of trouble? The beautiful woman from Purple Star asked nervously. No one wanted to see Kai Yang get into trouble, or even die. They all regarded Yang Kai as a rising star of their force and were all prepared to wait for him to emerge from the blood prison before offering extremely generous conditions to win him over. He hasn't encountered any trouble, but this king thinks he's looking for trouble. Luo Hai said in a strange tone. What do you mean? The old woman asked nervously. He's actually heading towards the stone mountain in our territory. Luo Hai's expression became extremely strange. Huh? Everyone was shocked. Why would he go in the direction of the stone mountain in our territory? The old woman asked with a look of disappointment. That little brat is simply courting death. How could he possibly go there? If he were to be involved in some kind of dispute. This little guy is really too troublesome, the beautiful purple star woman sighed with a helpless look on her face. Yang Kai was trapped inside the blood prison, so none of them could intervene and could only watch as Yang Kai walked into danger. All the Origin King Realm Masters couldn't wait to break into the blood prison right now, fish Yang Kai out, and teach him a lesson. Things are getting more and more interesting. This little brat's courage is really big, Luo Hai smiled softly. Master Luo Hai, I'll have to trouble you to pay more attention to that little brat and see if he's there. The old woman asked nervously. Alright, although I can't investigate too carefully, this king can still sense whether he's alive or not. If something really happens, this king will definitely tell you, Luo Hai nodded, not refusing such a request. He himself was also very interested in Yang Kai. Then I'll have to trouble Master Luo Hai. Inside the blood prison, at a certain location, there was a small hill. Although it was called a small hill, it was actually just a slightly larger one. It was no more than 300 meters high and covered an area of only a few dozen meters. This small hill gave off a strange luster and a gentle territory aura radiated from it. A stone mountain in the territory. A treasure of the blood prison. Its main body was actually a huge piece of territory stone. No one knew how it was born, but since its birth, it had always existed inside the blood prison. It was shrouded in a terrifying territory all year round, making it impossible for anyone to enter and see the true appearance of the stone mountain in the territory. The territory field around the stone mountain in the territory was recognized as the most powerful territory in the blood prison. No Origin returning realm cultivator dared to challenge it, and anyone who dared to do so had died a violent death. Although it was shrouded in a powerful territory all year round, there were also times when this territory would weaken, and only at such times would the stone mountain in the territory be exposed. There was no pattern to this phenomenon, but every time the blood prison opened, perhaps 1 in 10 times, the stone mountain in the territory would be exposed to the eyes of the world. Every time this happened, all the Origin returning realm masters who heard this news would be like cats that had smelled blood and would gather at the foot of the stone mountain in the territory, searching for a suitable position to comprehend the mysteries emanating from the stone mountain. This was much safer and more effective than breaking into the whirlpool in the territory. The mysteries emanating from the stone mountain in the territory could be easily absorbed by a cultivator, allowing them to spy on the mysteries of the territory. Some cultivator who originally had no chance to break through to the Origin King realm were able to do so because they encountered the stone mountain in the territory. For example, the old woman surnamed Lei from Sword Union was one of them. For tens of thousands of years, although the stone mountain had only appeared a few times in the territory, it still did not diminish the enthusiasm of the cultivator. At this moment, there were hundreds of third-order Origin returning realm masters gathered around the stone mountain in the territory. These people came from all corners of the star territory, either in groups of 3 or 5 or in groups of 7 or 8, occupying different positions. There were a total of 7 groups, all of them clearly divided. Among these groups, the ones with the largest number of people occupied the best positions, each of them revealing their imposing auras, the artifacts in their hands shining brightly as they looked around coldly. No one dared to provoke them, not only because they had the advantage in numbers, but also because their backgrounds were not small. The remaining groups, according to their strength, also occupied different geographical positions. Nearly 100 people had surrounded almost the entire stone mountain in the territory. Although there was still some open space left, there was a steady stream of cultivator who had heard the news and rushed here from all directions. It was not hard to imagine that these open spaces would eventually be occupied by the cultivator groups. Those who came late and didn't get a good position would definitely challenge the weaker groups and forcibly occupy the advantageous positions. On the left side of the stone mountain in the territory, 3 third-order origin returning realm cultivator had gathered. Of the 3, 2 were known to Yang Kai, Qian Tong, and the beautiful woman from Star Emperor Mountain, Lin Yu Rao, while the other was someone Yang Kai had never met before. At this moment, the 3 of them were secretly circulating their Saint Qi, holding their most powerful artifacts in their hands as they vigilantly scanned their surroundings. The 3 of them had arrived early, so the positions they occupied were not bad, but as the number of cultivator groups continued to increase, some of them were already eyeing them with malicious intent, as if they were contemplating whether or not to attack the 3 of them and drive them away. If the 3 of them had not displayed enough strength, they would definitely not have been able to protect their territory. However, continuing to be vigilant was not a solution. The stone mountain had already appeared in the territory, and the powerful and numerous groups had already begun to comprehend the mysteries of the territory. If the 3 of them continued to delay like this, the gains would not make up for the losses. The 3 of them were intent on comprehending the mysteries of the stone mountain, but they did not dare to lower their guard. Chapter 1599. Elder Qian, Elder Yang, Elder Mo, and the others, have they responded? Among the 3, an old man in a brown robe looked around from time to time and asked Qian Tong in a low voice. Not yet. Qian Tong shook his head slowly and replied worriedly, I don't know where they went, my communication artifact can't contact them at all. What about Vice City Lord Ning? Have you contacted him yet? The old man sighed, I can't contact him either, I don't know where Brother Ning went. The 2 looked at each other and saw the anxiety and helplessness in each other's eyes. The old man was the city lord of Green Mountain Star's Green Water City. When Yang Kai left Green Mountain Star and returned to Tongxian Realm, Qian Tong and his group of 5 stayed behind to prepare to participate in the Blood Prison trial a few years later. The city lord of Green Water City was also very good at dealing with people. After learning that Qian Tong and the others had arrived, he tried his best to invite them to serve as Green Water City's honored guest elders. Qian Tong and the others did not want to cause any misunderstandings and also needed a place to settle down, so they readily agreed. Over the past few years, everyone got along quite well and there were no gaps or frictions between them. As soon as the Blood Prison trial opened, they entered the Blood Prison with the old man and the Vice City Lord surnamed Ning. Everyone here was a third-order origin returning realm master and had entered this place to comprehend the mysteries of their territory in hopes of prying into the mysteries of the origin king realm. Of course, it was impossible for all 7 of them to travel together. As such, everyone dispersed. A few days ago, when the old man heard the news of a stone mountain appearing in his territory, he immediately used his communication artifact to contact his companions, but only Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao had arrived. Yang Xiaozhu, Chu Han Yi, Mou of Clear Sky Sect, and Green Water City's Vice City Lord Ning had not responded. Seeing that more and more people were arriving, Qian Tong and the others were naturally anxious. Without absolute strength and numbers, it was impossible to keep the territory they occupied at the moment. Not far away, a cultivator who had just arrived failed to grab a good spot and was looking over with ill intentions. However, there were too few of them, only 2, so they naturally did not act rashly. However, they were also constantly pouring their divine senses into the communication compass, as if they were trying to establish contact with someone. Once they called for help, the situation would be dire. Elder Lin, is there a response from your side? The elderly man turned his expectant gaze to Lin Yu Rao. The latter slowly shook her head, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. No. What should we do? The elderly man was anxious and uneasy. An enormous opportunity was right in front of him, yet he had no time or opportunity to comprehend it. He could only wait here, and this was even more unbearable than killing him. Wait for another half a day, just another half a day. If Elder Yang and the others still don't come, we'll leave. The elderly man gritted his teeth and said in a low voice. Although the appearance of the stone mountain in his territory was a heaven-sent opportunity, he did not want to lose his life here. The stone mountain in his territory was still stable for the time being, but he believed that it would not be long before this place became chaotic. There would definitely be many cultivators fighting over the position. Leave. Qian Tong's expression became gloomy as his eyes filled with unwillingness. No one wanted to pry into the mysteries of the Origin King realm more than him from Shadowed Star. If Yang Kai had not taken him away from Shadowed Star and brought him here, he would never have been able to escape the shackles of world principles and would never have had the opportunity to touch the higher realms of the martial Tao. Yang Kai had given him this opportunity, and now that there was an even greater opportunity in front of him, he was naturally unwilling to take the initiative to leave. Oh! Just as he was feeling annoyed, Qian Tong's expression suddenly changed and he poured his divine sense into the communication compass in his hand. Is someone coming? Greenwater City's city lord saw Qian Tong's expression change and asked with joy. Lin Yuраo's expression also changed as she turned her beautiful eyes towards Qian Tong. Qian Tong did not respond and continued to investigate the communication compass, only letting out a laugh after a while. Yes, someone is coming. Who is it? Is it Elder Yang, Elder Chu, or Elder Mo? None of them. Qian Tong slowly shook his head. None of them? Could it be Brother Ning? Greenwater City's city lord's expression changed as he nodded. It's fine if Brother Ning is here, his strength is not weak. It's not Brother Ning either. Then who is it? Greenwater City's city lord was stunned to the extreme. Qian Tong's group only had 5 people, and now there were 2 of them by his side. There were also more than 3 people who had come, causing him to be confused. Lin Yurao also wore a puzzled look as she stared at Qian Tong suspiciously, not understanding what he meant by this. Qian Tong chuckled, glanced at Lin Yurao, and said, Yang Kai is here. Lin Yurao's beautiful eyes lit up as she exclaimed in surprise, Sect Master is here? How come he's here? Didn't he return to his homeland? I'm also quite surprised. Qian Tong chuckled, a look of relief on his face. Maybe he came back in time. When he left Green Mountain Star, didn't he say that if there was enough time, he might come back? Elder Qian, are you sure? Are you sure that was Sect Master's response? How could I be wrong about such a thing? Qian Tong shook his head repeatedly. Although this old master is a bit old, I'm not so old that I'm confused, right? That's great. Lin Yurao jumped up with joy. Since Sect Master is here, things will be much easier. The 2 of them spoke one after another, their words revealing their admiration for Yang Kai. Although Greenwater City's city lord didn't know who Yang Kai was, from their expressions, he knew he had an incredible helper. Relaxing his tense mood, the city lord smiled as he turned to Lin Yurao and said, Elder Lin, can you briefly tell this city lord about your Sect Master? This old master has never met him before, so when we meet later, I can't be too rude. The elderly man was well aware of Lin Yurao's strength and knew she was definitely stronger than him. Not only Lin Yurao, but Qian Tong's group of 5 also seemed to be much stronger than ordinary third-order origin returning realm masters. Their understanding of Shi was extremely profound, and their Saint Qi was incredibly dense. At first, the elderly man didn't quite understand why this was the case, but after interacting with them for a long time, he learned that the star Qian Tong and the others came from had a mysterious world principle that prevented them from breaking through to the Origin King realm, forcing them to temper themselves in the Origin returning realm. As such, they were able to reach an extremely high level in the Origin returning realm, surpassing the Origin realm masters of other stars. It wasn't unreasonable to take a sip and peck at everything. And someone who could be called sect master by a master like Lin Yu Rao was obviously stronger than her, right? Most likely, he had already taken half a step into the Origin King realm. Greenwater City's city lord took it for granted. With the arrival of such a powerful helper, Greenwater City's city lord was naturally overjoyed. What should I say about him? Lin Yu Rao couldn't help showing an awkward look on her face, as if she found it difficult to speak. It's hard to explain, but after you meet him, Brother Zhao will understand. Qian Tong smiled to the side, as if he also felt that explaining was useless. Yang Kai could not be judged by common sense. That's fine. The elderly man nodded lightly, not insisting. In any case, they would meet in a while, so there was no point in asking now. But Brother Zhao, this Qian must tell you in advance that this sect master Yang is not someone you can judge by his appearance. Qian Tong said casually. A person can't judge by his appearance? Greenwater City's city lord frowned, his expression blank, not understanding what Qian Tong meant by this. He's here. Qian Tong's expression suddenly changed as he shouted in a low voice, raising his eyes and looking in a certain direction. When Greenwater City's city lord heard this, he quickly pulled himself together and prepared to meet this powerful helper in his best state. A figure flew over from a very distant place at an extremely fast speed. When Qian Tong said those words, this figure was still far away on the horizon, only a small black dot visible, but after only 3 breaths of time, a handsome young man suddenly appeared not far from the stone mountain in Greenwater City's territory. Yang Kai, come here. Qian Tong shouted. Around the stone mountain in Greenwater City's territory, countless cultivators glared at him. Qian Tong couldn't help but let out a hollow laugh, realizing that his joy had been a little too conspicuous, so he quickly kept a low profile. Yang Kai, who had just arrived, first glanced at the huge stone mountain in Greenwater City's territory, a trace of surprise flashing across his eyes before his figure flickered and he arrived in front of Qian Tong and the others, enthusiastically greeting them, Elder Qian, Elder Lin. Greetings, Sect Master. Lin Yu Rao quickly saluted. Yang Kai waved his hand, indicating that she didn't need to be so polite, asking in amazement, why is it only the 2 of you here, where are the others? I couldn't contact them, so I don't know where they went. Qian Tong smiled helplessly, have you returned from Greenwater City? Yang Kai nodded. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. With such a grand event like the blood prison trial, I was afraid you wouldn't be able to make it in time, Qian Tong laughed. Being able to come here is also a stroke of luck, Yang Kai replied casually, not saying too much. Being able to come here was indeed a stroke of luck. He had only gone to Monster Star to see Shan Qing Luo, he had not expected to be able to come to the blood prison from Monster Star. Saying so, he glanced over at Greenwater City's city lord and asked suspiciously, this is, oh, I forgot to introduce you, this is Greenwater City's city lord, Zhao Tianze, Brother Zhao. Brother Zhao, this is the Yang Kai I told you about. Zhao Tianze stared at Yang Kai in a daze, his expression extremely strange. Since Yang Kai appeared, Zhao Tianze had been scrutinizing him. After all, the previous conversation between Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao had greatly elevated Yang Kai's strength and status, causing Zhao Tianze to have high expectations for Yang Kai's arrival. Zhao Tianze thought that this person was a peak third-order origin returning realm master. He thought that this person would definitely be much stronger than Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao. But as soon as they met, Zhao Tianze realized that something was wrong. The person who had come was actually a young man, but that wasn't all, and the aura fluctuations coming from this person were actually only second-order origin returning realm. Zhao Tianze almost thought he was seeing things and repeatedly swept Yang Kai with his divine sense, only confirming that this person was really just a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, Zhao Tianze was so depressed he almost coughed up blood. Chapter 1600. The greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. At this moment, Zhao Tianze finally understood what Qian Tong meant when he said that a person could not be judged by their appearance. So this was what he was referring to. What could a mere second-order origin returning realm cultivator do? Even if he had the ability to fight above his realm, it was impossible for him to change the current situation. His arrival would not be of much help to the overall situation. It could only be said that they had gained an extra helper. Zhao Tianze's mood suddenly became depressed. However, he was still a city lord and had a good relationship with Qian Tong, Lin Yurao, and the others, so of course, he could not show his disappointment too obviously. Putting a smile on his face, Zhao Tian cupped his fists and greeted, "This Zhao greets Sect Master Yang." "Sect Master Yang, sure enough, you are young and promising." This praise was obviously insincere and anyone could hear it. Yang Kai spoke politely and naturally did not make a fuss. Qian Tong and Lin Yurao exchanged a glance but did not explain too much. They were well aware of Yang Kai's strength. It could be said that Yang Kai alone was equivalent to several third-order origin returning realm cultivators. This gave them the confidence to stay in this place. Oh, a second-order origin returning realm cultivator actually came here. He actually managed to survive in the blood prison for so long, his luck is quite good. But his luck is about to run out. I bet he won't live past today. He really doesn't know life from death, actually running so close to our territory Stone Mountain. This little brat is really stupid. Not only did he fail to provide any help to his companions, but he also exposed the weakness of their team. Just watch, they're finished. Whispers suddenly rang out all around as countless cultivators stared at Yang Kai with a playful look on their faces, as if they were looking at some kind of rare treasure. Around the Stone Mountain in the territory, there were hundreds of origin returning realm masters, all of them third order. Yang Kai, a mere second-order cultivator, suddenly stood out from the crowd and naturally attracted everyone's attention. Yang Kai was unperturbed and didn't care about the clamor of those people. On the contrary, Zhao Tianze's expression became more and more uneasy. Originally, with him, Qian Tong, and Lin Yurao here, even if some people were eyeing them covetously, they could still rely on their momentum to stabilize the situation. But as soon as Yang Kai arrived, their position immediately became the focus of attention. Divine senses swept towards them and powerful auras pressed down on them, causing Yang Kai to feel somewhat uneasy. The arrival of this young man named Yang Kai seemed to have made their situation even more difficult. He looked left and right, and sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. "Yang Kai, there seems to be something wrong with these two, they've been staring at us." Qian Tong leaned over to Yang Kai and whispered, gesturing to the side as he spoke. Following his gaze, Yang Kai looked over and found two third-order origin returning realm cultivators standing not far away, constantly glancing towards them. Seeing Yang Kai's gaze, one of them did not avoid meeting his gaze and sneered. The other person was holding a communication compass in his hand and seemed to be communicating with someone. "I know," Yang Kai nodded lightly, a trace of suspicion flashing across his face. He vaguely felt that the clothes these two were wearing were somewhat familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere before. However, Yang Kai had lived on Shadowed Star all this time and rarely interacted with cultivator from other stars, so he couldn't remember when he had seen them. Was it in the Emperor Garden? Yang Kai thought secretly. Only when the Emperor Garden was open did he have frequent contact with cultivator from other stars. By the way, where is this place? What is this huge territory stone? Why are there so many people gathered here? Yang Kai withdrew his gaze and asked curiously. He had sensed Qian Tong's summons and hurried here. As for the stone mountains in the territory, he knew nothing about them. This is a stone mountain in the territory. Qian Tong replied, "We only just learned that there is such a thing in the blood prison. As for the specific situation, I'll have to ask Brother Zhao to explain it to you, he knows more about it." "Then I'll have to trouble City Lord Zhao." Yang Kai cupped his fists to Zhao Tianzhe. "Sect Master Yang is too polite," Zhao Tianzhe laughed dryly. Zhao Tianzhe let out a hollow laugh. Although he was still a little uneasy, it wasn't a problem for him to explain the mysteries of the lower territory stone mountains to Yang Kai. Hearing him say this, Kai Yang's interest was piqued. "So, the probability of a stone mountain appearing in the territory is very small?" "That's only natural. Out of the 10 blood prison trials, Domain Stone Mountain may only appear once. Apart from that, it is enveloped by an extremely terrifying domain all year round, making it impossible for anyone to approach." Zhao Tianzhe nodded. "Has no one ever thought about taking it away?" Yang Kai stared at the huge territory stone with burning eyes. Such a large piece of territory stone, if it could be taken away, presumably even an origin king would be envious, right? If placed in any sect, this stone would become a hallowed treasure and many origin kings would be born because of it. The gentle territory field it exuded allowed one to safely comprehend it. Sect Master Yang must be joking. Zhao Tianzhe's mouth twitched, not to mention that this territory stone is extremely heavy and no one can move it, even if someone could, they wouldn't dare touch it. "Why is that?" Yang Kai was stunned. "If a powerful hidden territory field is triggered, who can resist it?" Zhao Tianzhe's expression became solemn as he stared at Yang Kai with a strange expression. He wanted to say that Yang Kai was a bit ignorant, but he was too embarrassed to say so. "So that's how it is." Yang Kai gently nodded, finally understanding the peculiarity of this stone mountain in the territory. Staring at the stone mountain in the territory for a while, he suddenly grinned, "But this is really an opportunity bestowed by the heavens. Since we've come here and occupied a good place, let's not waste any more time and quickly comprehend this stone mountain. I can see many of them are already doing so." With just the few of us?" Zhao Tianzhe was stunned. "Who else are we waiting for?" "It's not that we're waiting for anyone, it's just that with just the few of us, if we're attacked while we're comprehending this stone mountain, the consequences would be unimaginable." Zhao Tianzhe worriedly pointed to the group with the largest number of people and said, "Sect Master Yang, look over there are quite a few of them, so 2 of them can stand guard while everyone else can focus on comprehending this stone mountain, but there are only 4 of us, I'll take over for you, the 3 of you can comprehend this stone mountain," Yang Kai said generously. This. Zhao Tianzhe was stunned but also showed a trace of gratitude. Although he was a little disappointed with Yang Kai's arrival, Yang Kai's actions had undoubtedly touched him. Regardless of his strength, this young man's character was still quite good. "Sect Master, I'll do it," Lin Yu Rao volunteered. "No need, don't waste time," Yang Kai waved his hand and urged, "the earlier you comprehend this stone mountain, the more benefits you'll obtain." "All right then." Qian Tong pondered for a moment before nodding, then Yang Kai, "I'll leave it to you, we won't immerse ourselves in this stone mountain. If anything happens, we'll be the first to react. Once I've comprehended this stone mountain, I'll switch with you." Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao glanced at each other before sitting down cross-legged. Zhao Tianzhe hesitated for a moment before leaning over to Qian Tong and whispering, "Elder Qian, can we really do this?" He really didn't feel comfortable leaving his safety in Yang Kai's hands, so he would rather have Qian Tong or Lin Yu Rao standing next to him. "When Yang Kai does things, you can rest assured," Qian Tong reached out and patted him on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. Zhao Tianzhe smiled bitterly. He really didn't know where Qian Tong's confidence in Yang Kai came from, but seeing that both he and Lin Yu Rao had closed their eyes and were meditating, Zhao Tianzhe couldn't help but grit his teeth and sit down cross-legged. However, he didn't dare immerse himself too deeply in this stone mountain, lest he fail to react in time. Seeing that the three of them had entered a meditative state, Yang Kai also sat down cross-legged and stared at the stone mountain in front of him with great interest. Before this, he couldn't have imagined that there would be such a large piece of territory stone in the blood prison. He had explored several dozen territory vortexes and had only obtained a total of 3 pieces, each of which was only the size of a fist, one of which had been given to Shui Sunday. Such a large piece of territory stone, if he could obtain it, Yang Kai was greatly tempted, his eyes rolling as he grinned meaningfully. Just as he was thinking about this, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed and he turned his head to look to the side. Not far away, a group of 4 people was rushing over, and a moment later, the 4 of them arrived in front of the stone mountain in his territory. Stopping in their tracks, they all stared at the stone mountain in his territory with scorching eyes, their breathing rapid, each of them showing a look of joy and excitement. The appearance of a stone mountain in his territory was an opportunity for anyone. "You're finally here." Someone greeted them and complained. Yang Kai looked carefully and recognized this person as the one who had sneered at him before. He and his companion had been contacting someone and had been paying attention to Qian Tong and the others. It seemed that the companion they had contacted before had arrived. "We ran into some trouble on the way, we met a dragon lady." The man in the lead replied in a deep voice. "A dragon lady?" The person who asked was stunned. I don't know where she came from, but she was ridiculously strong. If it weren't for the 4 of us, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to defeat her. Fortunately, there were more of us and we managed to injure her, but unfortunately, she managed to escape," the man in the lead replied angrily. "That dragon lady was really beautiful. Brother Kai, you didn't see her, but if you did, I'm afraid you wouldn't even be able to walk," someone giggled. "Are you exaggerating?" The cultivator surnamed Kai curled his lips, obviously not believing him. "I'm not exaggerating, that dragon lady was definitely the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in my life, but the aura she gave off was also very strange, somewhat similar to monster chi, but also somewhat similar to human saint chi. It's a mix, I can't really tell." "Forget it, let's not talk about that dragon lady." The man in the lead waved his hand, interrupting the man's chatter. "Brother Kai, what's the situation here?" "That's about it," the man in the lead shrugged. The man surnamed Kai shrugged. "As you can see, there's only so much space around Domain Stone Mountain. The innermost layer has already been occupied by those who came here first, but there's still a lot of space on the outside." Chapter 1601. Hearing this, the man leading the group frowned and said unhappily, "I don't want to be too far away from the stone mountains in our territory." "What's the point of being too far away?" "I want the innermost position." "Then we'll have to snatch it." The man surnamed Kai grinned. "Have you found a suitable target yet?" "I've found one," the man surnamed Kai said. He glanced back towards the position where Yang Kai and the others were and chuckled meaningfully, "And the position isn't bad." The man leading the group glanced towards the position where Yang Kai and the others were and immediately showed a satisfied look, nodding, "The position is indeed good, we'll take this one." "They won't necessarily give in," the man surnamed Kai chuckled. Noticing that Yang Kai's eyes were fixed on them, he shot a cold glance back. "That little brat seems to have been paying attention to us. Since we've chosen them, they have no choice but to give in." The man leading the group coldly snorted, meeting Yang Kai's gaze head-on and striding forward. The other 5 followed closely behind, their auras extremely sharp. In a flash, the 6 people arrived 10 meters in front of Yang Kai and the others. The man leading the group looked down at Yang Kai condescendingly and coldly asked, "Boy, where did you come from?" Yang Kai grinned and said lightly, "From Shadowed Star." "Shadowed Star?" The man leading the group frowned and curled his lips, "Never heard of it." "This king has taken a fancy to your place, quickly move out, otherwise don't blame us for being impolite." Yang Kai sat on the ground, picked his ear casually, and snorted, "Sorry, I didn't hear what you said, can you say it again?" The man leading the group sneered, "Boy, you've got guts, this king believes you're not deaf. This king won't repeat himself twice, if you know what's good for you, scram quickly. If you don't want to die." The 5 people behind him let out low chuckles, and their threatening intent was very strong. "What is this? Everyone, if you have something to say, we can talk it out. Why get so worked up?" Zhao Tianzhe suddenly stood up with a helpless look on his face. Although Yang Kai had said that he would be responsible for comprehending the mysteries emanating from the stone mountains in his territory, how could Zhao Tianzhe be at ease to entrust his life to Yang Kai? No matter how much Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao admired him, to Zhao Tianzhe, Yang Kai was just a stranger. Moreover, it was an unfamiliar second-order origin returning realm cultivator. Therefore, he did not immerse himself in his thoughts. The moment there was a commotion, he immediately noticed it and quickly jumped out to smooth things over. "This one is Green Mountain Star's Green Water City's City Lord, Zhao Tianzhe. Greetings, friends, may I ask for your names?" Zhao Tianzhe chuckled and cupped his fists. The man leading the group looked at Zhao Tianzhe and then glanced towards Yang Kai, secretly thinking that Zhao Tianzhe was the one in charge here. As for Yang Kai, who had a lower cultivation, he was just following orders. The man's expression eased greatly as he quickly said, "This king is Scarlet Wave Star's Brilliant Flame Sect's Zhangqing. These are my friends and fellow disciples from Scarlet Wave Star." "Scarlet Wave Star? Brilliant Flame Sect?" Yang Kai raised his brow, finally remembering why he felt this name was familiar before. When he met Su Ding Yang, who had been strangled in his territory, he had said that he was from Scarlet Wave Star. Yang Kai felt very strange at that time, as if he had heard the name of this star somewhere before. Now, after hearing Zhangqing's self-introduction, Yang Kai immediately understood. Back in the Emperor Garden, he had met a cultivator from Scarlet Wave Star. Moreover, there were 2 groups of people. One group was this cultivator from Brilliant Flame Sect, while the other was called Ice Heart Valley. At that time, the 2 groups were fighting to the death over the ownership of an ancient cave mansion. Yang Kai happened to pass by and was involved. In the end, Yang Kai even participated and helped the woman from Ice Heart Valley kill a few cultivators from Brilliant Flame Sect. The true alchemy enlightenment scripture and the purple origin furnace were obtained from that hidden ancient cave mansion. No wonder the robes worn by this man surnamed Kai looked familiar. It turned out that he had met him before. Yang Kai grinned with a playful look on his face. "So it is friends from Brilliant Flame Sect." Zhao Tianzhe's complexion changed slightly as he hurriedly said, "Forgive my rudeness." Obviously, he had heard of Brilliant Flame Sect before. Zhangqing wore a proud look on his face as he nodded lightly, "Since this friend has heard of my Brilliant Flame Sect, this matter is simple. Quickly ask your companions to clean up and give up their positions. This king does not want to be too harsh, as long as you withdraw, this king can guarantee that he will not hurt you." This. Zhao Tianzhe's expression became bitter as he hesitated for a moment before saying, "Please forgive me, Brother Zhang, but this matter cannot be decided by me alone. Please allow this Zhao to discuss this matter with these friends." "There's nothing to discuss, this place is not for you to take, go find another spot," Lin Yu Rao's tender voice called out. She and Qian Tong had long ago been alarmed and had been sitting there watching coldly, but now that they heard Zhao Tianzhe's words, they naturally could not bear to back down. She and Qian Tong shared the same determination to reach the Origin King realm. "Don't you think this is a bit too much?" Qian Tong's face sank as he stared at Zhangqing and the others coldly. "Too much?" Zhangqing sneered, "This king doesn't think it's too much. This king is giving you a chance to live, it's up to you to grasp it. If you dare speak any more nonsense, I'll kill you all." The man surnamed Kai shouted, his expression becoming impatient. Everyone, please calm down, calm down. Zhao Tianzhe frowned as he motioned to Qian Tong and Lin Yurao not to speak first before turning to Zhang Qing. Brother Zhang, please wait a moment, I'll speak to them and give you an answer later. Good. Since you're half a landlord, this king will give you face, but there's not much time, I want an answer in half a cup of tea's time. Zhang Qing reminded coldly. Zhao Tianzhe nodded bitterly before turning to Qian Tong and Lin Yurao and helplessly asking, two friends, do you really not want to back down? Qian Tong looked at him faintly, what's wrong, does brother Zhao want to withdraw from here? Zhao Tianzhe slowly shook his head, if possible, how could I be willing to withdraw from here? It's just that they outnumber us now, so if we don't follow their wishes, we won't have a good ending. Qian Tong frowned slightly and said with some surprise, Brother Zhao's courage isn't so small, right? You are a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, what kind of storms have you not seen? Why are you so afraid of this brilliant flame sect? What is their background that makes you so afraid? Zhao Tianzhe's mouth twitched as he smiled bitterly, Elder Qian can see through it? I won't hide it from you, I am indeed a little afraid of them. Brilliant Flame Sect is based on Scarlet Wave Star, so logically speaking, they have nothing to do with my Green Mountain Star, but their Supreme Elder seems to have a good relationship with the Star Master of Green Mountain Star. We can't afford to offend this group of people. The Star Master of Green Mountain Star. Qian Tong and Lin Yurao both narrowed their eyes. Having lived on Green Mountain Star for 2 or 3 years, they naturally knew that there was a powerful Star Master here, a second-order origin king. Do you two understand what I mean? Zhao Tianzhe looked at them worriedly. I understand, but whether or not we should withdraw, I will listen to Sect Master. If Sect Master tells me to withdraw, I will withdraw, and if Sect Master tells me to stay, I will stay. Lin Yurao raised her eyes and looked at Yang Kai. Listen to him. Zhao Tianzhe looked depressed, never having expected that the final decision would still be in Yang Kai's hands. Yang Kai, do you want to withdraw or stay? Qian Tong also looked over, this old master will stay with you. Do we need to withdraw? Yang Kai curled his lips, naturally, we should stay. How can we miss such a good opportunity? As for those people, rest assured, if they court death, I will fulfill their wishes. With your words, this old master can rest assured, Qian Tong chuckled while Lin Yurao also looked excited. You. Zhao Tianzhe was really speechless as he stared at Yang Kai in a daze, do you still not understand the situation? If you want to court death, why drag Elder Qian and Elder Lin with you? They have put their lives in your hands, you should at least take some responsibility. Don't speak so arrogantly, in the end, you will only suffer. He was obviously a little angry and no longer spoke politely to Yang Kai. If City Lord Zhao feels it is inappropriate, you can leave on your own. Yang Kai looked at him faintly, I am not forcing you to stay and live or die with us. Zhao Tianzhe was so angry that he could only point at Yang Kai, unable to say a word. When Zhang Qing and the others saw this scene, they couldn't help but laugh. They suddenly felt that these 4 people were quite interesting. In the face of a great disaster, not only were they not united, they were even fighting amongst themselves. This old master won't bicker with you. Zhao Tianzhe was almost angered to death by Yang Kai. Turning to Qian Tong and Lin Yurao, he said, the 2 of you, leave with me, otherwise, they will definitely not be polite. Qian Tong sighed, Brother Zhao, after working together for several years, this Qian is well aware of your character. This Qian understands that you are doing this for our own good. However, there is no need to mention this matter, you should withdraw first. Lin Yurao pursed her lips and smiled, you don't need to go too far, perhaps you will return later. Zhao Tianzhe was stunned. Of course, he understood the hidden meaning in Lin Yurao's words, but he couldn't believe it. Glancing at Yang Kai indifferently, Zhao Tianze sighed, I don't know why Elder Qian and Elder Lin have so much confidence in you, but I hope you know what you are doing. After saying so, he walked out disheartened. He had done his best, but Qian Tong and Lin Yurao weren't willing to listen to his advice, so there was nothing he could do. He also didn't have the confidence to stay and help Qian Tong and Lin Yurao fight against the enemy, so he could only choose to leave. Zhang Qing and the others looked at him coldly. There was no need for him to explain, they already knew the result. Sure enough, they didn't try to embarrass Zhao Tianze and instead just swarmed towards Yang Kai's group of 3. It looks like you won't shed tears until you see the coffin? Zhang Qing sneered, his eyes as cold as a knife as he said in an unfriendly tone, don't blame this king for not giving you a chance, you asked for it. Saying so, an extremely sharp shear suddenly spread out and enveloped Yang Kai's group of 3. Chapter 1602. Next to the stone mountain in his territory, Brilliant Flame Sect's Zhang Qing wore a fierce expression as he released his shear to envelop Yang Kai and the others. His shear seemed to be mixed with a special kind of domain, and as soon as it spread out, it made one feel as if they were standing in the middle of a volcanic crater, scorching hot as if they were about to be roasted alive. Qian Tong and Lin Yurao's faces changed slightly as they released their shear to resist this pressure. Yang Kai raised his brow, showing a look of interest. Zhang Qing really had the capital to act so arrogantly, his shear had obviously reached the minor accomplishment stage. Shear was a special kind of power that could be condensed as long as a cultivator broke through to the third-order origin returning realm. As one's cultivation increased, the power of their shear would also increase. However, if one wanted to cultivate their shear to the minor accomplishment stage, they would need to integrate their own unique kind of power into their shear in order to strengthen it. For example, Yang Kai was able to integrate his space force into his shear. And this Zhang Qing was obviously able to do the same, as his shear contained the power of fire. Among all third-order origin returning realm cultivators, only about 20% of them were able to cultivate their shear to the minor accomplishment stage, and Zhang Qing was undoubtedly one of them. Qian Tong and Lin Yurao were also among them, so they were able to resist the oppression of Zhang Qing's shear. This was also the fundamental reason why Zhao Tianze felt inferior to Qian Tong and the others. In front of Yang Kai and the others, there seemed to be an invisible barrier that blocked Zhang Qing's shear, preventing it from advancing any further. Zhang Qing couldn't help feeling shocked as a look of shock appeared in his eyes. If Qian Tong and Lin Yurao were able to resist him, he could understand, after all, these two were also third-order cultivators like him. But what was going on with this young man? He was clearly only a second-order cultivator, so how could he have cultivated his shear to the minor accomplishment stage? He seemed to be having a much easier time resisting his shear than the other two behind him. Yang Kai's violent shear was like a gentle breeze to him, unable to shake him in the slightest. Zhang Qing looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. His heart was shaken. Small success in shear. Yang Kai nodded lightly with a playful smile on his face. Not bad. As he spoke, he casually glanced around. Ever since Zhang Qing and the others arrived, countless pairs of eyes had been looking in their direction, as if they were waiting for the scene of a great battle to break out. There were also some people whose expressions flickered, and it was unknown if they were scheming something. Yang Kai observed the situation and knew that if he didn't display enough strength this time, even if he forced Zhang Qing and the others to retreat, there might still be others who would come to provoke him. There would be no end to it. After all, their lack of manpower was their biggest weakness. Sneering in his heart, Yang Kai pointed at a cultivator behind Zhang Qing and asked, "I heard you say that you met a dragon lady?" The cultivator was stunned. He didn't know why Yang Kai would ask about this at this time. His face turned cold and he replied in a deep voice, "So what? Is the dragon lady wearing a red dress?" "That's right." "You injured her?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, a dangerous aura flashing in them. Wrong. I injured her, but unfortunately, it was only a single palm. I wasn't able to take her life. The cultivator sneered. Very good. Yang Kai nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure suddenly became blurry. In the next moment, he disappeared without a trace, as if he had disappeared into thin air. Although it happened suddenly, Zhang Qing and the others reacted quickly. Which one of them hadn't experienced countless life or death battles to be able to cultivate to the third-order origin returning realm? Shocked, they all opened their eyes wide and searched for any trace of Yang Kai. They found nothing. There was no trace of Yang Kai at all. Yang Kai's figure appeared in the middle of Zhang Qing and the others like a ghost. With a cold expression, he opened his hand and grabbed at the cultivator who had just spoken. Watch out! Someone next to him shouted. The cultivator was furious and was about to counterattack, but Yang Kai had already grabbed his head and poured his Saint Qi into his body. Like a hot knife through butter, Yang Kai broke through the layers of Saint Qi protection inside his body and poured it into his 5 viscera and 6 organs. Then, Yang Kai took a step and threw out his arm. The cultivator was directly flung away by Yang Kai. In midair, he suddenly let out a miserable howl, as if he was suffering some kind of inhumane torture. Then, with a muffled bang, his whole body suddenly exploded. Blood and organs scattered everywhere, and the smell of blood filled the air. I forgot to tell you, that dragon lady is my woman. Yang Kai's expression was ferocious. Everyone was stunned. Trembling, they stared at the blood and flesh floating down from the sky. Looking at the arrogant Yang Kai who seemed to be unaware of the danger, they even forgot to breathe at this moment. With just one blow, he had instantly killed a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. This was something no third-order cultivator could accomplish. Only an origin king realm master could do so. But the young man who killed this cultivator was only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, a cultivation lower than any other cultivator present. The subtle difference in realms, the intense visual conflict, and the unexpected ending formed a clear psychological contrast, making everyone keep quiet out of fear. Those who had thought about bullying Kai Yang and the others before but didn't make a move couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. They secretly rejoiced that they hadn't bullied Kai Yang and the others at that time. Otherwise, their fates would have been very miserable. Little brat, you dare! Zhang Qing's fist seemed to burn, and the high temperature caused space to distort. As he punched out, a fiery flood dragon rushed towards Yang Kai. The moment Zhang Qing attacked, his companions also summoned their artifacts one after another, their Saint Qi surging wildly as the brilliance of their artifacts blossomed. A mysterious Shi suddenly broke through the blockade of Zhang Qing's Shi and suppressed them instead. At this moment, everyone's aura was fiercely suppressed back into their bodies, unable to be released at all. Not only that, the space around them solidified, making it difficult for them to move. The circulation of their Saint Qi also seemed to be affected, and the brilliance of the artifacts in their hands suddenly dimmed. The suppression of Shi. They knew better than anyone the reason for this. They had already fallen into Yang Kai's Shi and were unable to extricate themselves. In the past, they had used this method to deal with enemies whose cultivation was lower than their own, and it had worked time and time again. Now, they were being suppressed by a mere second-order cultivator. No one would believe it if they said this, but it was the truth. Their eyes trembled as their muscles bulged as they desperately pushed their Saint Qi, trying to break free from Yang Kai's suppression. Xian Tong and Lin Yu Rao, however, did not give them a chance to breathe. Xian Tong let out a roar and summoned a coin-like artifact from his finger. This copper coin exuded a dazzling golden light, and as soon as it appeared, it split into 2, then 4, then 8. The sky was filled with golden copper coins, and from the central hole of each copper coin, an extremely sharp attack suddenly shot out towards the enemy like a swarm of locusts, creating a terrifying momentum. Lin Yuраo's tender body twisted as a multicolored ribbon flew out from her hand and wrapped around one of the enemies. Immediately, the sound of bones breaking rang out from this enemy's body and filthy blood gushed from his mouth. By the time the multicolored ribbon flew back to Lin Yuраo's hand, the enemy had already collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud, his aura barely discernible. Yang Kai laughed wildly, not paying any attention to the enemies except for Zhang Qing. Everyone else could be dealt with by Qian Tong and Lin Yurao. Neither of them was weaker than Zhang Qing, so the two of them working together to deal with the enemies suppressed by their shi was a piece of cake. Yang Kai divided his attention and divided a part of his shi to contend with Zhang Qing's while at the same time focusing his mind. Accompanied by a high-pitched bird cry, the Firebird artifact spirit appeared. "Kill him!" Yang Kai shouted as he pounced towards Zhang Qing. The Firebird artifact spirit flapped its wings and descended like a meteor from the ninth heaven, landing directly above Zhang Qing's head, opening its mouth wide and constantly spitting out fireballs containing violent power. Zhang Qing's complexion changed drastically, not having expected the situation to become like this. The screams coming from all around him terrified him, and the joint attack of Yang Kai and the Firebird artifact spirit was even more difficult for him to cope with. After resisting for less than 3 breaths, Zhang Qing's lower abdomen was pierced by Yang Kai's punishing heaven spear, and the Firebird took advantage of this opportunity to smash a fireball directly into his head. Zhang Qing's hair was burnt and he cut a sorry figure as he grit his teeth and glared at Yang Kai, a look of extreme resentment flashing across his face as a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his body, accompanied by the faint sound of thunder. Thin arcs of lightning also appeared on the surface of his body, giving off an astonishing momentum. With a flash of golden light, Yang Kai flicked his finger and sent out a golden blood thread, catching Zhang Qing off guard and binding him up. Looking at him with a playful look, Yang Kai sneered, "Do you think I don't know you cultivate the heaven-scorching thunder fire? Do you want to use this secret technique to take me down with you? How do you know?" Zhang Qing's face changed slightly. "Because I killed a few people from your Brilliant Flame sect in the Emperor Garden." Yang Kai's expression became fierce as the golden blood thread that bound Zhang Qing suddenly contracted. Walla. The extremely sharp golden blood thread broke through Zhang Qing's Saint Qi defenses and cut him into countless pieces, scattering his body on the ground. The battle ended, only 10 breaths of time had passed, so fast that it was difficult to follow. On Scarlet Wave Star side, the 6 cultivators led by Brilliant Flame sect's Zhang Qing had been completely wiped out. On the other hand, Yang Kai and his 2 companions were unscathed. The audience was shocked. All the cultivators stared at Yang Kai as if they were looking at a monster, a look of disbelief flashing across their eyes. They had watched this battle from beginning to end, so naturally, they knew how big of a role Yang Kai had played. It could be said that he had single-handedly suppressed Zhang Qing's group of 6. If it were not for his shi being so powerful, Qian Tong and Lin Yurao would not have been able to kill their enemies so easily. Of the 6 cultivators, only Zhang Qing was able to release his shi slightly from his body. The other 5 were unable to release their shi at all and were all suppressed inside their bodies, unable to play the slightest role. How could an origin-returning realm cultivator who could not display the power of his shi be an origin-returning realm cultivator? Chapter 1603. Zhang Qing and the others did not seem to be facing a second-order origin-returning realm opponent, but a genuine origin king. Around the stone mountains in the territory, everyone's eyes became dignified as they stared at Yang Kai. They realized that this was an extremely terrifying opponent. Many of the cultivator groups who were closer to Yang Kai and the others retreated without a trace, subconsciously opening up some distance from Yang Kai, as if they were avoiding the plague. A purple thunder fire emerged from Zhang Qing's body. This thunder fire not only contained the scorching heat of fire but also the violent power of lightning. It was a secret technique that all powerful cultivators in Brilliant Flame sect were proficient in cultivating. Last time in the Emperor Garden, the beautiful woman from Ice Heart Valley named Tan Ting He had told Yang Kai that Brilliant Flame sect had a heavenly thunder fire, which was the foundation of Brilliant Flame sect and its hallowed treasure. If a cultivator in Brilliant Flame sect was strong enough, they would use the power of this heavenly thunder fire to cultivate their secret technique. Zhang Qing was obviously qualified. As soon as this heavenly thunder fire that belonged to Zhang Qing appeared, the Firebird artifact spirit swooped down like it had been injected with chicken blood, bit down on it, and swallowed it into its belly while letting out a joyful cry. "Come back," Yang Kai called out, and the artifact spirit immediately turned into a streak of fire and flew back into Yang Kai's body before disappearing. Turning his head and looking around, Yang Kai found that everyone seemed to be still immersed in shock and had yet to recover. Many of them were subconsciously avoiding his gaze, as if they were afraid of being stared at. Yang Kai chuckled and declared loudly, "Rest assured, if others don't offend me, I won't offend them. I just want a more spacious territory, everyone can do whatever they want." Hearing what he said, the vigilant cultivator breathed a sigh of relief and their tense expressions gradually eased. With the strength Yang Kai had just shown, if he had set his sights on any team, that team would definitely not have had a good ending. Zhang Qing's group of 6 had died without even a chance to resist. The strongest team here only had 9 people, so no one had the confidence to resist Yang Kai's violent attacks and resolve his powerful Shi. "Continue with your meditation, I don't think anyone will disturb you now," Yang Kai motioned to Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao. The two looked at each other with blank expressions, as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing. When they saw Yang Kai take action just now, they had joined him, without hesitation. They had not expected victory, but victory had come so easily. But their opponents had been powerless. When they killed their opponents, they had clearly felt their opponents' powerlessness. As a result, now that the battle was over, the two of them felt like they were dreaming. "Yang Kai, you seem to have grown a lot. Did you gain a lot in the blood prison?" Qian Tong looked at him suspiciously. The last time he joined with Yang Kai to attack Shadowed Star's 3 great leaders, Yang Kai had not been so terrifying. At that time, although Qian Tong felt that Yang Kai's potential was infinite, in the end, he had not yet fully matured, so he felt that his strength might be on par with Yang Kai's. But now, he could only look up to him. The improvement of his cultivation was only a small part of the reason. His attainments in Shi were Yang Kai's greatest assets. Qian Tong vaguely felt that Yang Kai's gains from this trip to the blood prison were not small. "Not bad," Yang Kai nodded lightly, not explaining too much. Qian Tong gently nodded, collected his thoughts, and no longer thought about it. Just as he was about to sit down cross-legged, he suddenly said, "By the way, Yang Kai, brother Zhao, you decide." Yang Kai smiled brightly before sitting down cross-legged. Qian Tong nodded, thought about it for a moment, then walked over to Zhao Tianze, who was standing in place like a fool, and whispered to him. After a while, Zhao Tianze returned with a guilty look on his face, found a place, and sat down cross-legged, staring at Yang Kai with a complicated expression. He really felt guilty. Before, he had been afraid of death and had not stayed behind to share the joys and sorrows of Qian Tong and the others, but now that all his enemies had been killed, he had come to pick up the benefits. Zhao Tianze felt quite ashamed. If it had been anything else, Zhao Tianze would have most likely refused. A person should always have some dignity. However, the temptation of the stone mountains in the territory was too great for him, so even if he felt embarrassed, he could only grit his teeth and return. Now that he sat down, he felt his old face burning hot. "Brother Zhao, don't think too much. In that situation just now, anyone who didn't understand Yang Kai's background would have made the same choice. You don't have to feel embarrassed. How could this Qian not understand brother Zhao's character? Qian Tong comforted. Zhao Tianze smiled bitterly as he glanced over at Yang Kai, but seeing that he was motionless and had no intention of speaking, Zhao Tianze sighed and said sincerely, "This Zhao is grateful." He was too embarrassed to speak. Qian Tong patted him on the shoulder, motioning him to feel free to meditate. The stone mountains in the territory were surrounded by hundreds of third-order origin returning realm cultivator, all of them occupying different positions. Yang Kai's group occupied the largest position, so even if there were only 4 of them, no one dared to offend them. The corpses and blood on the ground were evidence of the great battle that had just taken place. On both sides of Yang Kai's small group, there was a large empty space that no one dared to occupy. From time to time, cultivators who heard the news would join in, and when they saw the empty space on both sides, their eyes couldn't help but light up. They wanted to occupy it, but when they saw the corpses on the ground, their expressions changed and they finally gave up reluctantly. Half a day later, the stone mountains in the territory had been surrounded twice. The number of cultivators here had already reached 200, and there were still more cultivators coming from afar. Conflict inevitably occurred. The larger groups all wanted to occupy the better positions, but the cultivator groups that arrived first naturally wouldn't give up, and the 2 sides began to fight. From time to time, someone would scream and die. The area around the stone mountains in the territory had become a graveyard for third-order origin returning realm masters. These famous masters from the major cultivation stars fell one after another, and the scene was extremely intense. But no matter how frequent the fighting was, Yang Kai's group of 4 didn't encounter any more provocation. They occupied a large space, and the people on both sides were far away from them. This was enough to explain the situation. Anyone with a little brain would understand that this small group was not to be trifled with, so naturally, no one would come looking for trouble. Qian Tong, Lin Yu Rao, and Zhao Tianze were already immersed in the wonders of the stone mountains in the territory. Yang Kai didn't meditate, but instead sat cross-legged on the ground to protect them. It seemed like he was preventing people from causing trouble, but there was a strange smile on his face as he stared at the territory stone in front of him. His gaze was as if he was looking at something that was already in his bag. One day later, many cultivators who were meditating vaguely noticed that something was wrong. As time passed, the various mysteries emanating from the stone mountains in the territory seemed to be weakening. At first, they thought it was just an illusion, but after careful investigation, they realized it was true. The stone mountains in the territory were really slowly losing their effects. This discovery puzzled the cultivator, none of them understanding why the stone mountains in the territory, which had existed for countless years, would suddenly undergo such a change. 2 days later, more cultivators discovered this matter, and soon, everyone knew about it. Whispers rang out one after another. What's going on? It's only been a few days, how can the stone mountains in the territory be so weak? You also feel the same? I thought that I was mistaken. Could it be that there are too many people meditating here? That's why the power of the stone mountains in the territory has been completely absorbed? Nonsense. When has the appearance of a stone mountain in the territory not attracted so many people? In the past, there were always more people coming here, and there had never been a problem before, so why would there be a problem this time? Could it be that the stone mountains in the territory are really going to lose their effects? Don't talk nonsense, it's important to quickly meditate while it's still a little bit useful. Once it completely loses its effect, it will be a dead mountain. The strange changes in the stone mountains in the territory made every cultivator here aware of the crisis, and they spared no effort to comprehend the mysteries, hoping to obtain the greatest benefits. On the 3rd day, the cultivator outside the stone mountains in the territory could no longer feel any magical concepts. Only those cultivators close to the stone mountains in the territory could gain some benefits. On the 4th day, the cultivator in the inner layer also found it difficult to comprehend anything. The effect of the stone mountains in the territory seemed to have weakened to the lowest level. This kind of thing had never happened before. The stone mountains in the territory were the treasures of the blood prison, and had existed for tens of thousands of years. No one understood what all this was. Only the smile hidden in Yang Kai's eyes grew stronger and stronger. Suddenly, a light cracking sound came from a certain location. Although the sound was extremely soft, it attracted the attention of many people. Looking in the direction of the sound, in an instant, many cultivators' eyes trembled. A crack. A crack actually appeared in the stone mountains in the territory. Someone exclaimed, as if he had discovered something incredible. What? A crack appeared in the stone mountains in the territory? Impossible. Some people were unwilling to believe it. What was a stone mountain in the territory? It was simply a huge stone in the territory. It had existed here for tens of thousands of years, so how could a crack appear on it? But just as this voice of doubt sounded, more cracks appeared on the stone mountains in the territory. Those tiny cracks were like spiders, densely packed and crisscrossing. Kacha, not good, the stone mountains in the territory are going to be destroyed. It actually broke? I've struck gold this time. I was worried about not being able to take away such a big thing, but it actually broke by itself. The heavens are really helping me. All kinds of shouts sounded in an instant. All the cultivators got up one after another, some with dignified expressions, some with excited expressions, all of them paying attention to the stone mountains in the territory, each with different ideas in their hearts. A hostile atmosphere suddenly filled the air. Many cultivators, who had been getting along peacefully, were now looking around, as if treating any stranger as a competitor. They all had ideas about the stone mountains in the territory. Yang Kai, we. Qian Tong swallowed a mouthful of saliva and also looked at the stone mountains in the territory with fiery eyes. Yang Kai frowned and expanded his divine sense. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly and he shouted, "Quickly retreat." Chapter 1604. Retreat? Qian Tong was stunned, not understanding why Yang Kai was so nervous. Go. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. Yang Kai didn't bother to explain and instead shouted loudly while retreating quickly. Before he left though, he pulled Lin Yu Rao along with him. Lin Yu Rao was confused but didn't resist, allowing Yang Kai to drag her along and soon retreating several dozen meters. Brother Qian. Zhao Tianzhe looked helpless and turned his eyes to Qian Tong for help. Listen to Yang Kai. Qian Tong didn't hesitate to turn into a stream of light and follow closely behind Yang Kai. He didn't know why Yang Kai made such a choice, but he chose to trust Yang Kai unconditionally. Perhaps, Yang Kai had his own reasons. Seeing the three of them retreat, Zhao Tianzhe stood in place and hesitated for a moment before slapping his thigh in annoyance and following them. The scene had become chaotic. As the cracks on the stone mountains in their territory increased, countless cultivators rushed forward, trying to snatch the shattered territory stones. There were also some people who were shrewd enough to hear Yang Kai's shout and realize that something was wrong, but instead of wading into these muddy waters, they quietly retreated. When something abnormal happened, there was always a reason, not to mention the fact that the stone mountains in their territory were about to shatter. However, there weren't many people like this, only a tenth of the total number. Most people were fascinated by the temptation in front of them and didn't pay attention to Yang Kai's warning. Kacha, the sound continued, and the stone mountains in their territory seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Under everyone's gaze, more and more cracks appeared, growing larger and larger. Eventually, the stone mountains in their territory collapsed, and the huge stone mountains in their territory turned into pieces of territory stones of various sizes that scattered on the ground. But what made everyone feel strange was that these broken territory stones were different from the territory stones produced in their territory, each one was as thin as a cicada's wing. That's impossible. The mountain in this territory is actually empty? Someone shouted in disbelief. These shattered pieces of territory stones already explained the problem. If the territory stone mountain wasn't hollow, how could these thin fragments appear after it was shattered? The scene before his eyes was like an empty clay pot that had been smashed into pieces. This was unacceptable to many. However, even though the territory stone was as thin as a cicada's wing, it was still a territory stone. After a few breaths of surprise, everyone frantically rushed forward, eyeing the territory stones of different sizes and trying to snatch them. The situation instantly went out of control. The power of all kinds of artifacts and martial skills blossomed, illuminating everything within a radius of several dozen meters, making it almost impossible to see clearly with the naked eye. Screams rang out and blood splashed everywhere. Suddenly, a ripple visible to the naked eye spread out from the center of the mountain in the territory and spread out in all directions at an extremely fast speed. All the cultivators covered by this ripple involuntarily stopped what they were doing, their faces suddenly filled with panic. When this ripple swept across their bodies, they all felt a dangerous aura. This was the aura of a territory field. And it was an extremely terrifying territory field. The territory field unique to the mountain in the territory seemed to have been revived again. Not good, let's go. A smart martial artist shouted. No one tried to grab the scattered territory stones anymore, each cultivator desperately pushing their Saint Chi and frantically retreating. But it was already too late. When the first ripple appeared, a second, a third, followed closely behind. In an instant, countless ripples that could be seen with the naked eye overlapped and filled an area of nearly 3 kilometers in circumference, enveloping the entire area within it. Everyone's vision blurred as the powerful territory field that gave birth to the mountain in the territory finally revealed its ferocious face. Like a mad and hungry beast, it opened its bloody maw and swallowed nearly 200 third-order origin returning realm cultivators whole. Screams rang out from all directions, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. No origin returning realm cultivator could resist the crushing power of this violent territory field, their vigorous vitality suddenly vanishing like bubbles being crushed. After the layers of ripples struck, everyone let out a miserable howl and exploded, using their life force and blood to display their final beauty. Yang Kai and the other 3 stood 1,000 meters away from the mountain in the territory field, all of them looking forward with pale faces. Zhao Tianzai's lips trembled, and his 2 rows of teeth collided together, making a crunching sound. He didn't dare imagine what would have happened if he had been a little greedy just now. He was afraid he would have ended up like those people who had fallen into the territory field. He subconsciously looked towards Yang Kai, his heart filled with gratitude. If it weren't for this young man's foresight, this trip to the blood prison would have been over. The complexions of Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao were also not much better. So many cultivator with the same cultivation as them, so many powerful existences who could have broken through to the Origin King realm, had fallen without being able to put up any resistance. These people had died like ants, their mood was subtle and complex. At the same time, in the stone pavilion 100 kilometers outside the blood prison, Luo Hai, who had been sitting peacefully, suddenly stood up, his expression extremely ugly. Master Luo Hai, what happened? The old woman surnamed Lei saw his expression change and quickly asked nervously. Yes, brother Luo Hai, what is making you so nervous? An old man also asked in confusion. After reaching the Origin King realm, one's heart was bound to be very calm, so it was rare for one to be so shocked. What's more, Luo Hai was not an ordinary Origin King, he was the Star Master of Green Mountain Star, a second-order Origin King. Throughout the entire Star territory, besides a few mysterious old farts, there were not many who were stronger than him. Seeing Luo Hai's face suddenly become so ugly, everyone realized that something big must have happened. The stone mountain in our territory has been destroyed. Luo Hai quickly said. What? Did I hear wrong? Yes, how could the stone mountain in our territory be destroyed? Who did it? The little ones inside shouldn't have such ability, right? Everyone was shouting. If this was not said by Luo Hai, none of them would have believed it. Even if Luo Hai said it, they still had doubts. How could the stone mountain in our territory be destroyed? Master Luo Hai, is what you said true? The old woman looked at Luo Hai solemnly. How could this king make such a joke with you? Luo Hai frowned. As for how it was destroyed, this king does not know, but it is definitely destroyed. Everyone looked at each other but no longer questioned Luo Hai's judgment. He was the Star Master, so since he said so, he must be completely sure. Everyone looked at each other, somewhat unable to accept such a result. What a pity, the stone mountain in our territory is a treasure of the blood prison. It has existed for tens of thousands of years, how could it be destroyed so easily? After a long time, the old man who spoke before sighed. Although the stone mountain in the territory existed on Green Mountain Star, it could be said to be a treasure of the entire star territory. Now that it had been destroyed, anyone would feel pity. Perhaps its destruction would result in fewer origin kings being born in the territory. By the way, Master Luo Hai, since the stone mountain in our territory has been destroyed, what about the people who were meditating around the stone mountain in our territory? The old woman suddenly thought of a more serious problem. When the others heard this, they also paid attention nervously. Many died. This king is unable to determine the exact number of people who died, but this king estimates there were about 200. 200. The old woman's face changed drastically, and after a long time, she smiled bitterly. This time, all the great forces have suffered heavy losses. The blood prison trial had a ridiculously high death rate because basically all those who entered were third-order origin returning realm cultivators. No one feared anyone, and in order to break through to the origin king realm, they were willing to kill all enemies who stood in their way. Now that the stone mountain in their territory had suddenly changed, more than 200 cultivator had died. It was likely that the cultivator from some great forces who had entered would be wiped out and never be able to recover. Everyone quickly realized the seriousness of the problem. Fortunately, third young master did not come this time, otherwise. The old man from Hangluo Chamber of Commerce suddenly broke out in cold sweat as a look of fear appeared on his face. If third young master Shuayu had also come to participate in the blood prison trial and went to the stone mountain in their territory, he couldn't imagine it. Third young master Shuayu was the greatest hope for the future of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce. In the blood prison, only a few breaths of time had passed before the chaotic world calmed down again. All the cultivators who had not retreated in time had died without leaving behind a corpse. In the end, there were less than 30 people who had survived this catastrophe. These people had all heard Yang Kai shout and retreated decisively, saving their lives. After recovering from their panic, they all cupped their fists in the direction of Yang Kai to express their gratitude. With the stone mountain in their territory gone, they naturally would not remain here any longer, each of them heading off in different directions to enter the blood prison in search of their own opportunities. Soon, only Yang Kai's group of 4 remained in this large area. Sect Master Yang, this old master is deeply grateful for your life-saving grace. I hope Sect Master Yang will make a trip to Green Water City after leaving the blood prison. This Zhao will surely welcome you with open arms. Zhao Tianzhe said sincerely, now truly admiring Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled faintly. City Lord Zhao is too polite. I didn't do anything wrong, but I will be going to Green Water City. I hope I won't disturb City Lord Zhao when the time comes. Xian Yu was still inquiring about Su Yan in Green Water City, so Yang Kai naturally had to go and pick her up. No. Zhao Tianzhe quickly waved his hand, a smile appearing on his face. It is this Zhao's honor that Sect Master Yang has come, how could I possibly disturb you? Yang Kai gently nodded before turning to Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao. you two be careful from now on." Hearing the meaning behind his words, Lin Yu Rao was a little disappointed. "Sect master won't come with us?" "No, I still have things to do." Yang Kai shook his head. The origin essence crystal Qi Yu had ordered him to obtain had not yet been obtained, and the other half of the monster transformation secret art was still in Yu Xiong's hands, so Yang Kai had to obtain it first. The golden divine dragon source in his body was something he desperately wanted to develop. "Then you must be careful. I'm afraid no one here is your opponent, but the remaining territory field here is very powerful, so you must act according to your strength," Qian Tong exhorted. Chapter 1605. "I know, I won't put on a brave front." Yang Kai grinned, "Then let's part ways here. When we're done here, we'll meet again in Greenwater City. I'll take my leave first." Yang Kai cupped his fists slightly before turning around and turning into a stream of light, quickly disappearing from the sights of Qian Tong and the others. "Let's go too," Qian Tong called out. "Now that so many people have died, the competition in the blood prison will probably weaken a lot. This is a good time to look for opportunities, we can't miss it." "Brother Qian is right." Zhao Tianzai's eyes lit up, his previous gloomy mood suddenly swept away, replaced by excitement and anticipation. Somewhere 100 kilometers away from the stone mountains in the territory, Yang Kai looked around, and after confirming that there was no one around, he suddenly grinned, "Come out." In the next moment, there was a rustling sound on the ground in front of him. Then, a small head popped out from the ground. Its two green bean-like eyes rolled around, and its body shot up, arriving in front of Kai Yang. The stone mongoose, Xiao Xiao. Yang Kai had secretly released the stone mongoose while he was fighting with Zhang Qing and the others. At that time, everyone was shocked by his strength and did not notice any trace of the stone mongoose. All of this was done without anyone noticing. How was the harvest? Yang Kai looked down at the stone mongoose and asked. The stone mongoose did not show much reaction, simply opening its mouth and spitting out a fist-sized territory stone. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed the territory stone in the palm of his hand. After inspecting it for a moment, he chuckled and patted the stone mongoose's small head, praising, "Well done." He could imagine that the stone mongoose now had a belly full of territory stones, a number so large that any origin king would be moved. It could be said that the destruction of the stone mountains in the territory was entirely due to this stone mongoose. It snuck in from below without leaving a trace and emptied the entire mountain in the territory without anyone noticing. That was why the cultivator felt that the effect of the stone mountains in their territory was getting weaker and weaker. That was why the stone mountains in their territory would suddenly collapse and become hollow inside. It was all thanks to the stone mongoose. The stone mountains in the territory were indeed hard enough, but the stone mongoose had an innate ability to devour all kinds of minerals. Even the 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain, the most precious treasure of the colored glass sect, had been bitten by it. Naturally, the stone mountains in the territory were no exception. The moment Yang Kai saw the stone mountain in his territory, he had a bad idea. He did not expect that the stone mongoose would destroy the stone mountains in his territory and trigger the terrifying territory field. Therefore, the moment he sensed that something was wrong, he shouted loudly to remind him. Unfortunately, most of the cultivator were blinded by the benefits in front of them and did not pay attention to his reminder. Only a few of them retreated with him at the first moment, saving their lives. After giving the stone mongoose an order, Yang Kai took it to a more remote location and had it spit out all the territory stones in its stomach. After a quick count, Yang Kai was overjoyed. A total of 2,000 to 3,000 territory stones. This was an extremely terrifying number, which could be seen from Yang Kai's harvest since entering the blood prison. So far, he had only obtained 3 domain stones. Others might not necessarily have more gains than he had, in fact, they might have even less. But right now, he had obtained 2,000 to 3,000 territory stones. Perhaps, since ancient times, the total number of territory stones obtained by a cultivator who walked out of the blood prison had never been so high. It seemed that Yang Kai would no longer have to worry about comprehending the mysteries of his territory. With so many territory stones in hand, Yang Kai could unscrupulously absorb the mysterious energy contained within them, gain insight into his territory, and comprehend the essence of the Origin King realm. His future would definitely be bright and smooth. Yang Kai was in a good mood. The main purpose of a cultivator who entered the blood prison was to use the territory vortexes to temper their shi, while their secondary purpose was naturally to search for territory stones. Yang Kai felt that he had achieved both of these goals. Without mentioning the number of territory stones he had obtained, the vortexes in his territory could no longer stop him from exploring them. His understanding and application of shi had reached a new height, and even if he had not reached the grand accomplishment stage, he was not far from it. Perhaps one day, when he broke through to the third-order origin returning realm, his shi would reach the grand accomplishment stage and he would have the capital to break through to the Origin King realm. Yang Kai was not going to waste any more time. He was going to find the Origin Essence crystal left behind by the Monster King who died here 10,000 years ago and complete the task given to him by Qiyu. On Monster Star, there were 10 tribal lords, but none of them were qualified to be called Monster King. If one wanted to become a Monster King, they needed to reach the peak of the third-order Origin King realm. Since ancient times, the number of Monster Kings born on Monster Star could be counted on one hand. There had been one tens of thousands of years ago, but unfortunately, he was involved in the disputes of Green Mountain Star at that time and eventually fell in the blood prison. Qiyu had already told Yang Kai the specific location. After all, over the years, Monster Emperor Star had secretly sent a number of monster race rookies to the blood prison trial. Qiyu had already inquired about the situation, but unfortunately, they had no way to obtain it. Kai Yang continued to move forward, not wasting any time. He didn't know if it was because of the changes in the stone mountains in his territory, or because so many people had died, but Yang Kai felt that the number of cultivators in the blood prison had indeed decreased greatly. After walking for a few days, Yang Kai couldn't detect any signs of life, and there was no one around. In front of him was a bare hill that was no more than 1,000 meters high. There was not a single blade of grass growing on this hill, only gravel and dirt. However, this hill exuded an extremely strange aura that made one flinch. Demonic Qi. What's more, it was an extremely powerful demonic Qi. Even a third-order origin returning realm cultivator did not dare to set foot on this hill easily, because the omnipresent demonic Qi was not something they could withstand. Once one stayed inside for too long, the demonic Qi would invade their body. This was the demonic Qi of a Monster King level master, and a third-order origin returning realm cultivator could not resist it. In the end, the demonic Qi would corrode one's meridians, flesh, blood, become demonic Qi, or become the demon race and die. Therefore, in the blood prison, this strange hill had always been regarded as a restricted area, and no one dared to enter at will. Occasionally, those who passed by it would stay far away to avoid being affected by the demonic Qi. It should be here. Yang Kai looked at the bare hill and whispered to himself. This hill in front of him was the same as the information given by Qiyu, the place where the Monster King fell. After looking at it for a while, Yang Kai stepped forward and walked straight towards the hill. After a short while, he arrived at the foot of the hill. As soon as he stepped in, the omnipresent demonic Qi rushed towards Yang Kai from all directions, drilling into his pores and pouring into his meridians. Yang Kai pushed his Saint Qi to resist the invasion of the demonic Qi. It was a bit strenuous. As expected of the demonic Qi left behind by a Monster King level master. Even if it had existed here for tens of thousands of years, it was still not easy to resist. Fortunately, Yang Kai had the golden divine dragon source, so even if the demonic qi forced into his body, it would not have much effect on him. If it were any other human origin returning realm master, they would have retreated immediately. After confirming that he was fine, Yang Kai walked up step by step. Very quickly, he arrived at the top of the mountain. He raised his eyes and looked around. The surroundings were empty, and there was nothing. This caused him to frown. The information given to him by Qiyu only said that the origin essence crystal was in this barren hill, but she did not know its exact location. If it was not at the top of the hill, then it might be somewhere else. Yang Kai silently sensed for a while and made a plan in his heart. Looking in a certain direction, he walked towards it. After a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai arrived at the back of the hill and stood in front of a dark cave, looking inside with rapt attention. The cave was dark and he could not see anything. When he tried to probe it with his divine sense, it was bounced back. However, if he guessed correctly, the Monster King level master should have fallen in this cave because the demonic qi was the strongest here. Yang Kai was not afraid of anything. He took out a luminous stone from his space ring, held it in his hand, and stepped inside. The deeper he went, the stronger the demonic qi became. The deepest part of the cave seemed to be the source of the demonic qi. After a while, Yang Kai finally arrived at the innermost part of the cave. This cave seemed to have been artificially excavated. It was narrow on the outside and wide on the inside. The innermost part of the cave was actually a cave that covered an area of several hundred meters. In a certain part of the cave, there seemed to be a huge object lying across the ground, and an astonishing demonic aura was spreading out from it. Yang Kai took out more luminous stones and flicked them around, embedding them into the cracks in the surrounding stone walls. In the blink of an eye, the entire dark cave became bright. Looking forward again, Yang Kai's eyes shrank as shock filled them. He suddenly discovered that the huge object in front of him was none other than a skeleton. The skeleton of a huge monster beast. It was about 200 meters long and looked somewhat like an ancient giant crocodile. Even though it was just a skeleton, it exuded an astonishing aura. This skeleton should be the original body of the Monster King level master. It seemed that he had been transformed from a monster beast, otherwise, he would not have revealed his true form after death. Generally, monster race cultivators who were born in human form would remain in human form after death, but they could cultivate some secret techniques to stimulate the monster beast bloodline in their body and stimulate the potential of the monster beast in their bloodline to fight. This kind of monster beast that revealed its true form after death must have been the incarnation of a powerful monster beast. This was the purest form of the monster race, and its bloodline was extremely pure. What's more, this was the skeleton of a third-order origin king monster beast. Even after tens of thousands of years, its skeleton was still as fresh as new. Each of its bones looked extremely sturdy and would definitely be a top-grade material for artifact refining. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Qiyu only said that he would hand over the origin essence crystal to Yu Xiong, but she did not say that he would hand over the Monster King skeleton as well, so Yang Kai could simply take it for himself. High Heaven Sect was currently developing and had many highly accomplished artifact refiners from Star Emperor Mountain. Although these artifact refiners could not be compared to Yang Yen, they were still among the best on Shadowed Star. If these skeletons were taken back and given to them for artifact refining, Yang Kai believed they would definitely be able to refine a large number of origin-grade high-rank artifacts. However, doing so would be a waste of Heaven's treasures. Logically speaking, the skeleton of an Origin King realm monster beast was a precious material that could be used to refine Origin King grade artifacts. Chapter 1606. With such thoughts running through his mind, Yang Kai turned his gaze to the chest of the monster beast's skeleton. In an instant, his eyes became even more fiery. He could clearly see that there was a dark red, round crystal about the size of a baby's head. An origin essence crystal. It could also be called the Monster King's Monster Core. The two had different names, but they both referred to the same thing. Only third-order origin kings could condense such a magical thing as an origin essence crystal in their bodies. Second-order origin kings did not have such qualifications at all. An origin essence crystal contained a top master's comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao, as well as their understanding of their territory. Its value was immeasurable. The biggest reason Qiyu wanted to obtain it was to use it to break through to the third-order origin king realm and become a monster king. Looking at the entire star territory, how many third-order origin kings were there? At most, the number could be counted on one hand, and all of them were elusive existences. No one knew where they were, and it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for ordinary people to see them. But now, there was the skeleton of a master of this level lying in front of Yang Kai, and not only was the skeleton intact, even the origin essence crystal was there. Yang Kai's breathing inevitably became a little rapid as he stared at the origin essence crystal with scorching eyes. Carefully releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai extended his divine sense towards the origin essence crystal, but before his divine sense could touch it, the dark red round crystal suddenly flashed. Yang Kai frowned and quickly withdrew his divine sense, not daring to spy on it at will. Qiyu was right, this origin essence crystal still contained a wisp of the Monster King's remnant soul, so any attempt to encroach on it would provoke resistance. If not for this origin essence crystal and skeleton would have been taken away long ago. How could they have waited until today? The only way to safely obtain the origin essence crystal was to suppress this wisp of remnant soul. Anyone who came to the blood prison was a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, so who had the ability to suppress the Monster King's remnant soul? Only Yang Kai's golden holy dragon's origin power could compare. Gently exhaling, Yang Kai calmed his mood and stared at the origin essence crystal solemnly, motionless. In the darkness, an almost imperceptible shadow was cautiously approaching Yang Kai. This shadow stuck close to the ground and did not seem to have a physical body, nor did it emit any aura. Even someone as strong as Yang Kai did not notice it at all. The black shadow approached little by little, and soon came to a position less than 15 meters behind Yang Kai. Immediately, the dormant black shadow curled up like a snake, converging into one and aiming at Yang Kai's back. Right at this moment, Yang Kai's body shook violently as a resounding dragon roar rang out. Immediately after, an unimaginable pressure spread out in all directions. On Yang Kai's right arm, golden scales strangely appeared and wrapped his entire right arm. Not only his right arm, but the back of his hand was also covered in golden scales. When these scales appeared, his 5 fingers suddenly burst with golden light and his fingernails strangely elongated, flashing a sharp cold light. Dragon form. After cultivating half of the monster transformation secret art, Yang Kai was now barely able to stimulate the golden holy dragon source in his body and transform part of his right arm into a dragon form. His entire right arm instantly became ferocious and terrifying. The black shadow that appeared 15 meters behind Yang Kai was obviously taken aback and quickly returned to the ground, retreating in a hurry. At that moment, Yang Kai moved, his right arm stretching forward in a seemingly slow but actually urgent manner, instantly breaking through the barrier of space and arriving above the origin essence crystal. The origin essence crystal flashed wildly. Vaguely, a restless aura surged from it, as if it was on the verge of exploding. Yang Kai coldly snorted as he grabbed the origin essence crystal in his hand and gripped it tightly. At the same time, he poured his Saint Qi and divine sense madly into it. Suddenly, a soft sound seemed to come from the origin essence crystal and the restless aura gradually subsided. The golden scales on Yang Kai's right arm gradually faded and his terrifying right arm returned to its normal state. Letting go of his hand, Yang Kai looked at the origin essence crystal in his hand and grinned. The remnant soul inside the origin essence crystal had been forcibly erased by him, so now this origin essence crystal could be held by anyone without worrying about it exploding. The process was simple and easy, something Yang Kai had not expected. Qi Yu had given him such serious instructions, so Yang Kai thought it would be difficult, but how could he have known he would succeed so easily? Yang Kai looked at this origin essence crystal up close and a strange look appeared on his face. He vaguely felt that this origin essence crystal was somewhat familiar, as if he had obtained it before. After thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai suddenly realized when he had obtained an origin essence crystal. The first time he entered Lu Yen Sand Land. In Lu Yen Sand Land, in the pool filled with soul-cleansing divine water, Yang Kai had indeed obtained a crystal-like object. At that time, he did not know what it was, but when he used his divine sense to investigate it, the crystal strangely disappeared and entered his knowledge sea. In the end, this wonderful crystal was completely absorbed by the six-colored soul-warming lotus, leading to the successful evolution of the soul-warming lotus into its seven-colored form. Yang Kai's blossoming lotus secret technique was comprehended at that time. So that thing was an origin essence crystal. Yang Kai finally understood. No wonder its effects were so powerful, even allowing the soul-warming lotus to evolve. It was just that Yang Kai had not been able to comprehend the mysteries of the territory from it, so he did not know what was going on. It seemed that the master who died beside the soul-cleansing divine water was at least a third-order origin king. Many years had passed, so Yang Kai did not have any thoughts of exploring it in detail. After understanding this, he put away the origin essence crystal. Although this thing was precious, Yang Kai wanted to obtain the monster transformation secret art more. As such, he still had to give it to Qi Yu. What's more, Qi Yu was Shan Qing Luo's adoptive mother. If she became stronger, Shan Qing Luo would be able to obtain more protection. Yang Kai understood this very well. From beginning to end, he had no intention of taking the origin essence crystal for himself. He believed that with his own ability, even if he did not rely on the origin essence crystal, he would one day be able to break through to the third-order origin king realm and reach the peak of the martial Tao. Turning around, Yang Kai also put away the monster king skeleton. Of course, Yang Kai would not miss the monster king space ring. Although he did not know what was inside, the wealth of a third-order origin king would certainly not be small. This was the biggest gain of this trip. After a careful inspection and confirming that he had not missed anything, Yang Kai left. The cave was not too deep, so Yang Kai soon saw the light again. You finally came out. As soon as he stepped out of the cave, a somewhat familiar sinister laugh came from the depths of the ground. Immediately, a blood-red figure suddenly rushed up from the ground and landed in front of him. In an instant, it launched a storm of attacks. Yang Kai's face became cold as he sent out a golden blood thread from his finger, forming an airtight barrier in front of him. Hong hong hong. A violent burst of energy rang out as all the attacks launched by the blood-red figure were blocked by Yang Kai's golden blood threads, causing them to retreat in vain. Shuel Yen. Yang Kai took a moment to see who had attacked him and could not help shouting coldly as murderous intent surged from his body. It's your grandpa Shuel Yen. Shuel Yen roared wildly, his expression ferocious as he activated his flood dragon transformation, covering his whole body in blood-red scales, making him look extremely sturdy. Regardless of the situation, he continued to attack Yang Kai desperately. You court death. Yang Kai sneered, and with a single thought, the two golden blood threads suddenly transformed into thunder flame flying lizards, bared their fangs, and pounced towards Shuel Yen. How can a flying lizard defeat my Xuejiao? The Xuejiao seemed to have forgotten the lesson he had learned in the palace and did not show the slightest fear of Yang Kai. Punching out with his scaly fists, two blood-colored flood dragons condensed from his monster chi appeared and met the thunder flame flying lizard head-on, entangling with each other without the slightest disadvantage. At the same time, Shuel Yen waved his hand and summoned a giant axe, which he then slashed towards Yang Kai's position. A shocking axe wave that seemed capable of cleaving through the heavens arrived in front of Yang Kai in an instant. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he dodged to the side. At that moment, another figure leapt out of the soil, clasped its palms together, and pushed them forward fiercely. A huge and strange flower suddenly appeared, its petals opening like a giant beast's mouth as it bit towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face became cold as he pushed his space force and disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already 10 meters away. The strange flower failed to succeed and immediately flew back, floating above the head of the second figure, its petals constantly opening and closing, as if it was breathing with life, and a sweet fragrance began to fill the air. Mi Tian. Yang Kai's lips curled upwards as he revealed a playful look. Good, both of you are here. It seems you knew I would come here, so you set up an ambush here? Indeed, Mi Tian smiled lightly. Mi Tian smiled softly with a warm look on his face. You have the divine dragon source, and the origin essence crystal here is no secret to my monster race. On top of that, you suddenly came to the blood prison from Monster Star, so how could we not know what you were planning? Was it Senior Chiyu who sent you here? Smart. Yang Kai nodded lightly. What about the origin essence crystal? Mi Tian's breathing became slightly rapid. Since I've come out, where do you think the origin essence crystal is? Yang Kai smiled brightly. You really succeeded. Mi Tian took a light breath, the look of greed on his face obvious. You want it? Yang Kai looked at him sarcastically. With just the two of you, I'm afraid you don't have such ability. Be careful you don't end up dying here. Seeing him despise them so much and not take them seriously, whether it was Shuel Yen or Mi Tian, both of their faces became ugly. Although they didn't want to admit it, both of them knew that in a one-on-one fight, neither of them was Yang Kai's opponent. In the palace, Yang Kai had proven his strength. Whether I have the ability or not, we'll know after we fight, Mi Tian coldly snorted. Yang Kai was just about to laugh again when suddenly his brow furrowed and his shirt madly spread outwards. With him as the center, the space within a 10-meter radius suddenly collapsed and tiny void cracks began to appear like slithering snakes. Chapter 1607. In the chaotic collapse of space, a cold light suddenly appeared. It seemed to have been aimed at Yang Kai's back, but the chaotic space affected the accuracy of this cold light, causing it to be swallowed up by the void before it could play any role. Accompanied by a soft cry of surprise, a third figure appeared like a ghost, his brow furrowed as he jumped back, a dignified look on his face as he shook his head and sighed. Sure enough, he's difficult to deal with. Yang Kai remained motionless, standing like a rock on the ground as he glanced back coldly, somewhat surprised. Lai Feng. You're also here. He hadn't expected that the third person to attack him would actually be Lai Feng from Wild Lion territory. The top juniors of the monster race's 3 territories had now gathered together. Mi Tian and Shuel Yen ambushing him was something Yang Kai could understand. After all, there was some friction between him and these two, so how could they possibly give up? However, Lai Feng's participation in this matter was truly unexpected. When Yang Kai first entered the blood prison, Lai Feng had even invited him to act together, but a few days later, this guy had become his enemy. Atop Monster Mountain, demonic chi filled the air, and these 3 monster race juniors took advantage of this demonic chi to perfectly conceal themselves. If it weren't for Yang Kai's sharp senses, he really might have been ambushed by Lai Feng. Lai Feng, I have no grievances with you, right? Yang Kai looked at him coldly and asked indifferently. Lai Feng laughed dryly and said in a deep voice, of course not. Then why did you do this? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Brother Yang, please forgive me. Lai Feng seemed a little embarrassed as he cupped his fists and said calmly, to be honest, if possible, Lai Feng does not want to be enemies with Brother Yang, but this matter is related to an origin essence crystal, so Lai Feng cannot ignore it. Yang Kai nodded. Understood. Since Brother Yang understands, Lai Feng has nothing to say. Every tribal lord wants to obtain the origin essence crystal, but no one has a way to take it out. Now that Brother Yang has achieved this, Lai Feng cannot allow you to leave, but if Brother Yang can hand over the origin essence crystal, I believe Shuai Lian and Mi Tian should let you leave safely. Do you think I'll hand it over? Yang Kai sneered. Lai Feng thought about it seriously for a while, then said seriously, I'm afraid not. If it were me, I wouldn't either. Why are you talking so much nonsense with him? Let's join forces and kill him. No matter how powerful he is, he's just one person. Why should the three of us be afraid of him? Shuai Lian's temper was the most fiery, so when he saw Yang Kai and Lai Feng arguing endlessly, he let out a roar and rushed towards Yang Kai with all his might. Releasing an astonishing momentum, the phantom of a huge blood flood dragon suddenly appeared behind him. Shuai Lian obviously knew how powerful Yang Kai was and wanted to go all out against him. Mi Tian didn't waste any time talking nonsense. The moment Shuai Lian took action, Mi Tian let out a shout and the strange flower above his head suddenly began spinning, its petals flying out and disappearing into the void. Lai Feng's figure once again faded like a ghost before disappearing without a trace. No one knew where he had gone. The fierce offensive of the three monster race rookies broke out in an instant. Good. Since you court death, I'll fulfill your wish. Yang Kai was fighting 1 against 3, but not only was he not afraid, his expression instead became fierce and savage. 5-colored light suddenly covered his entire body, and with a chi sound, tiny and almost invisible 5-element sword chi emerged from every pore on his body. These 5-element sword chi were extremely sharp, and not only could they provide him with a considerable amount of protection, they also possessed great lethality. 5 elements indestructible sword chi was a combination of attack and defense. His muscles bulging, Yang Kai's explosive strength surged as he threw out 3 punches to meet Shuai Lian's violent onslaught. The violent energy from the two collided in the middle, sputtering out a huge explosion. Yang Kai remained motionless while Shuai Lian's fierce body trembled 3 times before his arms suddenly drooped down weakly. In a head-on collision, he was obviously not Yang Kai's opponent. Without giving Shuai Lian a chance to react, Yang Kai rubbed his hands together and summoned a dozen golden blood threads, twisting and twisting together to form a golden spear that shot towards Shuai Lian at an extremely fast speed. Shuai Lian's face changed drastically as his eyes filled with shock. As soon as they fought, he realized that Yang Kai was stronger than when they had fought in the palace before. At that time, Shuai Lian at least had the strength to fight back, but now, he was completely suppressed, unable to even muster up the will to resist. The other party's offensive had completely destroyed his confidence. This situation could only be explained by 2 possibilities. The first was that Yang Kai had not used his full strength at that time, and the second was that Yang Kai had grown a lot in the blood prison. Shuai Lian's courage was shattered. Perceiving the terrifying lethality contained in this golden spear, Shuai Lian did not dare to neglect and hurriedly summoned a defensive artifact in front of him while crossing his arms across his chest, grit his teeth, and roared, preparing to meet this attack head-on. Guangdang, the sound of metal colliding rang out and spread throughout the entire Demon Mountain. The defensive artifact Shuai Lian hurriedly summoned failed to play any role and was directly penetrated by the golden spear before continuing to stab towards him. On both of Shuai Lian's arms, the blood-colored scales were pierced through and a large hole immediately appeared. The wound was so deep that bone could be seen and blood instantly sprayed out. Under the tremendous force, Shuai Lian's body was sent flying straight into the cave. A series of crashing noises rang out from the depths of the cave for a long time. No one knew where Shuai Lian had been sent flying or how serious his injuries were. Yang Kai did not stop and instead turned around abruptly, waving his hand towards a certain spot in the void behind him. A huge crescent-shaped void crack immediately formed and rushed forward fiercely. Lai Feng let out a strange cry as he hurriedly retreated, staring at the crescent-shaped void crack with a dignified expression, not daring to face it head-on, only able to evade. Before he could even launch an attack, he was forced out by Yang Kai. Petals suddenly appeared around Yang Kai, spinning like sharp blades as they shot towards Yang Kai from all directions. As these petals rotated, a sweet fragrance spread out, seemingly capable of affecting one's mind. At this moment, Yang Kai had forced Lai Feng back and paused, allowing Mi Tian to grasp the opportunity to attack quite well. In an instant, the countless petals wrapped around Yang Kai, forming a strange flower that reappeared in front of everyone's eyes. However, Yang Kai had already disappeared. He seemed to have been swallowed by the flower. Mi Tian frowned as he looked around nervously. He could tell that his attack had no effect and Yang Kai had escaped at the critical moment. "Want to kill me? The three of you don't seem to have enough weight." A sarcastic voice came from the side, causing Mi Tian's eyes to shrink as he quickly looked over, only to see Yang Kai standing in the void unscathed. Mi Tian's face suddenly became gloomy. Lai Feng appeared silently beside Mi Tian, a cold expression on his face, not saying a word. The three monster race rising stars joining forces might not be able to compete with an Origin King Realm Master, but they were absolutely invincible in the Origin Returning Realm. They were not ordinary Origin Returning Realm Masters, they were all top masters on Monster Star. However, the result of this battle made them feel a chill in their hearts. Without much effort, Yang Kai resolved their attacks one by one. Shuel Yen had been sent flying into the cave, and even now, there was no movement from him. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive, but the remaining two were completely suppressed. Is this guy even human? Lai Feng's eyes twitched as he regretted getting involved in this mess. He knew that Yang Kai was extremely strong, otherwise, he would not have been able to teach Shuel Yen a lesson back in the palace, so when they first entered the blood prison, he had invited Yang Kai to act together. However, after learning about the Origin Essence Crystal from Mi Tian and Shuel Yen, he could not just sit back and watch. The Origin Essence Crystal was too precious, so precious that he was willing to take a risk. Originally, he thought that if he joined forces with Shuel Yen and Mi Tian, Yang Kai would definitely be outnumbered, but judging from the short time they fought, the situation was not optimistic. This person was actually heaven-defying to such an extent. With just a second-order Origin Returning Realm cultivation, being able to achieve such a feat was unprecedented since ancient times, right? Lai Feng, you aren't regretting it, are you? You should know that there is no medicine for regret in this world. Today, either he dies, or we die. Mi Tian glanced at him with a gloomy expression. He was determined to kill Yang Kai. Lai Feng slowly shook his head. Once an arrow leaves the bow, there is no turning back, I naturally know that. And, let's wait for Brother Shuel Yen to come out. Only if the three of us work together will we have a chance. Mi Tian did not refute. Facing Yang Kai, he had already put away his pride. The two stood there side by side, their eyes wandering between Yang Kai and the cave from time to time, their hearts burning with anxiety. Shuel Yen still did not move, as if he had really been killed by Yang Kai in a single blow. However, this was impossible. Even if Yang Kai was powerful, Shuel Yen had still displayed his flood dragon transformation, so his defenses were impregnable. How could he have been killed by such an attack? Mi Tian and Lai Feng could not figure out what Shuel Yen was doing, and for a moment, both of them cursed Shuel Yen in their hearts, blaming him for dropping the ball at this critical moment. Right at this moment, an extremely tragic roar suddenly came from the cave. The roar was like rolling thunder, deafening to the ears. It's Shuel Yen. Mi Tian frowned, his expression becoming gloomy. He did not know why Shuel Yen was acting so crazily. Even if he was unwilling, he could have just rushed out and fought Yang Kai again, so what was the point of roaring like this? Something's not right. Lai Feng suddenly felt his heart palpitate uneasily. Inexplicably, an unprecedented sense of crisis spread from the bottom of his heart, as if he did not retreat immediately, his life would be in danger. This kind of feeling made him extremely uncomfortable. Like Mi Tian and Lai Feng, Yang Kai also stared towards the cave with a dignified expression, faintly aware that something was wrong. However, he was more curious about what Shuel Yen was doing, or if he was going to use some kind of earth-shattering secret technique. Chapter 1608. After a short while, Shuel Yen's roar suddenly subsided, as if someone had grabbed his throat and stopped abruptly. The moment his roar subsided, the rich demonic qi throughout Monster Mountain suddenly became turbulent, as if it had been summoned and began to rush towards the cave. The cave was like the mouth of a beast, sucking in the frightening amount of demonic qi. In less than 10 breaths of time, the rich demonic qi that had been lingering in Demon Mountain for tens of thousands of years was completely wiped out. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Mi Tian and Lai Feng glanced at each other, seemingly unable to figure out the situation. Inside the cave, a ferocious aura was slowly recovering. This aura was so strong that it made Yang Kai somewhat uncomfortable. Asterisk sha sha sha. Asterisk the sound of footsteps came from inside the cave, and a moment later, Shuel Yen's figure emerged from the cave entrance. At this moment, he no longer looked as embarrassed and angry as before, and instead had a thoughtful look on his face as he spread his hands in front of him and stared at them carefully. A hint of hidden joy flashed across the depths of his eyes. "Shuel Yen, what are you doing?" Mi Tian shouted, his face filled with anger. He had just started fighting with Yang Kai, but Shuel Yen was acting so inexplicably, making Mi Tian extremely unhappy. Yang Kai was too strong, and even if the three of them joined forces, they were not completely confident they could kill him, so none of them could afford to take him lightly. "He seems to be a little different," Lai Feng narrowed his eyes as he stared towards the cave. "Let's kill Yang Kai first." Mi Tian coldly snorted before once again urging the strange flower to attack Yang Kai. Although Lai Feng felt that something was wrong with Shuel Yen, he knew that now was not the time to dwell on such matters, so his figure flickered and he disappeared from where he stood, quietly approaching Yang Kai. Yang Kai focused most of his attention on Shuel Yen. At this moment, Shuel Yen was completely different from before, and Yang Kai actually felt great pressure from his opponent. Shuel Yen also seemed to recover as his two blood-red eyes stared towards a certain spot in the sky, a strange light flashing across his eyes as he muttered, "Shadow Vulture bloodline? Interesting, I didn't expect to run into the bloodline of an old friend right after I see the light of day again." After saying this strange sentence, he suddenly took a step forward. Ignoring the barrier of space, he actually went directly to a place more than 10 feet away. No one saw how he moved, but Yang Kai, who had been closely watching him, found a clue. It wasn't that it ignored the barrier of space, but that it was too fast, so fast that even his divine sense couldn't keep up. Shuel Yen stretched out his hand and seemingly casually grabbed towards the void. As he made a grabbing motion, the space around him abruptly congealed. A panicked figure appeared from within. It was Lai Feng who had disappeared. Lai Feng's expression was filled with both shock and anger. He never thought Shuel Yen would come here and ruin his plans, so he hurriedly withdrew and asked for clarification. But Shuel Yen didn't give him this opportunity at all. Inexplicably, his blood-red hand covered in scales grabbed Lai Feng's neck. Yang Kai paled in horror while Mi Tian was also taken aback. No longer caring about attacking Yang Kai, Mi Tian glared at Shuel Yen and shouted, "What are you doing?" The three of them had joined forces to ambush Yang Kai, but now that the enemy was unharmed, Shuel Yen was actually targeting one of their own, making Mi Tian unable to bear it any longer. Shuai Yen didn't pay any attention to Mi Tian and instead lifted Lai Feng up high as if he was a child, staring at him with his scarlet eyes indifferently as he asked, "Who is that old fart Tian Jiu to you?" Lai Feng finally realized something was wrong and desperately urged his monster qi to break free from Shuai Yen's control, but no matter how hard he tried, his monster qi seemed to be imprisoned and could not move at all. "You're not Shuai Yen!" Lai Feng exclaimed in horror. It was impossible for Shuai Yen to subdue him in a single move. Combined with the change in demonic qi back on Monster Mountain, Lai Feng immediately understood what was going on. Possession. Yang Kai and Mi Tian also reacted at the same time and called out in surprise. "You little brats have good eyesight." Shuai Yen cackled strangely, not trying to deny it. Instead, he shot a meaningful glance towards Yang Kai, a look of greed flashing across the depths of his eyes. Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine when he saw Shuai Yen staring at him, not knowing what he meant. Shuai Yen no longer paid any attention to him, retracted his gaze, and continued to ask, "Who is Tian Jiu to you?" "He is my family ancestor." Lai Feng's face flushed red as he grit his teeth and replied. "Is he still alive?" Shuai Yen tilted his head. "My family ancestor fell a long time ago." "May I ask who Senior is?" Lai Feng asked in a deep voice. When Tian Jiu was alive, he was a top master on Monster Emperor Star. He was an extremely powerful monster king who had reached the peak of the Third Order Origin King realm. Unfortunately, he fell 10,000 years ago, leaving him as the strongest member of Lai Feng's bloodline to this day. He actually died? That's a pity, this king still has some old debts to settle with him. Shuai Yen seemed a little disappointed as he grinned, but it doesn't matter, it's all in the past. Encountering his junior today can be considered as settling one of this old master's grievances. "Who is Senior?" Lai Feng asked in a trembling voice. He could feel that Shuai Yen was squeezing his big hand harder and harder, making it difficult for him to breathe. This king was born in the same era as Tian Jiu and had many grievances with him. "Who do you think this king is?" Shuai Yen chuckled. Lai Feng's face turned pale as he trembled. "You're the Mad Crocodile King. You actually fell here." Lai Feng was naturally familiar with the history of his family. Tens of thousands of years ago, when Tian Jiu was alive, the Shadow Vulture lineage was extremely powerful and dominated almost all of Monster Star. Unfortunately, there was another powerful monster king who could compete with Tian Jiu. That was the Mad Crocodile Monster King. Now, after hearing Shuai Yen's words, Lai Feng immediately understood his identity. The guy who possessed Shuai Yen turned out to be the bloodthirsty and cruel Mad Crocodile Monster King. It was rumored that his cultivation was earth-shattering, but his actions were bloody and cruel. Countless monster race and human race cultivators died at his hands. The entire Monster Star was turned upside down by him, which was why he was called the Mad Crocodile Monster King. Tian Jiu tried to kill him many times but failed, and the enmity between the two masters grew deeper and deeper. But later, he suddenly disappeared from Monster Star, and no one knew where he went. Qi Yu and the others knew that the Mad Crocodile King fell in the blood prison, but the younger generation did not know much about what happened tens of thousands of years ago. Now that he learned the truth, Lai Feng's courage almost shattered. Falling into the hands of such a monster race master, how could he have a good end? That's right, this king fell here, but this king can rise again today. Heh, since you are a descendant of Tian Jiu, you can only blame your bad luck for bumping into this king. Shuai Yen sneered as he squeezed Lai Feng's neck with his big hand, and with a loud crack, Lai Feng's neck fell to the side and the light in his eyes quickly dimmed. Lai Feng was dead. Shuai Yen was now so powerful that it was almost impossible to comprehend. Mi Tian gulped as his face turned pale. Even when facing Yang Kai, he had not felt so powerless. The great reputation of the mad crocodile monster king made him unable to even think of resisting. At the moment of Lai Feng's death, he did not hesitate at all. He immediately retreated, wanting to leave this troublesome place. You think you can leave without this king's permission? Shuai Yan suddenly turned his head to look in the direction of Mi Tian and casually stretched out his hand, causing a mysterious force to burst forth. The space in front of Mi Tian seemed to have turned into an impenetrable wall that blocked his path. Yang Kai's eyes widened as he watched this scene and vaguely understood. This was the power of his territory. Although Shuai Yan's aura was still at the peak of the third-order origin returning realm, the mad crocodile monster king who possessed his body was a genuine third-order origin king. It was understandable that he could use some of the power of his territory. It turns out this kind of power can be used like this. Yang Kai's eyes flashed brilliantly, seemingly very interested in Shuai Yan's methods. Mi Tian failed to escape and immediately changed directions. Shuai Yan coldly snorted and waved his hand, summoning a blood flood dragon that transformed into a rope-like existence that shot towards Mi Tian. Mi Tian flew into a rage and turned around, causing the strange flower to burst into thousands of petals that shot towards Shuai Yan from all directions. At the same time, his eyes suddenly bloomed with a strange brilliance as he stared straight at Shuai Yan. Shuai Yan showed no fear and simply sneered contemptuously, soul-absorbing evil eye. Daring to use this against this old master, boy, you're overestimating yourself. Saying so, his scarlet eyes suddenly became deep and dark, like a bottomless pit that swallowed up Mi Tian's evil eye. A terrifying spiritual energy burst out from Shuai Yan's body. Mi Tian screamed miserably, as if he had suffered a great deal of pain, his aura suddenly weakening. Not only did his evil eye not play any role, but it was also injured by Shuai Yan, greatly damaging his soul. The blood-red rope instantly bound Mi Tian tightly, making it impossible for him to escape. Shuai Yan grinned fiercely as he raised his hand high and slowly clenched it into a fist. The blood-red rope that bound Mi Tian quickly tightened as Shuai Yan's fist moved. Don't! Mi Tian cried out, but it was to no avail as the blood-red rope directly cut into his flesh and broke his bones. With a series of cracking sounds, Mi Tian's flesh and blood were sent flying, leaving no trace of his body behind. With just a wave of his hand, he had killed 2 monster race rising stars. Shuai Yan lowered his head and stared at his hand, a look of satisfaction appearing on his face as he muttered, "Good, good, the blood flood dragon bloodline really has its own uniqueness." He seemed very satisfied with his new body. But soon, he slowly shook his head, raised his eyes, and stared at Yang Kai with an even more fervent gaze, his eyes filled with greed. For him, Yang Kai's existence seemed to be more attractive to him. "You're not running?" Shuai Yan asked in amazement. Although he had been paying attention to Yang Kai's movements when he killed Mi Tian and Lai Feng, it was impossible for him to give him a chance to escape. However, this human just stood there and watched coldly, not even showing any intention of running away, which surprised Shuai Yan greatly. Chapter 1609. Why should I run? Yang Kai, who was standing there, raised his brow and asked. Are you not afraid of death? Aren't you afraid this king will kill you? Shuai Yan showed a look of interest. It's not certain who will kill who. Senior's words are too confident, Yang Kai chuckled. Shuai Yan narrowed his eyes and stared at Yang Kai seriously before nodding gently, although I don't want to admit it, you human are much better than my monster race's little brats. My monster race seems to be in decline right now. Senior is too kind. Yang Kai still wore an indifferent look, but Senior doesn't need to act mysterious. Even if you were a monster king tens of thousands of years ago, now that you have taken over this body again, how much strength can you display? Be careful not to fail miserably. If that happens, you'll die a horrible death. Shuai-Yen was startled but immediately burst into laughter, his laughter rumbling like thunder as he nodded. Good, good, even though you know this king's identity, you don't show the slightest fear and are even able to speak freely with this king. You human brat, you're really not bad, making this king feel a bit reluctant to kill you. And this king has just taken over this body and has experienced tens of thousands of years of weakness, so he really can't display much of his strength, but killing you is not a problem. Moreover, you must die. This king likes the golden divine dragon source in your body, so hand it over obediently and this king can give you a quick death. The origin power of the golden holy dragon? Yang Kai frowned, revealing a look of understanding, so it was Senior who wanted to kill me in the cave just now. No wonder I felt something was wrong. Your perception is quite keen. Shuai-Yen coldly snorted, enough nonsense, surrender obediently and this king won't be too cruel to you, but if you dare to resist, so what if I resist? Yang Kai coldly snorted before his figure flickered and suddenly disappeared. This is... Shuai-Yen frowned, revealing a dignified look. The moment Yang Kai disappeared, Shuai-Yen noticed a strange power that was both familiar and unfamiliar to him. Soon, Shuai-Yen realized what it was and exclaimed, Space Force. Shuai-Yen's eyes flashed a terrifying blood-red light as his expression twisted with excitement. He had never expected that this human's body would contain so much wealth that even he coveted it. Not to mention that the golden divine dragon source power was something that every monster race powerhouse yearned to possess. Even this unorthodox space force was not something that ordinary people could cultivate. As long as he could occupy this human boy's body, whether it was the golden divine dragon source or the space force he cultivated, Shuai-Yen could take it all for himself. Although Shuai-Yen's original monster body had inherited an ancient bloodline, how could it compare to the golden divine dragon? Coupled with the space force he possessed, Shuai-Yen felt that if he could seize Yang Kai's body, his cultivation would rise to a whole new level in the future. Good, good, good. The heavens are really helping this king. Shuai-Yen laughed, his blood-red eyes filled with greed. A creaking sound suddenly rang out as a half-moon-shaped void crack suddenly appeared 15 meters in front of Shuai-Yen. This void crack was 10 meters long and as soon as it formed, it shot towards Shuai-Yen. A chaotic aura pulsed from this void crack, giving off an extremely uncomfortable feeling, as if it was trying to banish Shuai-Yen into the endless void. Your use of the Tao of space has actually reached such a level. Shuai-Yen exclaimed, his voice filled with excitement. Still standing in place without moving, Shuai-Yen didn't even try to dodge, simply stretching out his hand and grasping forward. As he grasped, the rapidly advancing crescent-shaped void crack suddenly seemed to be bound by some kind of invisible force and stopped mid-air, unable to advance any further. Shuai-Yen frowned as he madly pushed his monster chi and shouted, "Break for me!" With a roar, the crescent-shaped spatial rift was crushed by him, and the space that was cut open twisted and squirmed for a while before repairing itself. Walla, a slight noise came from the soles of Shuai-Yen's feet and a gray figure appeared above his head, gripping a black stick with both hands and smashing it down fiercely. What is this? Shuai-Yen was taken aback. Even with his perception, he did not notice any trace of this figure approaching him until it broke through the ground. Looking at it carefully, Shuai-Yen discovered that this figure was not made of flesh and blood, but more like a humanoid rock. It wasn't tall, only about the length of an ordinary person's thigh. However, the black stick it held in its hands gave off a power that made Shuai-Yen tremble in fear. If this stick hit, Shuai-Yen estimated he wouldn't be able to obtain any benefits. His face sinking, Shuai-Yen coldly snorted as a blood-red mist suddenly filled his body, forming a solid defense around him. The black stick smashed down fiercely. With a cracking sound, the defense Shuai-Yen laid down was unable to withstand the power of this stick and directly collapsed, allowing the black stick to continue smashing towards his head. Shuai Lian's complexion finally changed as he covered his body in blood-red scales and used his flood dragon transformation to meet the incoming stick with his fist. On his fist, not only was there a frightening energy fluctuation, there was also a strange aura. It was the power of territory. Kong, the blood-red and black lights collided and a dazzling halo burst forth. Shuai Lian's body sank as he was smashed directly into the ground while the small figure was also sent flying backwards, landing heavily on the ground, but soon stood up, shaking its head as if nothing had happened. A high-pitched bird cry rang out as a strange fiery red bird suddenly appeared, its beautiful body swaying back and forth. Flapping its wings, it opened its mouth wide and spat out a series of fireballs containing terrifying power, instantly enveloping Shuai Lian's position. Shuai Lian's roar rang out in an instant as the sound of fireballs exploding echoed one after another. Yang Kai's figure once again appeared like a ghost, his expression indifferent as he swooped down from the sky, the verdant dragon bone sword already in his hand. Pouring his Saint Chi into it, a giant dark green dragon shook its head and wagged its tail before pouncing straight towards Shuai Lian, seemingly wanting to swallow him whole. Yang Kai used almost all of his strength, not showing any intention of holding back. The other party's strength was unfathomable, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't treat him as an ordinary origin returning realm master. The giant dark green dragon's huge body slammed into the ground, causing the ground to tremble. Yang Kai then shot out hundreds of golden blood threads, sending them out like a mad dance, cutting through space. "Little brat, you court death!" Shuai Lian shouted madly. He hadn't expected to suffer such a big loss at Yang Kai's hands right after he saw the light of day again. He thought that Yang Kai was no different from Yi Tian and Lai Feng, who he had killed before. It seemed he had underestimated Yang Kai's ability. The power of his territory seeped out from Shuai Lian's body, preventing the fireballs from entering within 10 meters of him and bursting apart. The giant dark green dragon was also sent flying by Shuai Lian's punch while the golden blood threads shot out by Yang Kai didn't have much effect, only leaving shallow scars on the surface of Shuai Lian's body. After being possessed, Shuai Lian's strength had become almost unimaginable. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and stretched out his hand, summoning the purple shield in front of him. The next moment, a giant blood-red fist slammed into it. Walla, the origin grade high-rank defensive artifact that had followed Yang Kai for many years and had been repaired and refined several times by Yang inflammation was blown apart, no longer able to provide any help to Yang Kai. The destruction of the purple shield slowed down the violent offensive of Shuai Lian's punch, allowing Yang Kai to meet it with his own. When the two fists collided, Yang Kai only felt an irresistible force hit him head-on, causing him to feel a sweet taste in his throat as he was sent flying a few thousand meters before he was able to stabilize himself. After standing firm, Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood and stared forward. Over there, when the dust settled, Shuai Lian's hair was disheveled and his aura was violent. His face was ferocious and terrifying as his scarlet eyes stared straight at Yang Kai from a few thousand meters away. He seemed to be truly enraged. Yang Kai grinned as he calmed down. Just now, he seemed to be going all out, but in fact, it was just a test of strength. Now that he had obtained the result he wanted, Yang Kai was naturally happy. Shuai Lian was not invincible. He was afraid of the heaven-shaking pillar in the stone mongoose's hand, he was afraid of his golden blood threads, he was afraid of the verdant dragon bone sword, and he was also afraid of the firebird artifact spirit. All of Yang Kai's means could cause harm to him. This was more than enough. Yang Kai was afraid that no matter how hard he tried, Shuai Lian would remain unscathed. If that really happened, Yang Kai would immediately leave. If he couldn't even break his opponent's defenses, what was the point of fighting? While Yang Kai's thoughts were racing, Shuai Lian's furious expression converged and he seemed to realize something, a look of dread appearing in his eyes. He finally saw the situation in front of him clearly. Yang Kai was different from Lai Feng and Mi Tian and was not an existence he could kill at will. This little brat is ridiculously strong. Sweeping his eyes over the firebird, the stone mongoose, and the giant dark green dragon, Shuel Yen suddenly shouted, "Boy, you're really good. You cultivate the Tao of space, so this king isn't sure he can kill you. How about this, you leave this king's origin essence crystal behind and we can shake hands and not cross paths from now on. You want the origin essence crystal?" Yang Kai curled his lips. "Yes, that is this king's monster core, this king will not give it up no matter what." "You think too much." Yang Kai chuckled, "Once the origin essence crystal is in my hands, it's impossible for me to return it to you. If you want it, you can take it with your own ability. Boy, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Seeing that you are a promising talent, I don't want to bully you and make things difficult for you here. Don't misunderstand my intentions." "Really? Why do I feel like Senior is lacking in confidence? Don't you want my golden holy dragon's origin power? If you kill me, everything will be yours. Why are you wasting your breath here?" Chapter 16:10. Shuel Yen's face sank. "Little brat, are you really not going to give me any face? Who do you think you are?" Yang Kai sneered contemptuously. "Good, there aren't many who dare speak to this king like this. Tianjiu, that old fart, is one of them, and you count as another, but you will die here today." Shuel Yen roared as a blood-red mist suddenly emerged from his body and wrapped around him, making it impossible to see his figure from where he stood, only a blood-red cloud. Immediately, the blood-red cloud flew over at an extremely fast speed and wrapped around Yang Kai in an instant. From the blood-red mist, a terrifying and astonishing energy fluctuation burst forth and a blood-red light shot towards Yang Kai like a living creature. At the same time, a mysterious force began to spread. Yang Kai suddenly felt that his movements had become difficult and the Saint Qi in his body was faintly suppressed. "Territory, territory!" Yang Kai roared as his shi madly spread outwards, causing the surrounding space to distort and collapse. However, his shi was completely suppressed by Shuel Yen's domain and was unable to extend any further than 3 inches out of his body. Shi close to the grand accomplishment stage. Shuel Yen shouted in surprise, "Little brat, you really have the capital to be arrogant. With just a second-order origin returning realm cultivation, you've condensed your shi to such a degree, but you're still not good enough." Shuel Yen grinned as he separated a thick blood qi from his body and transformed it into a flood dragon that rushed towards Yang Kai from all directions. This was condensed from the mad crocodile monster king's own malevolent aura. As long as an ordinary cultivator was invaded by this aura, they would immediately lose their mind and become the demon race. Although Yang Kai did not understand the mysteries of this aura, how could he let it get close to him? Hundreds of golden blood threads lingered around his body, as if he had grown hundreds of arms, waving them about. The pressure from Yang Kai's territory was greatly reduced. Golden blood threads had the magical effect of breaking shi, and since Yang Kai's territory was an evolved form of shi, golden blood threads also had a slight restraining effect on it. 1 or 2 threads might seem insignificant, but when hundreds of them were released together, the effect was obvious. Yang Kai's power instantly spread to a foot away from his body. With a wave of his hand, the giant dark green dragon turned into a streak of green light and flew back into his hand, transforming back into the form of the dragon bone sword. A loud dragon roar rang out from the sword as Yang Kai gripped it with one hand, poured his Saint Qi into it, and swung it forward fiercely. A dark green sword light tore through space and tore the blood-red violent aura in half before slashing towards Shuel Yen, who was hidden in the blood fog. Shuel Yen didn't dare to face this attack head-on and could only dodge, but before he could react, a burly figure suddenly emerged from the ground. The stone mongoose. At this moment, the stone mongoose had transformed into a stone giant, and the heaven-shaking pillar in its hand had also become extremely terrifying, reaching a length of 15 meters. The pitch-black giant staff carried with it a heaven-destroying, earth-shattering momentum as it viciously smashed down at Shuo-Yen. Shuo-Yen was shocked and didn't dare take the heaven-shaking pillar's attack head-on. His figure flickered as he dodged again while at the same time sending out a punch. This punch, which contained a terrifying amount of power, smashed into the stone mongoose's chest. With a loud bang, the stone mongoose was forced back a few steps as stone fragments flew out from its sturdy chest. The stone mongoose was obviously stunned. Since its birth, it had never been injured by anyone. Today was the first time. Even if it only lost a few stone fragments, it was still an injury. The stone mongoose's round eyes suddenly flashed a cruel brilliance as it stretched out its hand and pounded its chest, causing a loud bang to ring out. Immediately, a terrifying scorching power spread from the stone mongoose's body. This scorching aura seemed to want to incinerate everything in the world as it erupted from inside the stone mongoose. The surface of the stone puppet's body suddenly melted, and its entire body turned a fiery red. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. He didn't know what the stone mongoose was doing. He had never seen the stone mongoose change like this before. He hurriedly retreated to avoid a direct confrontation with Shuo-Yen and paid close attention to the stone mongoose. He didn't know whether this change was good or bad for the stone mongoose. Soon, a layer of liquid appeared on the stone mongoose's body, like rolling lava, covering its entire body. At first glance, the stone mongoose seemed to be wearing lava armor. The lava armor was steaming hot, and even Yang Kai didn't dare to approach it. Sun's true fire. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He could feel the power of the sun's true fire from the lava armor. In an instant, Yang Kai realized what was going on. The stone mongoose had indeed swallowed the sun's true fire in the past, but after so many years, the stone mongoose hadn't used this power, so even its master, Yang Kai, didn't know what the stone mongoose was capable of. But today, Shuo-Yen's punch had undoubtedly enraged the stone mongoose, so it had decided to use its full strength. The stone mongoose in its lava armor suddenly transformed into a lava giant. It held the incredibly thick heaven-shaking pillar in one hand and clenched its other hand into a fist. A sinister grin appeared on its usually simple and honest face, giving it a strange appearance. Deng deng deng. The stone mongoose stepped forward and rushed into the blood cloud without fear, swinging its huge fists toward Shuo-Yen. Shuo-Yen let out a strange cry as the thick blood cloud began to thin at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if it was being evaporated by the sun's true fire. After a dozen or so punches, Shuo-Yen's figure reappeared. His face was ashen as he looked fearfully at the lava giant that was constantly closing in on him. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Even with his profound knowledge, he couldn't tell what kind of monster this creature in front of him was. The first time it attacked him, it was only half the height of a person, appearing small and delicate. The second time it attacked him, it suddenly became tall and powerful, and now, it had transformed into a giant of lava. Shuo-Yen retreated again and again, not daring to confront the stone mongoose head-on. The firebird took advantage of this situation and spat out a barrage of large and small fireballs. Not only were these fireballs scorching hot, but they also contained arcs of lightning. The firebird had also swallowed the sun's true fire, allowing it to grow by leaps and bounds. It had also swallowed the heaven-scorching thunder fire, allowing its flames to fuse with the violent nature of thunder. Its flames were even more terrifying than the stone mongoose's. What it lacked was the stone mongoose's terrifying strength, but it was much more agile. With two great helpers, one on the ground and one in the sky, they were able to force Shuo-Yen into a situation where he was unable to fight back. Yang Kai grinned. With just the firebird and the stone mongoose, Shuo-Yen was already at a disadvantage. Even if he had been a monster king for tens of thousands of years and could still use a trace of the power of his territory, his strength was still limited by the body he possessed. If he was at his peak, he would have been able to kill Yang Kai on the spot. A peak third-order origin king was no joke. However, now that he was a dragon swimming in shallow water, he couldn't stir up any waves. Scram! Shuel Yen was in a difficult situation and couldn't help roaring as he steeled his heart and threw a punch at the stone mongoose, the huge force behind it forcing the stone mongoose back several dozen meters. However, Shuel Yen's fist was also scorched black and filled with a nauseating smell. In the next moment, Shuel Yen did not stop and instead avoided the crazy attacks of the firebird and rushed straight towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai was the key figure in this battle. As long as he killed Yang Kai, the stone mongoose and firebird, who obeyed his orders, would not be able to play much of a role. Shuel Yen made up his mind and attacked with all his strength, seemingly trying to kill Yang Kai in one fell swoop. The power of his territory surged again and covered Yang Kai, allowing Shuel Yen to viciously rush forward. Yang Kai's Shi erupted from his body and resisted the power of the territory, but he was quickly forced back. Shuel Yen had already closed in and was grinning fiercely as he let out a fierce roar. This roar was as harsh as a sword, as if hundreds of sharp swords were stabbing into one's soul, causing Yang Kai's movements to freeze. "Boy, you're finished!" Shuel Yen shouted wildly as he reached out to grab Yang Kai. Not necessarily. Yang Kai's mouth suddenly curled into a strange smile as his body shook violently and a roar came from his throat, dragon transformation. A golden light burst forth and a golden scale armor suddenly emerged from Yang Kai's right arm, wrapping him up completely. His 5 fingers shone brilliantly and his entire hand became terrifying, as if it had transformed into a dragon claw. The divine dragon's pressure filled the air. A trace of fear instinctively flashed across Shuel Yen's eyes as the infinitely rising momentum around his body suddenly fell. The pressure of an ancient spirit had a suppressive effect on any monster race, let alone an emperor among divine spirits. Whether it was Shuel Yen's body or mad crocodile monster king's soul, they were both just wild variants that could not be compared to the golden divine dragon. Kai Yang stretched out his right hand, his 5 fingers closed together like a sharp sword, fiercely thrusting forward. A light poochie sound rang out. Shuel Yen's seemingly invulnerable body was directly pierced through by Yang Kai's right hand, as if it was tofu, not encountering any resistance at all. A heartbeat sounded from Shuel Yen's chest as Yang Kai's dragon transformation right hand grasped his heart. Shuel Yen froze in place as his big hand that was reaching out towards Yang Kai stopped above his head, his eyes trembling violently. "I'll send you on your way." Yang Kai grinned as he squeezed his right hand and crushed Shuel Yen's heart. "Boy, you're still too inexperienced." Before Shuel Yen died, he suddenly laughed strangely. As his heart was crushed, the light in his eyes quickly disappeared. Yang Kai's face sank as he faintly realized that something was wrong. Just as he was about to withdraw, however, he saw a blood-red light suddenly shoot out from Shuel Yen's head and rush straight towards his own without the slightest pause. This blood-red light revealed a very strange aura and tore through the defenses of Shuel Yen's knowledge sea. "So that's what you were planning." Yang Kai suddenly woke up and did not dare to neglect, quickly immersing himself in his knowledge sea and manifesting his soul avatar. Inside his knowledge sea, the sea of conflagrated knowledge sea roared. An unfamiliar figure stood in midair, looking around in shock and amazement. He found that this place was somewhat different from what he had imagined. "If you're planning to seize my body, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed." Yang Kai looked at this strange figure and sneered. Chapter 1611. Mad Crocodile Monster King had never taken the survival of Shuel Yen's body seriously. He had pretended to fight Yang Kai in close combat so that the moment Yang Kai relaxed, he could rush into his knowledge sea with his soul avatar and seize his body. He had almost succeeded. His soul avatar had broken into Yang Kai's knowledge sea as he wished, and now he only needed to swallow Yang Kai's soul avatar before he could occupy Yang Kai's body and enjoy the many mysteries it contained. Mad Crocodile was confident in this. Although he had been dormant for tens of thousands of years and his soul had been constantly weakened by the flowing time Great Emperor, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. His spiritual energy was still far superior to that of an ordinary origin returning realm master. Otherwise, he would not have been able to seize Shuel Yan's body in such a short time. Shuel Yan was an elite among origin returning realm masters. However, as soon as he entered this incomparably hot sea of knowledge world, he faintly felt that something was wrong. Your soul is actually a variant soul. Mad Crocodile exclaimed. You must be joking. Yang Kai looked at him faintly, not in a hurry to take action, his indifferent tone as if he was chatting with a friend. Mad Crocodile frowned as he looked around. Soon, his gaze was attracted to a seven-colored island in the center of Yang Kai's knowledge sea. In an instant, Mad Crocodile's eyes bulged as a look of disbelief filled them. Pointing his finger, he asked in a trembling voice, "Is that the legendary soul-warming lotus? Does Senior know about the soul-warming lotus?" Yang Kai was surprised. Mad Crocodile's face sank. "This king has drunk more water than you have walked. The soul-warming lotus is a supreme treasure, how could this king not have heard of it? This little brat actually has the soul-warming lotus." What surprised him the most though was that this soul-warming lotus was actually seven-colored. With such a supreme treasure nourishing his knowledge sea, it was no wonder this brat's knowledge sea was so strong and his knowledge sea was so thick. It was rumored that this thing could constantly nourish a cultivator's soul and strengthen their soul. If it was used for a short time, its effects would be obvious, but if it was used for a long time, its effects would be remarkable. It was enough to save a cultivator countless years of hard work. Tens of thousands of years ago, when Mad Crocodile was alive, he had naturally heard of the soul-warming lotus, but unfortunately, he never had the chance to see it. Crocodile had never expected that tens of thousands of years later, when he possessed Yang Kai's body, he would actually see it with his own eyes. Yang's crocodiles was, or had evolved crocodile evolved to, soul. The former was more likely more. The evolution of the soul-warming lotus was extremely difficult, so how could it easily evolve into its seven-colored form? Crocodile's. Mad Crocodile's heart was filled with emotion. He was able to become a monster king because of his talent and bloodline. He also had many fortuitous encounters and worked hard to achieve his status and strength. However, compared to Yang Kai's, his fortuitous encounters were simply a pile of garbage. He looked greedily at the seven-colored treasure island and took a deep breath, as if to calm his excitement. He turned his head, looked at Yang Kai solemnly, and said in a loud voice, "Boy, this king has indeed underestimated you. It seems that there will be a hard battle ahead. I just don't know who will die in the end." The other party's soul power was not below his own, and he also had the soul-warming lotus to assist him. Mad Crocodile Monster King was not completely confident that he could devour Yang Kai's soul avatar. He regarded the other party as an opponent who could confront him head-on. "I think the latter is more likely." Hearing this, Yang Kai chuckled, his face calm and confident. He did not put Mad Crocodile Monster King in his eyes at all. "Boy, you're too arrogant. It's time to teach you a lesson, lest you underestimate the heroes of the world. You don't believe me?" Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at him with a sarcastic smile. "Forget it, I won't talk nonsense with you. The sooner I kill you, the sooner I'll be done." As he spoke, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pointed to the sky. Mad Crocodile did not know what Yang Kai was going to do and looked up suspiciously. An extremely strange oval object was imprinted in his eyes. In the middle of that object, there was a gap. At first glance, it looked like a closed eye, mysterious and unfathomable. Following Yang Kai's finger, the gap slowly cracked open. Immediately, a golden light bloomed from it. The golden light grew stronger and stronger, finally forming a pillar of light that shone down from the sky, enveloping Mad Crocodile Monster King's soul avatar. Inside that golden light, there seemed to be a five-colored glow mixed with it. An extremely mysterious power wrapped around Mad Crocodile Monster King's soul avatar, making him unable to move, as if he was bound by this golden light. What is this? Mad Crocodile cried out in horror. As soon as he was illuminated by the golden light, he realized that something was wrong. His soul force was like a snowflake exposed to the scorching sun, quickly evaporating and melting. This discovery made him turn pale with fright and he desperately resisted. The golden light was somewhat scattered, and the five-colored glow contained within it seemed to show signs of being unable to restrain Mad Crocodile Monster King. Yang Kai raised his brow, showing a look of surprise. The demon eye of annihilation was the great demon god's divine technique. It could produce a soul annihilation golden light, which had a strong restraining effect on the soul. Yang Kai had used it countless times to no avail. Although the great demon god was only a saint king at the time of his death, his divine technique was now in Yang Kai's possession, and the power of the soul annihilation golden light had also increased along with Yang Kai's strength. What's more, the soul annihilation golden light was now mixed with the power of the colored glass divine light. The colored glass divine light had the effect of binding one's soul, and when combined with the soul annihilation golden light, its power was even greater than before. Even so, Mad Crocodile Monster King couldn't be killed in one fell swoop, which showed how pure and powerful his soul force was. However, this was also understandable. After all, Mad Crocodile was a Monster King level master. It would be unreasonable if he could be killed so easily. Yang Kai grinned and didn't make any moves. With a single thought, the roaring, flame-like sea water rushed from all directions, turning into a giant wave that rushed towards Mad Crocodile Monster King's soul avatar. In an instant, the place where Mad Crocodile stood was wrapped in fiery red spiritual energy. No! Mad Crocodile's screams resounded. Amidst the sea of flames, he struggled to resist. Powerful soul skills erupted one after another, shooting out in all directions. Mad Crocodile, in this place, I am the master. You dared to come here, you're digging your own grave. Yang Kai shouted, fiercely urging his soul force to exert pressure on Mad Crocodile. The soul annihilation golden light, the colored glass divine light, and the conflagrated divine sense, all three of them worked together, turning Mad Crocodile's knowledge sea upside down. Mad Crocodile's screams and roars were endless, sounding extremely tragic, but no matter how he struggled to resist, he still couldn't escape the shroud of the golden light. Under the golden light, his soul force was melting at an extremely terrifying speed, and his aura was getting weaker and weaker. As time passed, his screams gradually weakened, and his resistance became weaker and weaker. In the end, he didn't respond. After Yang Kai waved his hand to calm the tumbling divine sense and withdrew the power of the demon eye of annihilation, there was only a mass of energy left in the knowledge sea. Mad Crocodile's soul force had long been destroyed. Looking at this mass of energy, Yang Kai's eyes burned brightly. This was what Mad Crocodile left behind after he was strangled, and it contained his understanding of the heavenly way and martial Tao, as well as his understanding of his territory. This was the life experience of a third-order origin king. Its value was immeasurable. If he could absorb this mass of energy, Yang Kai estimated that he should be able to grow tremendously, likely saving him many years of cultivation. Considering all this, Yang Kai couldn't wait to summon his soul avatar out of his knowledge sea, turn his head, and look around. Arriving in front of the dead Shui Lian and the other monster race newcomers, Yang Kai took out their monster cores and space rings, summoned a mass of demonic flames, and burned their corpses clean before turning around and rushing back into the cave. Shui Lian, Mi Tian, and Lai Feng were all extremely famous and powerful origin returning realm masters on Monster Star. It could be said that they basically represented the highest level of combat power in the origin returning realm. Their monster cores were naturally extremely valuable. Yang Kai did not use their corpses to condense blood beasts. Now that he had enough means to deal with his enemies, he was not in a hurry to refine blood beasts. 3 monster cores equivalent to peak 9th order monster beast cores, if used well, could be used as pill spirits. He could definitely refine 3 origin king grade spirit pills. Yang Kai decided to use these 3 monster cores for alchemy. Monster cores of this grade were rare. Inside the cave, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, carefully absorbing the essence of the pure energy he had just absorbed, his face sometimes filled with excitement and joy, sometimes filled with confusion and amazement. 100 kilometers away from the blood prison, inside the stone pavilion, Luo Hai's eyes were closed tightly, motionless. However, his divine sense was roaming the void, enveloping the entire blood prison. Although he could not perceive it too clearly, he could still perceive some general things. Now, his divine sense was completely focused on Monster Mountain. As if he had discovered something, his body had been trembling slightly since half an hour ago, and a storm had been raging in the depths of his heart. Because of the request of the old woman surnamed Lei and the others, Luo Hai had been paying attention to Yang Kai's movements. When Yang Kai entered Monster Mountain, Luo Hai had noticed it, and he had also noticed the changes in Monster Mountain. When the aura of the origin essence crystal hidden in Monster Mountain disappeared, Luo Hai also noticed it. The origin essence crystal had been stored there for tens of thousands of years, but as soon as Yang Kai entered Monster Mountain, something happened. What could this mean? Luo Hai understood the truth of the matter almost immediately. The origin essence crystal had been taken away by Yang Kai. This was a treasure that even Luo Hai coveted. Hiding the excitement in the depths of his heart, Luo Hai did not show the slightest trace of it on the surface, so as not to expose any flaws, but secretly began to plan. An origin essence crystal left behind by a Monster King level master was not something Luo Hai would let go of. It was the key to his breakthrough to the 3rd order origin king realm. Perhaps he could use this origin essence crystal to break through his current shackles and reach the supreme peak. That Monster King was not the only 3rd order origin king who died in the blood prison, as many as 3, but the origin essence crystals of the other 2 had long since been taken away. Only that Monster King's origin essence crystal was extremely difficult to obtain and no one could obtain it. The rich demonic chi that shrouded Monster Mountain made it impossible for any human origin returning realm master to approach it. This time, someone had finally succeeded, so how could Luo Hai let it go? Chapter 16:12. Luo Hai already regarded the origin essence crystal as his own. He had the confidence and qualifications to do so. After all, as the Star Master of Green Mountain Star, as long as Yang Kai was still on Green Mountain Star, he could not escape his control. When the time came, Luo Hai could ask this little brat for the origin essence crystal and give him some rewards. If he was willing, Luo Hai felt he could even accept him as a disciple. This was a great honor, an opportunity that others couldn't even ask for. For many years, Luo Hai had not been so excited, but at this moment, he almost couldn't control himself. If not for fear of the other origin kings in the stone pavilion seeing through his disguise, he would have already laughed heartily. Master Luo Hai, the blood prison will close in 10 days, right? The old woman surnamed Lei suddenly asked. Luo Hai nodded after hearing this. There are indeed only 10 days left. When the time comes, the power of the territory inside the blood prison will fully erupt and those little brats will have no choice but to withdraw. I wonder what their harvest was this time. By the way, is that second-order origin returning realm brat safe and sound? Hearing her ask about Yang Kai, everyone opened their eyes and looked towards Luo Hai, obviously concerned about Yang Kai's life or death. He's fine, this king thinks he'll be able to come out alive. You don't have to worry about his safety. Good, 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 as long as he can come out alive, this old woman will immediately invite him to join Sword Union. The old woman was overjoyed. This little brat's future is boundless. Although there have been some second-order origin returning realm masters who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth who entered the blood prison, none of them were able to come out alive. If he can accomplish this, his future will definitely be bright. This old master can't wait to meet this little brat. I really want to know what his origins are. And, looking at his performance, there will definitely be a place for him in future stars' territory. Everyone chimed in one after another, obviously having a very high opinion of Yang Kai. Luo Hai just smiled and did not interrupt. Only he understood that Yang Kai was more outstanding than everyone imagined. Inside the cave of the monster mountain, Yang Kai was completely immersed in his meditation, completely unaware of the passage of time. Slowly, he frowned and opened his eyes. Yang Kai noticed that the atmosphere in the blood prison had changed a little. In the monster mountain, there was a trace of territory's power flowing over. Before coming here, Chiyu had said that once the aura of the blood prison changed, they had to leave immediately. Otherwise, they would die without a burial place. When such a change occurred, within 5 days, the entire blood prison would become a forbidden area that no one could set foot in. It would be a chaotic territory that would only calm down after 1,000 years. It was time to leave. He slowly stood up and inspected his gains. He was beaming with joy. He felt that his understanding of force had become much clearer, and he was only one step away from mastering it. This step seemed very close, but it was as if there was a thin layer blocking his understanding of force. However, this was not a big deal. After absorbing the spiritual energy of Mad Crocodile Monster King, as long as he thoroughly comprehended it, it would not be difficult for him to reach the grand accomplishment stage in his Shur. Moreover, when he broke through to the Origin King realm in the future, it would be easy for him to form his own territory. Yang Kai could not enjoy this kind of benefit now, only when his strength reached the Origin King realm would he be able to show it. Walking out of the cave, Yang Kai identified his bearings before his figure flickered and he transformed into a bolt of lightning, quickly disappearing. 2 days later, in a basin, Yang Kai appeared leisurely. "Boy, you're here." A figure suddenly flashed from the side and landed in front of Yang Kai, looking at him with a smile. "Senior Ba He." Yang Kai gently nodded to him. "I thought you were dead, boy. I didn't hear any news about you." Yu Xiong popped out from an unknown corner and greeted Yang Kai casually while sweeping his eyes over him, seemingly trying to see if he was missing an arm or a leg. "Yang Kai." Shanqing Luo smiled like a flower and landed directly beside him, holding his arm. Shui Sun appeared immediately after Shanqing Luo but only nodded lightly to Yang Kai, not saying much. "You're all here," Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Have you obtained the thing adoptive mother gave you?" Yu Xiong walked up to Yang Kai and asked in a low voice. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and wiped his space ring, took out a round crystal-like object, and tossed it to Yu Xiong. Yu Xiong caught it nervously and held it in his palm to examine it carefully. In an instant, everyone's eyes were attracted to this seemingly pure and flawless crystal, everyone's eyes burning with passion. "This is an Origin Essence Crystal?" Ba He gulped as he stared at the Origin Essence Crystal without blinking. Even the most indifferent Shui Sun's breathing became slightly faster. "This isn't a fake, is it?" Yu Xiong looked up at Yang Kai. "What do you think?" Yang Kai sneered. It doesn't look fake. Yu Xiong shook his big head and said so, quickly taking out a jade box from his space ring and carefully placing the origin essence crystal inside. After carefully putting it away, he looked up at Yang Kai and said with a complicated expression, "Boy, you're quite straightforward. This is the first half of the monster transformation secret art that adoptive mother gave you, take it." Saying so, he threw an ancient book to Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught it, flipped through it, and after confirming there were no problems, nodded, "Senior Chi Yu's task is complete. Now that this thing is in your hands, it has nothing to do with me anymore." "Don't worry," Yu Xiong grinned, "there are so many of us here, there's no need to worry about losing it." Yang Kai no longer said anything, turned his head to Shanqing Luo, and whispered, "Come with me, I have something to say to you." "Okay," Shanqing Luo nodded and followed Yang Kai to a spot not far away. Seemingly realizing something, Shanqing Luo's mood suddenly became a little depressed. Atop the pile of rubble, there was nothing but desolation and devoid of any emotion. Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo stared at each other, an atmosphere of reluctance filling the air. After a long time, Yang Kai sighed and asked, "I met some guys before and seemed to have a conflict with you. One of them said he injured you. How are your injuries?" "It's nothing serious, I was just shaken by his Saint Chi, it can't even be considered a minor injury." Shanqing Luo slowly shook her head, "Are those guys dead?" Since they had encountered Yang Kai, it would be strange if they were still alive. You're much stronger than I am now. When we were in the ash-gray cloud evil land, I was the one who sheltered you," Shanqing Luo chuckled. Only a few years had passed since then, yet that fledgling boy from back then had already surpassed her, and this was even when she possessed the heavenly moon demon spider source. Back then, it was pretty good." Yang Kai's eyes showed a look of reminiscence as he smiled ambiguously. Shanqing Luo obviously understood what he was referring to and shot him a flirtatious look. "Do you want to go back to Monster Star?" Yang Kai suddenly asked. "I owe adoptive mother a debt of gratitude, so I can't just leave like this." Shanqing Luo's expression became sad. "Moreover, I don't want to drag you down in the future. I am now a half-monster, and Monster Star is the most suitable place for me to cultivate. If I leave with you, I will only become a burden to you in the future. I don't want that." Yang Kai gave her too much pressure. If she wanted to be with this man forever, she couldn't be greedy for a moment of pleasure. Shanqing Luo understood this better than anyone else. Yang Kai nodded gently, expressing his understanding. He had already thought about these things, so when Shanqing Luo said it out loud at this moment, he wasn't surprised at all. "What about you? Are you going to leave?" "Yes." Yang Kai smiled lightly, "I've brought the people from the central capital and Tongxian realm out. I'll take them to a cultivation star called Shadowed Star, which is very remote. If there is a chance, I'll come back to Monster Star to see you." Shanqing Luo bit her red lips and clenched her fists, her pair of enchanting eyes becoming misty as she faintly said, "When we parted that year, it has been 30 years since we last met. Now that we have parted, I don't know when I will be able to see you again." Yang Kai stretched out his big hand, held her small hand, and pulled her into his arms, placing her hand on his heart. Shanqing Luo looked up, her beautiful eyes shining with an amazing brilliance. Blushing slightly, she held Yang Kai's hand and also placed his hand on her heart. "You have me in your heart, and I have you in my heart." The two of them were well aware of this, so there was no need for words. Standing on tiptoe, she closed her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering as she pressed her red lips against Yang Kai's. "Young people." Not far away, He sighed as he stood there with his hands behind his back, looking up at the sky. "It looks like I've decided to become your brother-in-law," Yu Xiong giggled as he winked at Shui Sun to the side. Shui Sun's face was also red, even her neck, as she lowered her head and stared at the ground, seemingly trying to find an ant on the ground. Breathing heavily, Yang Kai's blood began to boil as he tasted the sweetness and beauty of Shan Qing Luo's body. Although the beguiling demon queen looked extremely charming and alluring, this was the first time Yang Kai had experienced such a thing, so it was inevitable that he wasn't her opponent. Soon, Shan Qing Luo threw away her armor and was utterly defeated, her whole body seemingly falling through the clouds, as if it was no longer her own. Suddenly, Yang Kai screamed and covered his mouth with his hand. Shan Qing Luo took this opportunity to escape from his evil clutches and took a few steps back, her expression still not disappearing as she grit her teeth and glared at Yang Kai. "Why did you bite me?" Yang Kai asked, feeling wronged. "I wanted to give you a souvenir, lest you forget me after a long time." Shan Qing Luo giggled, tears falling from her eyes as she whispered, "Hurry up and leave, if you don't. I'm afraid I won't let you leave." She seemed to have made a very difficult decision as her tender body trembled slightly. Yang Kai licked his lips and nodded, "Then take care of yourself." After saying so, he took out a space ring and handed it to Shan Qing Luo. "Take this and don't tell anyone about it." "What's inside?" Shan Qing Luo looked at him suspiciously. "You'll know in a moment." Yang Kai grinned but did not point it out. Glancing over at Ba He and the others, he said loudly, "You should leave as well, there's no need to wait for Shuel Yen and the others." As soon as these words fell, space force wrapped Yang Kai and he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Shan Qing Luo opened her mouth, but in the end, nothing came out. Chapter 16-13. Ba He and the others stood in place and looked at each other. Shan Qing Luo was in a daze as she held the space ring in her small hand, which still seemed to contain the warmth of Yang Kai's body. She probed it with her divine sense, and after seeing what was inside, she was shocked. Inside the space ring, there were at least 200 territory stones neatly arranged. She almost thought she was seeing things, but after confirming it carefully, she found that these things were really territory stones, each one exuding a gentle territory field aura. So many. Shan Qing Luo was shocked and her tender body couldn't help trembling. One had to know that she had been wandering around the blood prison all this time and had only obtained 3 territory stones. Even so, she felt that she had gained a lot. Yu Xiong had only obtained 1. As for Ba He, he had only obtained 2. But Yang Kai had casually given him 200 territory stones. This number was enough to drive anyone crazy. Where did he get so many territory stones? After recovering from her shock, Shan Qing Luo smiled happily and sweetly, gripping the space ring even harder. With so many territory stones, she was confident that she could break through to the Origin King realm in a very short time and would not become a burden to Yang Kai in the future. "We don't need to wait for Shuel Yen and the others?" "What do you mean?" Yu Xiong looked confused. Ba He's face changed as shock filled his eyes. Obviously, he understood and waved his hand, "Let's go, there's no need to wait." Shui Sun also understood and her figure flickered, arriving beside Shan Qing Luo and pulling her towards an extremely hidden void corridor nearby. The void corridor that existed in this basin was connected to a place 1,000,000 kilometers away from Green Mountain Star. The monster race cultivator who came from Monster Star would always leave from here. With the cultivations of Ba He, Yu Xiong, and the others, after leaving the void corridor, it would take them 3 or 4 months to fly through the star field before returning to Monster Star. Fortunately, there wasn't much danger along the way, so there was nothing to worry about. 2 days later, Yang Kai left the blood prison and came to a vast wasteland. Sporadic cultivator appeared one after another from the blood prison, either alone or in groups of 2 or 3. Without exception, everyone had an excited expression mixed with sadness. What was exciting was that they had walked out of the blood prison alive. Taking a trip to the blood prison meant that one day they might be qualified to condense their share to the grand accomplishment stage and break through to the Origin King realm. Even if they were unable to break through to the Origin King realm in the future, with this experience, they could still become outstanding Origin returning realm masters. Sadly, many of their companions had died. For some forces, the cultivator that entered was completely annihilated, such as the few people from Scarlet Wave Star's Brilliant Flame sect. On the wasteland, countless cultivator raised their heads in anticipation, waiting for the disciples of their sect to walk out. Once they discovered something, they would greet them with smiles on their faces and greet them warmly, their eyes filled with covetous and hopeful expressions. Naturally, no one came to greet Yang Kai. He had rushed over from Monster Star, and Shan Qing Luo and the others who had come with him had all returned. Yang Kai didn't care about the excitement of others and instead released his divine sense to search for traces of Qian Tong and the others. He had come out relatively late, so Qian Tong and the others should have come out much earlier. Soon, Yang Kai found something and turned his head in a certain direction. Not far away, a group of people who seemed to have some background were surrounding a beautiful young woman, trying their best to invite her over. Everyone's expression was extremely sincere as they offered tempting offers. "Madam, if you have nowhere else to go, why don't you come to my Blue Radish sect? With your cultivation and strength, as long as you join, you can become an outer sect elder and enjoy your own spirit peak. Every month, you will receive a large number of spirit stones and pills. My Blue Radish sect has 72 main peaks, but one of them is empty and has yet to find a suitable owner. Blue Radish sect is nothing. Madam, come to our Heavenly Dream Temple. My Heavenly Dream Temple has an Origin King Realm Master, and every 3 years, there will be an opportunity to impart cultivation experience and explain the mysteries of our territory. Madam, you can't miss it. If Madam can come to Imperial Spirit Pavilion, this old master can guarantee that you will become an inner sect elder. My Imperial Spirit Pavilion will do its best to help you cultivate and break through to the Origin King realm as soon as possible." The beautiful young woman turned a deaf ear to the noise around her and just stood there with a frown, as if she was waiting for someone, looking around from time to time. Annoyed by their chatter, she shook her head and said, "I'm sorry, everyone, but this mistress already has a sect and does not intend to leave, so please don't waste your time here. It doesn't matter if you have a sect." The old man from Imperial Spirit Pavilion who had invited her to join before laughed, "This old master did not ask you to leave your current sect. Madam can join my Imperial Spirit Pavilion with your current identity. There is no conflict." In order to win over this beautiful young woman, this old man seemed to have set a very wide bottom line, not minding which sect she originally came from. "Sorry, I don't have such an idea," the young woman still shook her head. "Elder Lin," Yang Kai walked over and greeted the young woman. Hearing this call, Lin Yuраo's beautiful eyes lit up and she quickly turned her head and said cheerfully, "Sect Master, you finally came out." Yang Kai nodded lightly before looking around. "Why are you alone? Where are Qian Tong and the others?" Lin Yurao opened her mouth and showed an embarrassed look. "It's not convenient to talk here, let's talk while walking." Seeing her look change, Yang Kai didn't ask any more questions and simply nodded, "Okay. Friend, please wait." Seeing Yang Kai about to take Lin Yurao away, the people who had surrounded her before suddenly became anxious and quickly blocked Yang Kai's path. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai frowned. The old man who spoke before smiled meaningfully, cupped his fists, and politely said, "Friend, are you the sect master of this lady's sect?" "Yes, what's the matter?" "It's nothing, this old master is the great elder of Imperial Spirit Pavilion and is here on behalf of Imperial Spirit Pavilion to invite this lady to join our pavilion as an inner sect elder." The old man saw that Yang Kai was just a second-order origin returning realm cultivator and couldn't help looking down on him, otherwise, why would he try to poach her right in front of Yang Kai? After all, this kind of thing was somewhat immoral. Do you also have the same intention? Yang Kai looked at the others. That's right. Those people all nodded, their expressions calm. What do you think? Yang Kai turned to look at Lin Yurao. Sect master need not ask, this mistress will not leave high heaven sect. Lin Yurao brushed her hair behind her ear and responded faintly. Yang Kai nodded lightly, did you hear that? I'll take my leave first. Saying so, Yang Kai prepared to lead Lin Yurao out. Lady, do you want to reconsider this offer? If you think this old master's sincerity is not enough, we can still discuss it further. The old man still chattered as he chased after Lin Yurao. Scram! Yang Kai's expression turned cold as he shouted at the old man. Seeing this old man greet him with a smile, Yang Kai didn't intend to embarrass them, so he asked Lin Yurao. However, this old man still refused to back down after receiving Lin Yurao's answer, clearly not putting him in his eyes at all. This was blatant contempt. Yang Kai wasn't made of mud, so how could he not have a temper? The old man was stunned for a moment before his face became gloomy and he grinned meaningfully, boy, this has nothing to do with you, you'd best shut your mouth obediently, or else what? Yang Kai stared back at him coldly. Or else you'll regret it. Don't think you can act so rampant just because you're a sect master. Who do you think you are? As the sect master of a sect, you can't even compare to an elder of your sect. What kind of sect master are you? In my opinion, this lady's talent is wasted on you. It would be better for her to join my Imperial Spirit Pavilion as soon as possible. That way, she'll have a bright future. As the old man spoke, the other cultivator who had invited Lin Yurao before also began belittling Yang Kai's cultivation, trying to persuade him to let go and not delay Lin Yurao's future. What's all this noise for? Yang Kai was annoyed and coldly said, Elder Lin has already rejected you, yet you still insist on pestering her. Are you not putting me in your eyes? Does this old master need to put you in his eyes? What a joke! The old man coldly snorted. The others also looked at Yang Kai disdainfully, obviously not putting him in their eyes. The conflict here attracted the attention of many people. Seeing that Yang Kai, a trivial second-order origin returning realm cultivator, had actually provoked so many enemies at once, many of them showed looks of sympathy, thinking that Yang Kai had eyes but failed to see and was about to suffer a big loss. Old man, if you don't want to die, don't provoke him. Don't be fooled by his low cultivation, he's not someone you can deal with. Suddenly, an abrupt voice rang out, causing the old man and the others to frown. Looking towards the source of the voice, they saw an ordinary-looking young man standing in place with his hands behind his back, a mocking smile on his face. Being belittled like this, the old man was naturally angry and his face sank. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly saw a 3-petal flower embroidered on the chest of this young man's robes and his expression changed. Seemingly thinking of something, he politely cupped his fists and asked, "Dare I ask this friend, who is Master Wu Dao to you?" The young man said lightly, "He is my master." There was a burst of gasps as everyone stared at the young man in shock, seemingly unable to believe what they were hearing. At the same time, there was also a strong sense of envy. Heavens, this person is actually Master Wu Dao's disciple. It is rumored that Master Wu Dao did accept a disciple 50 years ago, but unfortunately, no one knew who that disciple was, but it turns out to be him. He actually came to participate in the blood prison trial. What did he mean by that sentence just now? Could it be that this second-order origin returning realm brat also has a great background like him? After learning that this young man turned out to be Wu Dao's disciple, everyone's look towards him changed, becoming one of awe and envy. The old man from Imperial Spirit Pavilion no longer dared to underestimate what this young man had said before and frowned. "Friend, dare I ask just now?" The young man still had his hands behind his back and shook his head lightly. "You heard everything, so why bother asking? If you want to die, keep provoking me." The old man's face paled as he stared at Yang Kai in fear. He seemed to have seen some kind of huge backer behind Yang Kai and no longer dared to act presumptuously. Chapter 16-14. Yang Kai was also confused at this moment as he stared at this young man in confusion. From the reactions of the people around him, Yang Kai had already judged that this young man's background was definitely not trivial. This so-called Master Wu Dao was definitely an Origin King Realm Master. Otherwise, the people around him would not have reacted so exaggeratedly. But why did this guy want to help him? Moreover, Yang Kai felt that this young man was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. "Friend, I've returned the favor in the blood prison, so from now on, we don't owe each other anything," the young man grinned at Yang Kai. Hearing what he said, Yang Kai suddenly realized. He had indeed seen this young man before, but it was only once. This young man was one of the 30 people who had safely withdrawn from the Stone Mountain in territory at that time. Before leaving, this young man nodded lightly to Yang Kai to express his gratitude. However, there were too many people at that time, so Yang Kai had not paid much attention. It turned out that this young man's so-called favor was referring to this. Yang Kai finally understood. The other party was obviously thanking him for reminding him loudly at that time, saving him from a life-threatening situation. This young man was quite interesting. Yang Kai smiled, cupped his fists, and introduced himself, "Yang Kai. Su Bin Bai." The young man returned the gesture. Yang Kai gently nodded, faintly feeling that this young man was not simple. This was not because he had an Origin King Realm Master as his master, but because he himself was not trivial. This was a pure intuition that had no basis to speak of. But Yang Kai believed in his intuition. However, the two of them did not have much friendship, so Yang Kai had no intention of speaking to this young man. Just as he was about to leave with Lin Yu Rao, the surrounding world energy suddenly shook, as if an invisible sledgehammer was striking the void. This vibration was transmitted to everyone's hearts, causing everyone's expression to change. Soon, a mysterious force was transmitted from a distant place, piercing straight into everyone's hearts like a sharp sword. Kai Yang's brow wrinkled as he looked in that direction. Su Bin Bai also had a surprised expression. He seemed to have thought of something and his expression kept changing. "Someone is about to break through to the Origin King realm." A trembling voice suddenly sounded. His words were earth-shattering. Everyone turned to look at the speaker in unison, their expressions aghast. "Are you serious?" "Yes, this is definitely a sign of someone breaking through to the Origin King realm. This old master was fortunate enough to witness it once before, and although it has been many years, the memory is still fresh. This feeling is exactly the same as it was back then. Someone is definitely about to break through to the Origin King realm." The man who spoke with certainty. He must be an expert who came out of the blood prison. Looks like he obtained a lot of benefits from the blood prison. He actually broke through as soon as he came out. The blood prison is really a good place to gain experience. This person is really lucky. What are you still standing around for? Hurry up and go watch the fun. Breaking through to the Origin King realm is not something you can see casually. I wonder which guy's luck is so good. The breakthroughs of third-order origin returning realm masters were generally well prepared. Those who belonged to sects would naturally break through within their own sect. When they broke through, their sect spirit arrays would be fully activated and all security measures would be put in place to prevent anyone from causing trouble. Those who did not belong to sects would also invite trusted friends and family to find a hidden and safe location. Very few people did not make full preparations. As such, it was extremely rare to see an Origin King realm breakthrough. But right now, there was a master in this vast wasteland who was about to break through his own shackles. This person was obviously not prepared and was acting in a hurry. Such a lively scene was hard to come by even in 10,000 years. How could the countless cultivator outside the blood prison miss such a good opportunity? Observing an Origin King Realm Master break through was an experience for everyone. It was an opportunity for them to learn something from the Central Territory's territory that would benefit them for the rest of their lives. So, after guessing the truth of the matter, the cultivator gathered outside the blood prison, summoned their star shuttles, transformed into multicolored streaks of light, and flew off into the distance. Sect Master. Lin Yu Rao's pretty face turned pale as her tender body trembled slightly. What's wrong? Yang Kai noticed that something was wrong with her expression and could not help frowning. If I'm not mistaken, the person breaking through should be Qian Tong. Lin Yu Rao quickly said. What? Yang Kai was shocked as his expression suddenly became solemn. Are you sure it's Elder Qian? There's an 80% chance. Lin Yu Rao bit her red lips lightly. The reason why Elder Qian did not wait for you here was because he felt his aura fluctuate and showed signs of breaking through, so he quickly left. He wanted to find a safe place to break through, but now it seems, it's too late. Let's go. Yang Kai immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. If the person breaking through was indeed Qian Tong, the current situation was not optimistic. Outside the blood prison, there were now at least 1,000 cultivator, 70 to 80% of whom were Origin returning realm masters. At this moment, all of them were rushing towards the place where Qian Tong was breaking through. If they disturbed him, at best, he would fail to break through, and at worst, he would die on the spot. Yang Kai did not know what kind of grand scene would occur when he broke through to the Origin King realm, but inferring from the commotion caused when he broke through to the Origin returning realm, it was definitely not a trivial matter. The baptism of world energy was a huge test for Qian Tong, so at this time, no one could disturb him. Unexpectedly, it was Qian Tong who took the lead in crossing this threshold. Yang Kai was a little surprised. After all, when he separated from Xiaofan in the territory, Qian Tong had not shown any signs of breaking through, so in the past 10 days or so, he had definitely encountered another opportunity. Yang Kai's speed was extremely fast, and without using his star shuttle, a pair of almost transparent wings appeared behind him. The faint sound of wind and thunder could be heard as a stream of light flashed across his wings, surpassing one cultivator after another. Suddenly, Yang Kai seemed to sense something and turned his head to the side. Not far away, a figure was running side by side with him, and when this figure noticed Yang Kai's gaze, he turned his head and smiled at him. Su Bin Bai. This guy was really not simple. Not only was he able to keep up with Yang Kai's speed, but he was also able to do so with ease. Brother Yang, your wings are quite interesting. Su Bin Bai glanced at the wind and thunder wings behind Yang Kai, a trace of appreciation flashing across his eyes. Every time the wind and thunder surged, Yang Kai's figure would leap forward, forcing him to use all his strength to catch up. You're not bad yourself. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Likewise. Su Bin Bai smiled lightly before asking thoughtfully, Brother Yang, since you're so nervous, could it be that the person who broke through has something to do with you? If it's that person, then it has something to do with me. Yang Kai was not in the mood to chat with him and simply nodded seriously. Oh. Then this Su congratulates Brother Yang first. The appearance of an Origin King Realm Master in the sect is an incredible event. If there is anything this Su can do for you, Brother Yang, don't hesitate to ask. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he quickly cupped his fists. Many thanks, Brother Su. The other party being willing to help was naturally a good thing. Although Yang Kai did not know what level of Origin King Wu Dao was, from the way everyone treated Su Bin Bai before, Wu Dao was an extremely powerful existence even among Origin Kings. Using Yang Kai's tiger skin as a banner would make things easier. While the two were talking, they arrived at their destination and with a flicker, Yang Kai fell from the sky like a meteor and landed beside the group on the ground. The next moment, Su Binbai landed lightly, his movements casual and elegant. Sect Master, you're here. Yang Xiaozhu and Chu Hanyi saw Yang Kai arrive and were both shocked as they hurriedly saluted. Mou nodded lightly. Zhao Tianzhe was also here and stepped forward to greet Yang Kai. After sweeping his eyes over them and confirming that everyone was safe, Yang Kai took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice, "Was it Elder Qian?" "Yes." Chu Hanyi frowned. It happened so suddenly that we were all caught off guard. Obviously, they also knew the seriousness of the situation. Breaking through here could turn a joyous occasion into a bad one. Zhao Tianzhe smiled bitterly. Originally, this old master was going to take him to a place with a price of 500,000 spirit stones. That place was very secluded and the world energy there was rich enough, but Elder Qian, it's not your fault. Yang Kai frowned. By the way, City Lord Zhao, what happened to Elder Qian inside? How did he suddenly break through? He didn't encounter anything special, but after separating from you, Elder Qian explored a few whirlpools in the territory and seemed to have gained a lot, Zhao Tianzhe replied respectfully. So that's how it is. Yang Kai nodded lightly. The people who had followed Yang Kai to Green Mountain Star were all third-order Origin Returning Realm cultivators who had been stuck in the Origin Returning Realm for many years, but all of them had the qualifications to break through to the Origin King Realm. All they lacked was an understanding of Shi. As long as they could cultivate their Shi to the grand accomplishment stage, they could break through. Qian Tong had obviously met this requirement. This was his opportunity, as well as his destiny. As they spoke, more and more cultivator rushed to this place, and the world energy aura around Qian Tong became more and more violent. Faintly, a mysterious power began to fill the air. At first, it was very slow, but in the blink of an eye, it exploded. Qian Tong's Shi. It enveloped an area of a few hundred meters, and within that area, the sound of wind whistled as tornadoes of various sizes took form. They connected the heavens and the earth, and they completely covered an area of a few hundred meters, causing its impetus to be extremely shocking. Qian Tong's Shi had reached the grand accomplishment stage, and his own unique strength had been integrated into it. Sure enough, it's the sign of someone breaking through to the Origin King realm. The cultivators who arrived at this place shouted loudly, each of them staring at the front with wide eyes, as if they wanted to see more clearly. Some people even passed by the position where Yang Kai and the others were, observing from a very close position while comprehending the many mysteries hidden in the heavens and earth. This was Qian Tong's comprehension of the mysteries of the Origin King realm, and when one broke through, it would spread out unreservedly, greatly attracting any Origin returning realm master. Yang Kai's face sank as he flew up into the sky, cupped his fists, and called out loudly, "Everyone, please don't get too close, lest you disturb the state of mind of this Yang Senior." The cultivator who was closer looked up at him and curled their lips disdainfully, not paying any attention to him at all. Chapter 16-15. Breaking through to the Origin King realm was a once-in-a-10,000-year opportunity, even rarer than the blood prison trial. How could they give up this opportunity just because of Yang Kai's words? All of them wished they could get closer. Please give this Yang some face, this Yang will be grateful. Yang Kai was extremely annoyed and wished he could use force to deter these people, but for the sake of Qian Tong's breakthrough, he had no choice but to suppress his anger and act politely. Who do you think you are? We're not hindering anyone by standing here. We're not causing any trouble. Is this your home? Why are you not allowing others to stand here? Someone shouted in dissatisfaction. That's right, a trivial second-order Origin returning realm cultivator dares to point fingers here? Be careful this old master doesn't cripple you. Young man, where do you think it's cool? This is not a place where you can speak at will. The group of people ridiculed him, not taking him seriously. Yang Kai's face turned livid. Everyone, when others are at a critical moment in their breakthrough, isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to come here and be so long-winded? When you break through, this Su will also come and disturb you, how about it? Su Bin Bai grinned meaningfully, his voice not loud, but it reached everyone's ears. Boy, who are you? Young people nowadays really don't know how to respect the old and love the young. Speaking so unscrupulously, sooner or later they'll suffer a big loss. You court death. That guy is Senior Wu Dao's disciple, how dare you speak to him like that? Not everyone was unaware of Su Bin Bai's origins. Someone had overheard the conversation between Su Bin Bai and the Imperial Spirit Pavilion elder outside the blood prison and naturally knew that his identity was not trivial, so they quickly whispered a warning. What? Master Wu Dao's disciple? Are you sure? No way, rumor has it that Master Wu Dao hasn't shown his face for hundreds of years. When did he ever accept one? Believe it or not, don't blame me for not warning you when you suffer a loss. That's true, look at the pattern on his chest, it's clearly the symbol of Master Wu Dao's three-flower divine art. Only those closest to Master Wu Dao are eligible to wear it. My God, Master Wu Dao's disciple, his future achievements will be limitless. It can't be fake, right? Who dares to use this pattern as a joke? Are you tired of living? In that case, this person is really Master Wu Dao's disciple. After knowing Su Bin Bai's identity, the cultivator who was so arrogant and didn't take Yang Kai seriously turned pale. They regretted that they had spoken rudely without knowing Su Bin Bai's background. Su Bin Bai grinned meaningfully, what's more, he is about to break through to the Origin King realm, yet you dare to act so presumptuously? Aren't you afraid he will find trouble with you after he succeeds? As soon as he said this, everyone's expression changed. If Su Bin Bai's identity made them wary, then these words made them terrified. Just now, they were only interested in watching the fun and were curious, so they didn't think of this. After being reminded by Su Bin Bai, they realized how stupid they were. Indeed, this person was about to break through to the Origin King realm. If he failed to break through, there was nothing to say. This person would definitely be annihilated by the World Energy Baptism. But if that person succeeded in breaking through and became an Origin King Realm Master, wouldn't he settle accounts with Yang Kai? Continuing to stand here and watch was simply courting death. At this point, all of them turned pale. The cultivator who shouted at Yang Kai before cupped his fists to Su Bin Bai and said, "Many thanks for the reminder." Saying so, he hurriedly retreated, an awkward smile on his face as he cupped his fists towards Yang Kai. Little brother, I apologize for offending you just now. This one was not considerate enough, I hope little brother won't blame me. The others also chuckled and tried to appease him. Yang Kai's face relaxed slightly as he nodded gently, everyone is too polite, this Yang also made a mistake just now. As long as you stand a little further away and don't affect this Yang Senior's breakthrough, this Yang will not interfere. Good, little brother is straightforward, this one and everyone here thank you. After the disturbance was resolved, almost all the nearby cultivator took the initiative to retreat. Yang Xiaozhu, Chu Han Yi, and the others secretly wiped their cold sweat. Yang Kai landed, nodded lightly to Su Bin Bai, and said gratefully, "Many thanks, brother Su, for helping me out. I will remember this favor. It's a small matter. Brother Yang doesn't need to worry," Su Bin Bai smiled freely. At that moment, there was an uproar. Heavens, Master Luo Hai is here. The movement here really alarmed Master Luo Hai, after all, he is the Star Master of Green Mountain Star. So many Origin Kings. Isn't that Senior Lei of Sword Union? Look, that's our Purple Star's Senior Li Wan Ning. That's old Jiu of Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce. The 7 or 8 Origin Kings were all recognized, after all, they were not like Wu Dao who was always elusive. Although they also lived in seclusion, they would still occasionally show their faces and had great fame throughout the entire star territory. These origin kings came from the distant horizon, led by Luo Hai, with the others following closely behind, arriving in the middle of the crowd in the blink of an eye. An invisible force spread out from these people, and all the people who were close to them involuntarily retreated a large distance. The area of 300 feet around them automatically became a vacuum zone. TSK, this time the blood prison opened, an origin king was born. Looking at this person's posture, he has obviously touched the threshold of territory. If he is lucky, he will definitely break through. Old Zhou of Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce clicked his tongue as his hawk-like eyes pierced through the mountain range of world energy and stared directly at Qian Tong's position, saying suspiciously, "This old master has never seen this person before and does not know which great force he comes from." The beautiful woman from Purple Star, Li Wan Ning, giggled, "Old Zhou, are you trying to win him over? If so, just say so, why bother hiding it? How is this old master hiding anything? Aren't you all thinking the same thing?" Old Zhou snorted lightly. Everyone else just smiled and said nothing. Obviously, Old Zhou was right. This person must be won over, but this old woman is also quite interested in that mysterious little brat. "Master Luo Hai, where is that little brat now? Is he also here?" The old woman from Sword Union leaned on her walking stick and asked while looking around with a smile. Whenever she found a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, she would stare at them for a while. Luo Hai's expression flickered, but he didn't try to hide it and nodded, "He is indeed here. As for who he is, I think it won't be difficult for you to find out with your divine senses, right? Since Master Luo Hai says so, we will show you our incompetence." A burly man grinned meaningfully and immediately released his powerful divine sense. Everyone else did the same. In an instant, 7 or 8 divine senses belonging to Origin King Realm Masters appeared and enveloped all the cultivators present, causing them to feel a chill run down their spines as they had no idea what these masters were trying to do. "It's him!" Old Zhou suddenly shouted as his eyes fixed on Yang Kai, a sharp light flashing across his eyes. Immediately after, everyone noticed the existence of Yang Kai. After all, of the 1,000 or so people present, there were not many second-order origin returning realm masters, and among these second-order origin returning realm masters, Yang Kai's Saint Qi was the most condensed and his vitality was also the most vigorous. "This little brat is really good. Look at how condensed his Saint Qi is, it's more than twice that of an average third-order origin returning realm master. No wonder he was able to slaughter his way through the blood prison." Old Zhou smiled with satisfaction and gently nodded. This old woman is curious about what kind of body tempering he underwent. His physique seems quite powerful. A trace of suspicion flashed across the old woman surnamed Lei's eyes. "This little brat is extraordinary. What are you standing here evaluating him for? Just go over and talk to him, are you afraid he'll eat you?" The beautiful woman Li Wan Ning pursed her lips and smiled, swaying her hips as she walked towards Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes staring at Yang Kai's face. Yang Kai suddenly frowned. The arrival of these origin kings stunned Yang Kai for a long time. He thought that the sound of Qian Tong's breakthrough had attracted them, causing him to feel uneasy, not knowing what they wanted to do. Each origin king realm master possessed incredible strength, so with 7 or 8 of them here at once, anyone would feel uneasy. Just as Yang Kai was feeling anxious though, he saw the beautiful woman actually walk towards him and stare at him, causing him to feel confused. Following behind this beautiful woman, the others also stared at him and walked over. What do they want to do? Yang Kai involuntarily circulated his Saint Qi as a look of vigilance filled his face. With his current strength, he could be considered invincible under the Origin King realm, but facing an Origin King, all he could do was flee. If he made a single mistake, he would be instantly killed. The gap between the Origin King realm and the Origin Returning realm was too great, otherwise, there wouldn't be so many cultivators stuck in the third-order origin returning realm for their entire lives. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so few origin kings in the territory. Brother Yang, don't be nervous. Su Binbai's voice suddenly sounded beside him. He seemed to have noticed Yang Kai's vigilance and chuckled, they shouldn't have any malicious intent towards you. What do you mean? Yang Kai asked in a low voice. After every blood prison trial, the origin kings of the various great forces will try to win over some outstanding cultivator, and this time is naturally no exception. I think they probably have taken a fancy to you and want to win you over, not harm you. Win me over? Yang Kai frowned. I wasn't the only one who came out of the blood prison, why did they suddenly find me? Su Binbai smiled brightly. This is naturally because Brother Yang's performance in the blood prison was impeccable. To be honest, this Su feels a lot of pressure facing you. My performance? How did they know about my performance in the blood prison? Yang Kai's face sank. They probably don't know, but Senior Luo Hai of Green Mountain Star can sense some things. He is the Star Master of Green Mountain Star, Su Binbai explained. Yang Kai's face changed as he suddenly realized something was wrong. Chapter 16:16. As Star Masters, they could indeed perceive the movements of stars that had been refined into star essences at will. However, doing so would consume a great deal of mental energy. No Star Master would be so bored as to spy on something at will. If they had the time and energy to do so, they might as well enjoy themselves. Yang Kai naturally knew this. Xia Ningchang was also a Star Master, but her situation was quite special. With her ability, she was able to perceive the situation all over Tongxian realm. Luo Hai was a second-order origin king, many times stronger than Xia Ningchang, so it was not difficult for him to perceive the situation inside the blood prison. Seeing the change in his expression, Su Binbai immediately knew what he was afraid of and chuckled, Brother Yang, you don't need to be too nervous. The territory of the blood prison is so powerful that even Senior Luo Hai may not be able to perceive it too clearly. Not too clearly? Yang Kai raised his brow. It is said that the blood prison is under the control of the previous Green Mountain Star Master who took the initiative to use the source strength of this star. The previous Star Master was a third-order origin king, a minor realm higher than the current Senior Luo Hai. Before Senior Luo Hai's strength can match that of the previous Star Master, he won't be able to perceive everything, Su Binbai explained. Yang Kai nodded lightly, his tense expression relaxing a little. However, even if Su Binbai said so, he was still a little uneasy. The movement in the Stone Mountain territory was one thing. At that time, the stone mongoose had acted stealthily, so even Luo Hai would not be able to discover it. Yang Kai was not worried about this at all. However, what happened in Monster Mountain made him feel a little uncomfortable. Chi Yu and the others knew that there was an origin essence crystal there, so how could Luo Hai, as the Star Master of Green Mountain Star, not know? He had also fought with Mad Crocodile Monster King on Monster Mountain, and the origin essence crystal had been taken away by him. Did Luo Hai know about this? Yang Kai did not dare to make an arbitrary judgment, but the origin essence crystal was of great importance. It was something even Chi Yu coveted. Chi Yu and Luo Hai had similar cultivations, so if Chi Yu wanted it, Luo Hai would definitely want it too. Many thoughts flashed across Yang Kai's mind like lightning, but Yang Kai took a deep breath and his expression returned to normal as he glanced over at Luo Hai, who was wearing a golden crown. The other party was also paying attention to him, and when their eyes met, Yang Kai clearly saw a flash of light in Luo Hai's eyes. Yang Kai's heart sank. What's your relationship with Master Wudao? The beautiful woman walked in front of Yang Kai and was about to ask him a few questions when she suddenly saw Su Binbai standing beside Yang Kai. Her beautiful eyes swept over the three-petal flower pattern on his chest and she asked in surprise. "That's my master." Su Binbai replied, neither servile nor overbearing. "Master Wudao is your master?" Li Wanning couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hand, looking shocked. "What? This little guy belongs to Master Wudao?" The many origin kings who followed exclaimed, as if they had discovered something incredible, all of them looking at Su Binbai with interest. Even Luo Hai, who had the strongest cultivation and highest status among the crowd, showed a hint of surprise. Obviously, he had not expected that someone with such a background would come to this year's blood prison trial. Su Binbai greets seniors. Although Su Binbai was Wu Dao's master, he was still a junior, so in front of so many origin kings, he didn't dare act arrogantly and bowed respectfully. Good, little brother Su doesn't need to be so polite. And, there are no outsiders here, so there's no need to be so polite. This Zhou was fortunate enough to meet Master Wudao once 500 years ago, and thanks to his guidance, he was suddenly enlightened and broke through to the origin king realm. If we really count, Master Wudao can be considered this Zhou's half-master. You and I can even be considered brother and little brother. The brawny man smiled kindly at Su Binbai. As an origin king realm master, he obviously didn't care about his own identity at all, instead vigorously praising Wu Dao. Senior Zhou is too serious. This junior dares to call Senior Zhou brother. Su Binbai smiled slightly, his attitude humble. Good, Master Wudao finally has a successor. Little brat, do your best and don't lose face for Master Wudao. Junior will remember senior's teachings. Su Binbai responded respectfully. When we meet again, Master Wudao, send this Luo's regards to him, Luo Hai said kindly. Junior will definitely pass on these words. Su Binbai nodded. Master once said that in the future territory of the Star Territory, if there are no accidents, the first to break through to the Third Order Origin King realm will be Senior Luo Hai. When the many Origin Kings heard this, they all looked at Luo Hai with admiration, as if receiving such an evaluation from Wudao was a great honor. Is that so? Luo Hai raised his brow, showing a proud look as he laughed. In that case, this Luo will not disappoint Master Wudao's expectations. Junior wishes Senior the best of luck in getting what you wish for. Good, let's not talk too much. You should go about what you came here to do, Luo Hai chuckled as he looked at Yang Kai with great interest. How should I address this little brother? The beautiful womanly Wan Ning was the first to ask, looking at Yang Kai with a smile. Everyone else also stared at him expectantly. Yang Kai. Yang Kai. Everyone heard this and frowned, looking at each other in confusion before slowly shaking their heads, indicating that they had never heard this name before. Generally, rising stars in the origin returning realm had some reputation, but this was the first time they had heard the name Yang Kai. Why does this old master feel like he has heard someone mention you before? Only old Jiao showed a thoughtful expression. Senior, this is old Jiao of Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce. The beautiful woman took the initiative to introduce Yang Kai. Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce? Yang Kai's mouth twitched. Senior Jiao may have heard it from Shuiyu. Old Jiao's eyes lit up as he nodded. Yes, I heard it from Third Young Master. This old master remembers, when Third Young Master returned from the Emperor Garden last time, he did mention you. Little brother, are you acquainted with Third Young Master? Yang Kai braced himself and nodded. Not only was he acquainted with Shuiyu, that woman could not wait to cut him into 1,000 pieces. This must be fate. Old Jiao was overjoyed. Someone who can make Third Young Master constantly think of you is really not a trivial matter. Little brother, are you interested in joining my Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce? With your aptitude, you can definitely become a senior executive of my Chamber of Commerce in the future. You probably know how powerful my Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce is in the Star Territory, right? Hey, old Jiao, this mistress came here first, okay? Don't you think you're being a bit unreasonable? Li Wanning saw old Xiao being so blunt and suddenly felt a little unhappy. There's no such thing as first come, first served in this kind of situation. The first to arrive gets the prize. Old Xiao laughed and continued to entice Yang Kai, little brother, Shui Yu's third young master rarely cares about anyone. This old master also knows a little about your aptitude and strength. If you join my Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce, this old master can make the decision to give you. Old Xiao set out a series of conditions, causing all the nearby cultivators to breathe heavily as they stared at Yang Kai with envy and jealousy, all of them wishing they could rush up and beg old Xiao to let them join Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce. Don't listen to him, what's so good about Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce? Li Wanning sneered, immediately turning her beautiful eyes towards Yang Kai, little brother, as long as you agree to join our Purple Star, I will satisfy all of the conditions old Xiao gave you and can even find you an Origin King Realm Master to personally guide you. Of course, if you don't mind, this queen can also personally instruct you, what do you think? You two don't need to talk nonsense here, who doesn't know how to make empty promises? The old woman surnamed Lei couldn't help jumping out, slamming her dragon head walking stick on the ground as she stared at Yang Kai and said, little brother, join our sword union. Our sword union welcomes young and fresh blood. As long as you agree to join now, this token is yours. Saying so, a dark token suddenly appeared in the old woman's hand. That token was neither gold nor jade. It was unknown what material it was made of. There was a sword-shaped symbol on the token, and there was a faint murderous aura emanating from it. A Sword Union Elder token. Someone who knew what sucked in a breath of cold air as he stared at this token with a burning gaze. No way, this is a Sword Union Elder token? A second-order origin returning realm cultivator can become a Sword Union Elder? Senior Lei is really bold. In the entire Sword Union, there are only 10 great elders, each of whom is a peerless character. TSK, with this elder token, you can mobilize a large part of Sword Union's manpower, financial, and material resources. You won't have to worry about anything in the future. What's so good about this little brat? Why are there so many masters competing to win him over? Among the onlookers, there were those who were envious, those who were jealous, and those who were confused. No one understood why these Origin Kings did not try to win over so many third-order Origin returning Realm Masters but instead went to great lengths to invite a second-order Origin returning Realm Master. No one here is worse than him, right? Everyone felt indignant and unwillingness to admit defeat welled up in their hearts. With the three great forces each offering a price, the other Origin Kings were also unwilling and one after another tried to win over Yang Kai, each of their expressions extremely sincere. Only a lone Origin King Realm old man remained indifferent. He had only come here to purchase territory stones. Junior understands what seniors mean. Yang Kai waited for them to finish before nodding seriously. He had never expected that he would attract so much attention as soon as he came out of the blood prison. These Origin Kings had come here just to win him over to join their forces. Every one of them had an amiable attitude, and their expressions were very sincere. But the more they acted like this, the more uneasy Yang Kai felt in his heart. Since they were inviting him so enthusiastically, it seemed they had some understanding of his performance in the blood prison, otherwise, how could they act like this? And the reason they could understand was all because of Luo Hai. I can't stay here for long. Yang Kai secretly made up his mind to wait for Qian Tong to successfully break through and immediately find an opportunity to leave Green Mountain Star. Since you understand, what's your decision? Li Wanning asked nervously. From Luo Hai, they deeply understood just how outstanding Yang Kai was. Since ancient times, no second-order origin returning realm cultivator had ever come out of the blood prison unscathed. Yang Kai was the first to do so. This alone was enough for them to win him over, not to mention that with their eyesight, all of them could see that Yang Kai possessed some kind of mysterious ability. He was definitely a genius among geniuses, and none of them wanted to miss this opportunity. Chapter 16-17. Above the vast wilderness, 7 or 8 origin kings stared at Yang Kai, waiting for his reply. The eyes of the thousands of cultivator also focused on Yang Kai, and for a time, the limelight of Qian Tong breaking through to the origin king realm was stolen. Su Binbai stood to the side and smiled, not showing any surprise at all. It seemed to him that Yang Kai being roped in by so many people was a normal thing. Seniors, I understand what you mean. Yang Kai nodded lightly, but please forgive this junior for being presumptuous. This junior is unable to enjoy everyone's kindness, so this junior must thank everyone for their favor. Old Zhou looked stunned, not having expected that Yang Kai would refuse the sincere invitations of so many origin kings. Won't you consider it carefully? Li Wanning was also quite surprised. Originally, they had already guessed before coming here that Yang Kai would not be able to refuse such an invitation and would at least join one of them. However, he had refused all of them, which was really beyond everyone's expectations. The onlookers also burst into an uproar. Is this boy a fool? With such a great opportunity in front of him, why would he let it go? There's definitely something wrong with his head. Why did we come here? Isn't it all for these opportunities and resources? Now that all of these are in front of him, why would he refuse? Why didn't I get such a good opportunity? How infuriating. Senior Zhou, I am willing to join Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, please take me with you. Senior Lei, I've been admiring the Sword Alliance for a long time. Please accept me. Senior Li, the scene was chaotic. The 8 origin kings whose invitations were all rejected by Yang Kai were stunned and somewhat uncomfortable, but when they saw others joining in the commotion, their faces sank and they released some of their strength. Who could resist the anger of an origin king? Noticing that these masters were not in a good mood, the chaos came to an abrupt end and no one dared to act presumptuously. Little brother, have you made up your mind? Li Wanning looked at Yang Kai with some disbelief. She really couldn't understand why Yang Kai was so indifferent. The conditions she offered weren't bad, it could be said that they were already the best treatment she could offer, and she had even said that she would personally guide him. Having the personal guidance of an origin king realm master was the dream of any origin returning realm master. He actually wasn't tempted? Yes, do you want to think about it again? Elder Zhou looked at Yang Kai unwillingly. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and smiled, Seniors, this junior appreciates your kind intentions, but this junior really has no intention of joining any force. Hearing his words, everyone revealed looks of pity. After all, if they missed out on such a good seedling, who knew when they would be able to meet another one in the future? Good, since this little brother is not willing to join, there is no need to force him. Aren't there many good candidates here? Don't you have any other ideas? Luo Hai smiled gently. A forcibly picked melon is not sweet, so this old master won't force him. Little brother, if anyone wants to join my Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, feel free to come to my Chamber of Commerce's main star, Water Moon Star, and find this old master. The door of the Chamber of Commerce will always be open to you, and the conditions this old master proposed before will not change. Elder Zhou nodded gently to Yang Kai. My sword union is the same, the old woman surnamed Lei followed. The others also expressed that if Yang Kai wanted to join, he could look for them. The origin kings who had gathered around Yang Kai dispersed and began searching for other outstanding candidates. They had come to Green Mountain Star this time to lead their forces to participate in the blood prison trial and also to recruit new blood after the trial was over. However, Yang Kai's performance was simply too outstanding, so all of them had set their first goal on Yang Kai. Now that Yang Kai had rejected them, they naturally could not miss out on other candidates. In an instant, many people gathered around the Origin King Realm Masters, all of whom volunteered to join them. Luo Hai did not move and simply stood in place. Yang Kai looked at him and thought for a moment before cupping his fists to Luo Hai and saying, "Many thanks for senior's help, this junior will remember." Luo Hai glanced over at him and chuckled, "No need to be polite, this king is Green Mountain Star's Star Master, this is what this king should do." And, seeing the worried look on your face, does this friend who is breaking through to the Origin King realm have something to do with you? Yang Kai did not deny it. In front of such a master, denial was meaningless, so he simply nodded and said, "Yes, he is an elder of mine." "No wonder you weren't interested in these people's attempts to win you over, it turns out your family's elder is about to break through to the Origin King realm." Luo Hai seemed to understand something and chuckled, "This king is a little curious, where did you come from? How come everyone here is so outstanding?" Saying so, he glanced over at Yang Xiaozhu, Chu Han Yi, and the others who had been standing next to Yang Kai. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that these people had reached the peak of the Origin Returning Realm and only lacked some comprehension of Shi to break through to the Origin King Realm. In other words, these people were absolute elites among the Third-Order Origin Returning Realm. Yang Kai frowned, and although he was reluctant in his heart, he still replied, "We are from Shadowed Star." Shadowed Star. Luo Hai frowned. Even though he was quite knowledgeable, he was still quite unfamiliar with the name Shadowed Star. Glancing over at Yang Kai meaningfully, he chuckled and said, "It must be a good place." He thought that Yang Kai had casually fabricated the name of a star to fool him. However, Luo Hai had no intention of pursuing the matter and simply fell silent, staring forward indifferently as his thoughts ran wild. Yang Kai also raised his eyes and paid close attention to the location of Qian Tong. Over there, Qian Tong's Shi had spread to a radius of 10,000 meters, with countless large and small tornadoes shuttling back and forth. Sometimes a large tornado would split into several smaller tornadoes, and sometimes several smaller tornadoes would gather together to form a large tornado. The ground within 10,000 meters looked as if it had been plowed by an iron plow, crisscrossing and crisscrossing. An astonishing and terrifying amount of world energy gathered in the sky, gradually forming ink-like dark clouds. These dark clouds were like a blanket that pressed down on the sky, making it difficult to breathe. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling frightened. He could sense that the dark clouds contained an extremely terrifying amount of energy of the world. It was an existence that even he was extremely wary of. This was not the end though, as the surrounding world energy was still gathering towards this place. Time passed by little, and the noisy scene gradually subsided. The Origin Kings who had been recruiting talents also gradually returned, each of them with great gains. However, the treatment of the people they had recruited was quite different from the one they had given Yang Kai before. Not only did they have to accept some difficult tests, but even if they passed these tests and were eligible to join the forces of the Origin Kings, they would not be able to enjoy the same treatment as Yang Kai. No one dared to complain. Bargaining with an Origin King Realm Master was no different from courting death. Thousands of pairs of eyes stared at the location of Qian Tong as several Origin Kings gathered together and whispered amongst themselves. Soon, they seemed to have obtained some information from Luo Hai and all of them turned to Yang Kai in surprise. "Little brother, is the person who is breaking through your elder?" And Yang Kai nodded. "Does he have the same temper as you?" Old Xiao quipped. They all felt regretful that they had failed to win over Yang Kai, but at this time, there was another person more worthy of winning over, and that was Qian Tong, who was on the verge of breaking through. No matter what, Yang Kai was just a good seedling with excellent aptitude. His future was still uncertain. Star territory was vast, and there were countless geniuses, but most of them fell during their rise, unable to reach the peak of the martial Tao. On the contrary, there were some who had been silent all this time who had the last laugh and achieved great fame. There were so many Origin Kings present, and not all of them were top geniuses, but they were now the most powerful group of cultivators in the star field. Relatively speaking, Qian Tong and Yang Kai's weight were different. Once he successfully broke through, he would become a genuine Origin King. Each great force did not have many Origin King realm masters, so the addition of one would greatly improve the strength of their force. It could be said that they were determined to win over Qian Tong. Of course, the premise was that the other party could successfully break through. Do you want to win him over? Yang Kai quickly understood. Old Zhou nodded. If that's the case, you can talk to him yourselves when the time comes. Whether he is willing or not is up to this junior and senior. You little brat. Old Zhou smiled helplessly. At that moment, everyone stopped talking and focused their attention on Qian Tong's breakthrough. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and looked up at the dark clouds in the sky, faintly feeling that something was wrong. For some reason, although the dark clouds were constantly growing and absorbing the world energy within a 10,000-kilometer radius, Qian Tong was still not undergoing a baptism. Breaking through to a great realm was bound to be accompanied by a baptism of world energy, allowing the cultivator to break through their own shackles. However, this baptism was still delayed, so the atmosphere was extremely oppressive, making everyone feel uneasy. Brother Yang, the concentration of world energy here doesn't seem to be enough. Su Binbai suddenly leaned over to Yang Kai and whispered. Is that the problem? Yang Kai showed a look of astonishment. Because I am at the peak of the Third Order Origin Returning Realm and can break through to the Origin King Realm at any time, before I came out, my master gave me some instructions on how to break through. Everything else is fine, but when breaking through, the world energy must be maintained at a sufficient level. My master told me to find a place with sufficient world energy when breaking through. Su Binbai explained. Kai Yang's brow wrinkled. Although Green Mountain Star's world energy was quite good, it was still divided into different places. The world energy in this vast wilderness was not very strong, so it was obviously not enough to meet the requirements for Qian Tong's breakthrough. Is there a solution? Yang Kai asked hurriedly. Naturally, there is a solution. Su Binbai didn't answer, but old Zhou suddenly laughed. If the world energy isn't enough, just find a way to supplement it. Saint crystals are the best choice. Little brother, do you want this old master to lend you some saint crystals? This old master doesn't have much, but he has enough saint crystals. Chapter 16-18. Old Zhou was obviously expressing goodwill. He was eager for Yang Kai to ask him to lend him some saint crystals. As long as Yang Kai accepted this favor, everything would be easy to negotiate. After all, taking advantage of others was the shortest path. This queen also has a lot of saint crystals. Li Wanning pursed her lips and smiled. Yang Kai's brow twitched as he ignored them. How could he not see what these people were thinking? If he really wanted to lend them some saint crystals at this time, it would be a huge favor. This matter was related to Qian Tong's breakthrough and whether or not he could break through to the Origin King realm. How many saint crystals do you have? Yang Kai turned his head and looked at Yang Xiaozhu and the others. Yang Xiaozhu, Chu Han Yi, and the others exchanged glances before each taking out their own saint crystals and handing them to Yang Kai. So little, Yang Kai swept his divine sense and roughly counted, his brow furrowing. The total number of saint crystals each of them possessed was only about 5 million. This was not a small amount, after all, it was more than enough to meet everyone's cultivation needs. Moreover, when they left Shadowed Star, the saint crystals allocated from the sect were basically all taken care of by Yang Kai. Those saint crystals had already been used back on Tong Xian realm when his little senior sister was refining the star source of the stars. Yang Kai did not have many saint crystals on hand. He could not help feeling a little troubled as he quickly rummaged through his space ring. Yang Kai found the saint crystals belonging to Mi Tian, Shuel Yen, Lai Feng, and the others, but even after pooling all their saint crystals together, there was still no more than 10 million. They had all come to the blood prison trial, so who would bring so many saint crystals with them? Is that enough? If not, I can lend you some. Su Binbai saw Yang Kai's worried look and took the initiative to ask. How could I accept that? Yang Kai smiled wryly. He had never expected that one day he would be worried about saint crystals. In the past, he had always spent saint crystals freely, regardless of the number. What's the matter? Saint crystals are just worldly possessions, Su Binbai grinned, but I don't have much, only 20 million. It should be enough. Yang Kai nodded. Thank you, Brother Su. There's no need to be so polite. Perhaps one day, this Su will have something to ask of Brother Yang. When that time comes, I hope Brother Yang won't refuse. Su Binbai smiled as he handed a space ring to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it and nodded at him. Brother Su, this Yang will remember this kindness. If there is anything you need me to do, please don't hesitate to ask. I hope you and I will meet again one day. Su Binbai smiled. A total of 30 million saint crystals was not a small number, but it was also not a large number. However, it should be enough for Qian Tong to make a breakthrough. The heaven and earth spirit qi in this wasteland was only slightly thin, but it was not really barren. Seeing that Yang Kai would rather borrow saint crystals from Su Binbai than ask them for help, the many origin kings exchanged glances before slowly shaking their heads helplessly. Yang Kai knew what they were thinking, but how could they not know what Yang Kai was thinking? Not saying anything, old Jiu just kindly reminded, boy, if you want to deliver those saint crystals, you need to return quickly. The terror of breaking through to the origin king realm is not something you can imagine. If you stay inside for too long, even you will be affected. Many thanks for Senior's reminder. Yang Kai gently nodded before taking a deep breath, his figure flickered slightly, and suddenly disappearing from where he stood. The next moment, Yang Kai's figure transformed into a bolt of lightning and rushed straight towards the dark clouds. Everyone's attention was fixed on his movements, their gazes fixed on him without blinking. Countless large and small tornadoes swept across the earth as Yang Kai's figure flickered back and forth, approaching them at an extremely fast speed. The Shi surrounding Qian Tong's body was the biggest obstacle preventing him from moving forward. The grand accomplishment Shi was almost comparable in power to the territory domain. Fortunately, Yang Kai had many experiences in the blood prison, so this difficulty was not enough to stop him. Integrating his Shi into the territory domain, Yang Kai did not encounter much resistance, his movements flowing smoothly and quickly. Even Qian Tong was not affected. This little brat really has some skill. Old Jiu's eyes lit up. He was actually able to integrate his Shi into another's. It seems his understanding of Shi has far surpassed that of many third-order origin returning realm masters. Given some time, he will definitely break through to the origin king realm. After a dozen breaths of time, Yang Kai had already rushed to a spot not far from Qian Tong. Qian Tong was sitting cross-legged in place when Yang Kai's arrival caused him to open his eyes, but after seeing Yang Kai, he closed his eyes again and remained motionless, as steady as a rock. Yang Kai did not dare to delay, sending out his divine sense and taking out all the saint crystals he had collected from his space ring, piling them up around Qian Tong, forming an impenetrable barrier around him. Elder Qian, this is for you, it may be able to help you at a critical moment. Yang Kai suddenly threw out a jade bottle that landed firmly in front of Qian Tong. After doing all this, Yang Kai rushed back without stopping. A moment later, Yang Kai returned to his original place. Just as he stood there, an astonishing energy fluctuation suddenly appeared. A white beam of light suddenly shot up into the sky, piercing straight into the 9 heavens. Along with the birth of this beam of light, the 30 million saint crystals scattered by Yang Kai burst into a dazzling light. Seemingly attracted by some unknown force, the energy inside these saint crystals poured out, gathered together, and poured into the dark clouds in the sky along with the beam of light. The dark clouds became thicker and more solid. A faint rumbling of thunder could be heard from inside these clouds, shocking everyone. Kacha, with a deafening clap of thunder, a dragon-like world energy descended from the sky and struck Qian Tong without warning, pouring into his body and cleansing his marrow. It's begun! Luo Hai shouted as he stared at the scene with a deep gaze. Qian Tong's breakthrough had finally begun. A mysterious aura began to spread as the breakthrough began, causing all the cultivator present to involuntarily show a thoughtful look. Everyone tried their best to savor this aura, hoping to gain some benefits from it. This was the aura of an origin king breaking through. The scene before them was also one of such breakthroughs, so observing it would definitely be of great benefit to their own growth. The first wave of world energy fell, causing the entire Earth to tremble violently. Within a 10,000-kilometer radius, a violent rumbling sound reverberated through the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and causing the air to become chaotic, giving everyone a terrifying feeling that the heavens were not the heavens and the earth were not the earth. Such power caused most of the origin returning realm masters to go pale. Putting themselves in this situation, they all felt that with their current strength, they would not be able to resist and would be reduced to ashes in a single blow. Was the breakthrough to the origin king realm really so terrifying? Some people's confidence suffered a blow, but others' eyes shone brightly, filled with a strong desire for the future. These origin king realm masters seemed to be paying attention to Qian Tong, but in truth, they were paying attention to the reactions of these cultivator and screening them for potential talents. A second wave of world energy fell, followed by a third, then a fourth. Like a torrential storm, there was almost no pause. Qian Tong's beast-like roar came from the other side, and anyone could imagine how much pressure he was under. Qian Tong's shirt fluctuated wildly as large and small tornadoes began to swirl around him, gradually sublimating and transforming. As time passed slowly, Yang Kai and the others showed nervous looks. From Qian Tong's roar, Yang Kai could infer some information. The pressure Elder Qian was under seemed to be increasing as he was baptized by countless world energy bolts, his aura becoming weaker and weaker, and his vitality becoming dimmer and dimmer. Qian Tong was like a canoe sailing on a stormy sea in the middle of a stormy storm. He was in danger of being annihilated at any moment. The situation isn't good. Old Zhou showed a worried look. And the world energy baptism this person is withstanding seems to be much stronger than mine. Li Wan Ning also frowned. The stronger the baptism one withstands, the higher their future achievements will be. The power of the baptism is different for each origin king. If one can withstand it, the world will open up, but if one can't, their soul will scatter. Luo Hai sighed softly. Since ancient times, how many geniuses have fallen at the threshold of breaking through? The first few great realms of the martial Tao are nothing, but from the Saint King realm to the origin returning realm, a great realm is not something one can break through casually, it is a struggle with one's life. Everyone nodded in agreement. They were all experienced cultivators, so how could they not understand this principle? Luo Hai was right. Since the Saint King realm broke through to the origin returning realm, a cultivator was fighting with their life on the line. If one failed to break through a great realm, the only result was death. There was no other possibility. Once one attracted the power of the world energy, one would either be reborn under this baptism or die. Old Zhou glanced at Yang Kai and pondered for a long time before saying, "Boy, you have to be mentally prepared, the current situation is not optimistic." Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at him before chuckling, "Elder Qian will succeed." Old Zhou shook his head, "Sometimes, what you wish may not necessarily succeed." This old master also hopes this person can succeed, but he did not continue, obviously not very optimistic about Qian Tong's prospects. Yang Xiaozhu and the others suddenly became nervous. The group of 5 had followed Yang Kai from Shadowed Star to Green Mountain Star, where the blood prison trial was held once every 1,000 years. Qian Tong's luck was profound, and now that he finally had the qualifications and opportunity to touch the Origin King realm, no one wanted to see him fail. If he succeeded, Qian Tong would become the first Origin King realm master on Shadowed Star in tens of thousands of years. Although he had broken through on a different cultivation star, it was enough for Yang Xiaozhu and the others to see a bright future. The power of the world energy continued to descend and bombard Qian Tong's body, causing his roars to become weaker and weaker. His vitality and aura became like a candle in a storm, flickering with the wind. It looks like he won't succeed. The old woman surnamed Lei suddenly shook her head, a trace of regret appearing on her face. It's a pity that he has already reached this point, old Jiao nodded in agreement. Under their perception, Qian Tong's vitality had dimmed and his aura had fallen to its lowest point. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was on the verge of death. If nothing unexpected happened, this person would undoubtedly die. Chapter 16-19. Breaking through to the Origin King realm was not just a matter of strength, sometimes it was also closely related to luck. Qian Tong's luck was obviously not very good. Although his strength far exceeded that of an ordinary third-order origin returning realm cultivator, and he had gained a lot in the blood prison, the world energy baptism he experienced during his breakthrough was also incredibly strong. The fact that he could survive until now was proof of his strength. It was impossible for him to persist until the end. Only half of the dark clouds in the sky had disappeared, which meant that the world energy baptism he received was only half complete. No one was optimistic about him. Even Luo Hai regretfully withdrew his gaze and no longer paid any attention. Although Yang Kai spoke casually before, he was secretly worried for Elder Qian. He had never encountered such a scene before, so he was somewhat unable to judge. However, he had confidence in Qian Tong and in the thing he had given to Qian Tong. Ordinary people could not understand the desire of Shadowed Star's cultivators to reach the Origin King realm. Due to the suppression and constraints of Shadowed Star's world principles, no one had been able to break through to the Origin King realm for tens of thousands of years, but the more this was the case, the more Shadowed Star's cultivators yearned for this supreme realm. In terms of pure desire to pursue the Tao, Qian Tong did not lose to anyone. *Kacha, another terrifying world energy baptism poured into Qian Tong's body, cleansing his meridians while destroying his physique. At the center of this chaotic energy, Qian Tong's already weak vitality was in danger of being annihilated. Lin Yu Rao screamed as her beautiful face paled and she could not help covering her mouth with her hand. Yang Xiaozhu, Chu Han Yi, Mou, and the others also paled. No way, no way. It's really impossible this time. Old Jiao shook his head regretfully. This person's luck is really bad, otherwise, he would have a great chance of reaching the Origin King realm, but unfortunately. What happened? Old Jiao's eyes suddenly widened as he stared straight ahead, as if he had discovered something incredible. The other Origin Kings also showed looks of surprise as they cried out one after another. Impossible. Why is this person's vitality rising so crazily? Could it be that he took some kind of heaven-defying spirit pill? What kind of spirit pill could have such miraculous effects? Nonsense. How could there be a spirit pill that can make a person who died of an apple glow with such vitality? Not even an Origin King grade spirit pill. Strange, what did this person eat? Many Origin Kings were at a loss, none of them understanding why Qian Tong's vitality, which was on the verge of extinction, suddenly blossomed with such astonishing brilliance. Even though it was disturbed by the violent energy of the promotion, the rich qi and blood energy could still be clearly felt. Qian Tong's hearty laughter came from afar. His figure was as straight as a sword as he stood proudly on the ground. He looked up at the sky in high spirits. This old man hasn't lived long enough. How can I die in a foreign land? Damned heavens, what other tricks do you have? Just use them. The faces of old Xiao and the others twitched as shock filled their eyes. This person actually dared to challenge the might of heaven and earth when he was advancing. Since ancient times, there had never been such a person. Could it be that he didn't know that the power of heaven and earth caused by his advancement was spiritual? Such provocation was no different from digging his own grave. Sure enough, as soon as Qian Tong's voice fell, the huge dark clouds in the sky suddenly began to rotate and a thunderous roar rang out, shaking the souls of those who heard it. In the blink of an eye, a huge vortex appeared above Qian Tong's head. Immediately afterwards, a thick beam of energy shot out from the vortex and directly hit Qian Tong. Qian Tong's miserable howls and roars rang out again as his vitality was rapidly consumed. This old dog. Old Xiao smacked his lips, not knowing what to say. Luo Hai's eyes flashed brilliantly as he stared deeply at the scene before him, his expression changing. The power of the world seemed to be pouring down, and as the beam of light shot out, the dark clouds in the sky began to shrink and thin at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 10 breaths of time, the sky suddenly opened up, and the terrifying power of heaven and earth disappeared. The raging energy also vanished in an instant. In the distance, only Qian Tong's figure could be seen standing there motionless. It was impossible to tell whether he was alive or dead. However, there was a wonderful domain centered on him that spread out with a loud bang, spreading out to a radius of 100 kilometers before gradually dissipating. Immediately afterwards, this domain was slowly withdrawn and poured into Qian Tong's body. Something seemed to have changed. Many Origin returning realm masters frowned, unable to see through this mystery, but the Origin kings all raised their brows in surprise. Compressing his Shi into territory, this person actually succeeded. The old woman surnamed Lei whispered. Yang Kai, who had been paying attention to the movements of these Origin kings, heard this and chuckled. He could not see any clues from the scene of Qian Tong's advancement, so he could only observe these Origin kings, but now hearing what the old woman surnamed Lei said, he immediately relaxed. Qian Tong was now a genuine Origin king realm master. However, compared with veteran Origin kings like Luo Hai, he was still a little inexperienced. After all, the perfection of one's territory was not something that could be achieved in a day or two. Even the weakest Origin king here had broken through 500 years ago and had 500 years of experience in tempering their territory. In other words, in a one-on-one fight, Qian Tong may not last more than 3 breaths of time. After thinking about it, Yang Kai flew up into the sky, cupped his fists, and said loudly, "Everyone, although Elder Qian has now broken through to the Origin king realm, he needs some time to stabilize his state of mind. This junior hopes that everyone will not stay here for long. If there is any offense, please forgive him." The many cultivators looked at each other, knowing that Yang Kai wanted to drive them away. Without the disdain and disregard from before, these Origin returning realm masters tactfully turned around and left, a few of them even cupping their fists to Yang Kai and saying some polite words. Before, they had disdained to ignore him because they had the advantage in numbers, but now that Qian Tong had broken through to the Origin king realm, if they continued to provoke him, wouldn't that be courting death? No one dared to do so. Several seniors, Yang Kai looked at the Origin kings again and asked for their opinion. Enough, you don't need to drive us away, this old master will leave on his own. Old Xiao snorted, but when that friend wakes up, tell him that this old master and the others will be waiting for him in a nearby city. He has only just broken through, so there must be many things he doesn't understand. If there is anything he wants to ask, he can come to us. We won't be stingy. And, if we can tell him, we will. The old woman surnamed Lei nodded in agreement. Then this junior will thank several seniors on behalf of Elder Qian. Yang Kai nodded respectfully. The several origin kings glanced at each other before their figures flickered and they disappeared from where they stood. Yang Kai clearly saw Luo Hai glance at him, intentionally or unintentionally, before leaving. This place was really not suitable for him to stay any longer. Brother Yang, I will also take my leave. I hope you and I will meet again one day. Su Bin Bai cupped his fists to Yang Kai. Brother Su, take care. Yang Kai nodded. Although he felt that Su Bin Bai was a good person and worth making friends with, now was not the time to make friends, so he did not try to persuade him to stay. Soon, only Yang Kai's group remained in the noisy wasteland. Zhao Tianzhe also did not leave. At this moment, he was looking at Qian Tong in the distance with a look of envy, secretly vexed that he did not have such ability and comprehension. He and Qian Tong had entered the blood prison together, but Qian Tong had succeeded. On the other hand, Zhao Tianzhe only felt that his sure attainments had greatly improved and that he was still far from breaking through to the Origin King realm. City Lord Zhao, Yang Kai walked over to Zhao Tianzhe and called out. Sect Master Yang, what are your orders? Zhao Tianzhe asked. I wouldn't dare give you any orders, but I'm afraid we will have to leave soon. Leave? Zhao Tianzhe was stunned. Where to? Back to Shadowed Star. Yang Kai whispered. Why must we leave? Zhao Tianzhe looked puzzled. Even Yang Xiaozhu and the others stared at Yang Kai in amazement, not knowing why he said this. Didn't those seniors invite Elder Qian to join them? Why? As he spoke, Zhao Tianzhe furrowed his brows, as if he had realized something. Yang Kai could not tell the truth, so he simply said, Elder Qian will definitely not join them. Since he won't join them, why bother looking for them? When this junior refused their offer before, although they did not say anything, they felt somewhat uncomfortable in their hearts. If Elder Qian refuses again, it is difficult to guarantee that they will not become hostile. That's unlikely. Zhao Tianzhe's forehead dripped cold sweat. Although he felt that these origin kings would not be so stingy, what Yang Kai said had some truth to it. This kind of thing had to be guarded against. I'm always afraid of what might happen, so I want to wait for Elder Qian to wake up before leaving Green Mountain Star immediately. Zhao Tianzhe nodded lightly and sighed. That's a pity. This Zhao wanted to invite Sect Master Yang to my Green Water City to rest for a few days. There will be opportunities in the future, Yang Kai chuckled. Now, this junior has something to trouble City Lord Zhao with. Sect Master Yang, please feel free to speak, this Zhao will not disappoint. Zhao Tianzhe nodded. In the blood prison, Yang Kai had disregarded their past grievances and allowed him to return to his territory to comprehend the mysteries of the Stone Mountain. Later, Yang Kai had inadvertently saved his life, so Zhao Tianzhe naturally wanted to repay this kindness. Can City Lord Zhao return to Green Water City and bring Qianyu to me? Miss Qianyu? Zhao Tianzhe was naturally no stranger to Qianyu. When Yang Kai left Green Mountain Star, Qian Tong and the other third-order origin returning realm masters had stayed behind. Qianyu had also stayed behind to inquire about the whereabouts of Su Yan, Ice Master Qingya, and the others. Now that Yang Kai was leaving, Qianyu naturally could not forget about her. That's not a problem, this Zhao will set off immediately. This Zhao will definitely bring Miss Qianyu here in 6 or 7 days or as short as 2 or 3 days. Zhao Tianzhe promised. Then, he bid farewell to Yang Xiaozhu and the others, and left at lightning speed. Sect Master, why are you so nervous? Yang Xiaozhu looked at Yang Kai with some confusion. He could feel that Yang Kai was vigilant about something, but he did not know why. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.